coming fast, so grab the duffel bag and let's roll.
Today's matchup, KT Rolster, SK Telecom T1, Longzhu Gaming, MVP, 2017 League of Legends Champions Korea Spring Split.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, welcome to the greatest show on earth. It's LCK here with Achilles and Papa Smithy, and today is a very, very special day. It's the Telecom War, the first time that we're going to see SK Telecom T1 and KT Rolster with their new rosters clash.
And it's been teased for so long, Achilles. Ever since we saw the rosters, people waited for the calendar. When would be the first Telecom War? And right, Korea, crafty guys they are. They left it for the final game, the final match even of the first round robin. We'll have a second Telecom War this week, but this is the big one. So many former world champions, so many hype matchups. My notes are overflowing over multiple pages. It's time to get hyped, Achilles, because this day is finally here.
I mean, we've been hyped since the season begun, since the rosters were released, so we are ready to go. I'm just ready to get into pick and ban, but I know that OGN, they're going to let the Koreans talk for quite some time about these stories coming in. But first, we are going to take a look at the rankings. Something that you'll notice is that -1 on the side of Longzhu, which actually puts Samsung above them after yesterday's game.
It was to do with Song leaving as coach and the new coach not being registered in time. Is officially registered for the second round robin. Funnily enough, it is the ex-Samsung coach that was dropped after Worlds and replaced by Trace. So they will have a coach with experience, but it's actually a really big ramification here. Pushes them to 4th at the end of the season. If they miss out on the gauntlet by game score, that will be depressing, but nothing depressing about today's match. KT Rolster, SK Telecom, a rivalry that transcends League of Legends, but is amplified by how hype the match is today. This is must-see TV.
And it is. Over on the blue side, starting us off, it's KT Rolster team with no substitutes. You know exactly who you're getting here today. Smeb, Score, Pawn, Deft, and Mata going to be trying their hands going up against reigning world champions SK Telecom T1. And Smeb going up against his former teammate in Peanut.
And you just talk about matchups, Smeb versus Huni, a matchup that fans from Fnatic will certainly never forget.
They'll have a sore spot for
2015 World Semifinal. Peanut versus Smeb, like you say, may not be a lane matchup, but Peanut still has not taken a single game off his former colleagues from the Rocks Tigers. 2-game losses to Marin, a single game to Prey and Gorilla before he was subbed out in kind of humiliating fashion in that match against Longzhu. But the matches keep going. We've got Faker versus Pawn in the mid lane. Some people think of Pawn as his kryptonite. I don't subscribe to that theory, but it is worth noting that Pawn had a massive performance in the game that saw SKT no longer in competition for 2014 Worlds, that regional tiebreaker. Speaking of SK Telecom T1, they come in looking pretty damn strong too. No crafty Coma substitutions. No easy Hoon in the mid lane or Sky as it is in 2017. Huni, Peanut, Faker, Bang, and Wolf. It's exactly who you want to see versus exactly who you want to see.
That would be the biggest plot twist. Easy Hoon suddenly back in the mid lane for SKT. Though that would give them a -1 for that late roster swap. But yeah, it's exactly who you expect is starting on the side of SK Telecom. Whether or not we're going to see Blank subbed in for Peanut, should they lose game 1, you never know. Something that very well could happen if Coma wants to pull the trigger on that swap.
It's a lot of question marks, I think, about things like that. Peanut, for example, is, to me, the person who's struggling to fit into his lineup the most, but you could argue that Smeb also is not living up to the expectations that saw him labeled as the top player coming into Worlds 2016. Smeb has been good, but not necessarily the top lane carry, but the meta has shifted away, and Peanut has struggled to adapt his style to SK Telecom T1. But there's a reason why today is so hyped. It's not even just the on-paper rosters. Both teams equal first. Both teams same game score. The head-to-head is not established, but we'll finally get it today.
Yeah, first and second. Ready to be settled right here, right now. Both, as you said, losing games to teams that are in the top 5. Longzhu and MVP, and then, of course, Afrika.
You know the game's good when the KDA charts can't even handle the AD carry role. Both players outside of the sphere. I think OGN needs to reevaluate some of their KDA graph choices. We missed the Huni hat, though. That was cool.
Yeah, that one was pretty massive. But you can see Huni with his KDA. I mean, it started off really high, and it's plummeted since, as you kind of would expect, but still comes out on top of Smeb.
How do you feel about misleading graphs? Well, we've got one. This says that Pawn has beaten Faker a lot of times, which that part is true. This is just cherry picking a little bit when it comes to other tournaments, international results, Pawn on EDG.
Not the whole story.
This is far from the whole story. This is pretty shameless. This is fake news, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at almost 3 years since these stats.
But we can move to today's stats. This is, of course, 2017 stats from facing the field, but not facing SK Telecom yet. Pawn's KDA good, but I think numbers like this don't really tell a true reflection of how these players are doing. Faker, outside of some average performances versus Afrika, has been very good, is right up the top of the MVP rankings. Pawn has had some good games, but it does feel like Pawn is the one question mark on the KT Rolster lineup. And if you think about it, of the 10 players, probably 9 of them in the top 10, definitely in the top 20 players in the world, and Pawn the only question mark. However, he has shown up against Faker before. Question is, can he do it under the lights, under the intense scrutiny that the Telecom War brings today?
Yep, we're wondering which Pawn are we going to see here, having some wavering performances. I mean, started things off really shaky on his Azir debut here in 2017, but then brought it back. Has started kind of stepping up his game. So we'll just see if Pawn can continue that upward momentum, or if he's just going to crash and burn under the pressure of SK Telecom T1. So we'll see. The coaches entering into the booth. Looks like Pick and Ban is ready to get underway, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go ahead, get straight into it for game number 1. KT over on the blue side, having their first ban. It's going to be Malzahar taken off the board.
He's been a big favorite for Wolf. He's 4-0 on the Malzahar. SKT haven't flexed the Malzahar to mid. That was a KT thing. On 7.3, even though Malzahar's been readjusted in lane, you don't get the same Voidling harass that you did before. The suppression still prompts QSSs on multiple members. And just like when Skarner was in the meta, you remember that dealing with suppression is difficult. Strong laning phase, a smart to ban away the Mals. And this is a pick I was going to talk about pretty extensively. The Lee Sin pick, because score career is 2-9 on Lee Sin, by far his lowest win rate of any jungler. It's just not a champion that he seems to play comfortably. Peanut is undefeated on the Lee Sin, and Peanut's champion pool is under pretty intense scrutiny. This season, he has played 3 champions. Kha'Zix, Rengar, and Elise. Lee Sin, sorry, that's score. That's Kha'Zix, Rengar, and Lee Sin. Hasn't played the Elise. So with Lee Sin gone, Rengar banned, the only champion that Peanut has experience on is that Kha'Zix.
All right, now, so the Rengar and the Camille are banned away. LeBlanc has to be the final from SKT, so this could just be a Kha'Zix pickup for the side of KT Rolster if they want to opt into that. Or Jace, something that has made it through.
And a lot of teams have moved away from Jace. A lot of teams only place Jace mid, but this is certainly a flex pick Jace. KT are one of the only teams in the world that can play no tank lineups and succeed in closing out games. So often, the Maokai just outlasts the Jace. The comp with the tank outlasts the poke comp. We still may see that. Both these teams have been highly prioritizing Maokai, especially in recent weeks. But both Smeb and Pawn can certainly play the Jace. Looking for the reactions on the side of SKT, only Varus taken away for AD carry. You could understand Jhin being a high priority, but instead, they go for the blocker pick. So in his interview post-match, last time we saw Bang & Wolf, that was the series against against Samsung, I believe. They talked about how in lane, Ezreal can outpush Jhin from level 1 with range on his Q1 auto attack and does well into Jhin. And Deft, in his Korean career, since he returned, is 0-1 on the Jhin. So they're not prioritizing Jhin because they don't necessarily respect Deft's Jhin, but he certainly respects Deft's Ezreal.
Oh, well, here we go. Very early lock-in on the Rumble for Smeb, which confirms that this is going to be the Jason mid, unless
bot lane?
Unless they want to run the TP bot lane.
Well,
and it might just be that. This would be such a bold move from KT. You can see they're thinking
don't get
about
baited,
it.
Achilles. Come on, it's not going to be a lock-in this early of the Talon.
I mean, we weren't expecting that from Longzhu, and then Fly did it twice in a row. So you never know with Pawn. He's the one that has the world skin.
That's true.
So
we can confirm he has played Talon in his career, as evidenced by the skin. Kha'Zix priority going down. There were some further Kha'Zix nerfs recently on 7.3 and 7.2. Elise has kind of been shooting up in priority, as I mentioned, 2-0 for score. So happy to hand over the Kha'Zix if SKT want it. But here's another jungler that's been jumping up. First game of the season on the Graves. It was actually Spirit from Afrika who out-jungled Peanut very extensively on the Graves into Rengar and another champion, I believe, on that day.
And that pretty much exhausted all his energy because then Spirit's performance kind of shot down after that.
This is really intriguing. We don't often see double solo lanes locked in versus no solo lanes locked in. So the actual second round of bans is very interesting. There's not going to be as much targeting available for both teams. So it's going to be a different nature to what we usually expect. SKT looking for both mid lane and bot lane, but not needing to necessarily wait unless they have a very risky pick to last pick. So they should get double counter pick. KT picking power, picking pushing lanes, but a lot of options available to SKT.
KT still banning away the Maokai despite having that Rumble.
Support and AD carry. What SKT is going to be targeting. Double support ban to Tahm Kench and the Nami. Trying to find a preferential lane for the Karma. It's very difficult for KT because they can't ban out one role. You could look towards the top. But, I mean, you're banning out Maokai when Rumble does very well in that laning matchup. It's not going to be a Rumble jungle either because the Elise is included and we haven't seen Rumble jungle much. And they basically banned away the 2 safe red side first picks in the second round, but they've already shown their solo lanes. So the value there, to me, is a little bit lower.
Yeah. So now, first pick, second round going over to SKT. Looks like Nautilus could be the snatch up. for the top lane.
Be the safest frontline tank, most reliable, strongest laning phase as well. So just trying to outlast the Rumble in the early game, get a Spirit Visage, and then be able to even the lane very easily. For KT's bot lane, needs to be a completed bot lane in this rotation. Jhin available, but good scouting you can see from SKT is looking more and more like they don't want to opt into the Jhin.
Caitlyn's something that we've seen Def play before. He will go ahead, lock that down. So far, I believe actually Bang and Def have shared pretty much the same exact champion pool throughout the split. Haven't seen any unique champions come out. So Caitlyn and Thresh will be the bottom lane for the side of KT. So Mata going back to a classic.
Speaking of classics, waiting for Faker's mid lane pick. The Rise is open and available at last pick. A lot of options to take into what is now confirmed to be a Jace. One of Faker's highest win rate and highest play rate champions will be locked in. A lot of power on the side of SKT. Very good lanes for Peanut to gank. He has access to instant cast CC from range in both lanes when the ultimate is available in terms of the depth charge, and of course the Rune Prison from Rise. So if Peanut can steady his performance and actually be able to stand up to score, because remember, even though KT Rolster lost to the Rocks Tigers in the final of the 2016 summer season, Score was on top of Peanut extensively in that series. Peanut's Hecarim very forgettable in the final game. So Peanut needs to stand up to his former teammates and also history, because this is a tough matchup for him.
I mean, it was Score's now teammate Smeb that saved that game for the Rocks Tigers. So Peanut definitely has an uphill battle, as does Huni. The last time these guys clashed, Riven versus Hecarim, they reversed the matchup. Smeb came out on top every single time.
Yeah, when you win the reverse matchup, that lets you know that that man was on point on that day. And Huni has looked good this season, but if you think about it, what was his one kind of down performance against Marin? And Smeb is the only other top laner that inspires the same level of fear in this league. But every matchup is a star matchup. This is the series that everyone wants to see. KT have been bold, blind picking both solo lanes in the first round. Needed to complete a bot lane. Bit of a kill pressure on this one. So only the Ezreal is kind of a position that could have been attacked by KT Rolster, but it's Bang & Wolf, the dependable bot lane, versus the new dream bot lane of Deft and Mata. It's SK Telecom versus KT. It's Telecom Wars. Everything is working for this first game.
That it is. And let's not waste any more time, Papa Smithy. Let's go ahead and jump onto Summoner's Rift for Game 1 of the Telecom War here, Spring 2017. KT Rolster versus SK Telecom. Let's get it started. Here we are. Fans here, 5 p.m. in the afternoon, middle of the week. Closer to the end of the week, I suppose, but still have made their way out to the Seoul East Stadium in Sangam to come and watch these two titans clash.
To count the time. The tickets sold out in seconds, Achilleos. They went instantly as expected. Not everyone has been able to get off work or school, but they'll certainly be filing in as this Game 1 continues. No interesting Keystone masteries, apart from perhaps Fervor on the Ezreal. But pretty standard stuff, all things considered. And a lot of invades early. No Maokai this game, so not as much incentive to go for the invade onto a Raptor camp. Blind picking your mid laner against Faker has always been a risky thing to do, but that famous matchup, you know, the one that everyone thinks about when they're talking about how Pawn was Faker's kryptonite, was the regional tiebreaker back in 2014. Samsung White 3-0'd SK Telecom T1K. People kind of forget that Pawn got the counter pick 3 games in a row. This game, we do see Pawn having to blind pick his champion, and of course Faker has triumphed over Pawn multiple times since then. The last time Faker and Pawn met was in group stages of the 2015 World Championships, EDG versus SKT. That was Faker on the winning side both times. Been on the winning side quite a lot in the last 2 years, it turns out.
I mean, it's been quite a while since they've fought each other. Pawn, of course, having his issues last year. So now coming back into Korea. And again, he's had some ups and downs in his performances thus far. Hasn't affected KT too much in their win-loss ratio. As you can see, both of these guys coming in very even. But will Pawn excel against Faker, already going in for some early trading. Won't have too much power behind him yet. Needs to get those first couple items coming through on that Jace.
Talking more generally about the team comps, SKT have quite a lot of different options, very flexible comp from them. As we mentioned already, instant cast CC in the lanes means that both Ryze and Nautilus are a joy for Graves to gank for, given that he brings burst and not much more. The 1-3-1 is very powerful. And KT have gone for this no-tank comp that is kind of all the rage or maligned, depending on who you talk to around the world, because people say, why not just go for the tank? It's more reliable. You can face check and put down wards. And tanks have obviously been the source of much frustration when discussing the 2017 patch. But KT have been in the one team to really reliably play out these comps that are really about sieging, hitting power spikes. If this game gets to the point where Ryze and Nautilus are 3-4 items in and they're split pushing, KT don't have many options apart from a chance pick and forcing the siege. So it's very much grouping, less than wanting to divide up the map. It's not like team fighting is a problem for SKT in the late game either. The SKT more flexible, but KT, if they get going, the snowball may be enough to win the game.
Yep, you can see Faker right there cheating down into the river, just hovering around where Peanut was. Big shock blast comes through. Faker out of mana, but he's got the ghost. That'll be enough. Score doesn't want to try to go in for the flash to get the cocoon. Just a bit too risky. So Faker makes it out with his life.
If you think about team fights, while KT have some good team fight tools, initiation, you know, outside of Elise and Thresh, which are kind of situational, not the most reliable initiation, isn't there. They don't really have the teleport flank, even though they don't have the Poppy Maokai or Nautilus in the top lane. And then you consider Ezreal, because Ezreal was the big high priority for Bang. Laning matchup, not fantastic against the Caitlyn, but manageable. In the late game, how do they ever lock down the Ezreal? With the Arcane Shift and Flash Up, they have no tools to deal with Ezreal if he gets going in the team fight phase. So team fight phase looks really tricky for KT, but they didn't draft this for the team fight. They want to get a fast start. They want to be pressuring lanes. For now, very even. So SKT, they're more comfortable, but we're only 5 minutes in. Plenty of action still to come.
Yep. But, I mean, for SKT, the longer it takes for action to pop up, the better things will be for them. They have that massive scaling factor with Faker in the mid lane. Already has that tier of the Goddess going up. We'll be working on the Catalyst coming up next. Pawn finds Peanut in the river.
Not often that a Graves will win the 1v1 ward clearing battle, but the threat of Ryze and also the smoke screen meant that the Hyperdrive W was cancelled. Couldn't get all the autos in.
Second day in a row, we've seen some good smoke screen use.
Not an ability you talk about much, but I remember when it was released, right, it was talking about, okay, we want to have pure utility spells that don't do any damage, and smoke screen is definitely one of those where the damage is so just completely unnecessary, and in general, never really, you kind of have that mana versus damage trade-off where you're like, well, I'm only using this for the utility. But the utility of that spell, it's like the Nocturne ultimate, it's so massive, and when it's on point, it really works strongly. As Score continues to return around mid.
Feels so good when you kill somebody with a smoke screen, though.
Smoked to death.
They're vaping too hard.
No memes there at all.
Score just hasn't found that way in. Wants to try to shut down Faker. But just going to be clearing through the jungle so far. He's keeping up with Peanut relatively well.
We're going to talk about Windows, Achilles, because we're back to Season 4 analysis, because guess what? A lot of tier is going to be on the side of SK Telecom T1. Lets you know that the power spike is going to be pretty much delayed to 25 minutes. Mada's doing his best key impression, trying to freeze the wave. So far successful.
A lot of harass from Wolf, though. Throws out that dark
Caitlin's here with a BF
That's going to
sword.
be the hook. They throw down the trap, but Wolf will walk around. Won't get caught up by that one. See if Wolf can still make it out of here. Live play back in from Mada. Trying to get him. They just forced the flash to get both of the summoner spells out from Wolf. And he makes it out alive, but barely so.
That was really, really close stuff. It looked like Mada was being disrespectful, but because Caitlyn was going to be in range of the Dark Passage, it almost ended up being a kill. The exhaust was the big winner there. Caused Caitlyn to miss about 3 or 4 auto attacks. It would have cemented her doom. The Karma. Really interesting story of these bot lanes, because honestly, KT's represents those who left. We're talking mostly about the 2014 big Korean exodus, because Deft and Mada, of course, both popped over to China on different squads. Deft on EDG, Mada on first Vici, then RNG. Whereas Bang & Wolf, when they left, end of 2014, dependable bot lane on SKT T1S, but no more than that. They'd never played on the same lineup as Faker. They looked reliable without being stars. Both of their careers took a huge upward ascent when they joined Faker, as does most people's careers, but even their laning obviously went up leaps and bounds, their reputation around the world. People were talking about Deft and its 50% kill participation or damage share in Worlds 2014, and people weren't really talking about Bang & Wolf at all. But now, it feels like Bang & Wolf have the reputation. Reputations only count for so much as, here we go.
Yeah, Mada flashing in the hook, gonna go wide as Peanut dashes to the side.
Mada's low.
Keep himself alive. Mada does go low. True Shot Barrage comes through from Bang. Not going to connect onto anybody, but now Pawn going to be the target. Wolf coming up. Going to be looking for that Mantra Q to try to slow up multiple members. Could get a really big hit onto Mada and Pawn. Realm Warping coming through. He'll get placed right in range to get on top of Pawn. Flashes away to try to keep himself alive. Mada still trying to sprint his way out. Big equalizer thrown down by Smeb, but everybody's going to get in. And that's going to be first blood going over to Pawn. Comes up with a kill onto Faker, and they fire back with another one, taking out Wolf. That looked so bad for KT Rolster, but the team play turns it around.
Yeah, Smeb sped it. He had the teleport advantage because Huni had teleported back to get into lane. You could not ask for a more picture-perfect equalizer. Somewhere Marin is watching this map. This game with a tear in his eye. It was so beautiful because it looked so bad for KT. They get chunked out and then everyone's chasing. And if Karma had flashed and hadn't had to flash before, she would have flashed over this wall, got a 2-3-man Karma Q, slowed people, and there would have been immediate kills. But Smeb disengages, goes for the teleport, still blinking health bars on KT. And even though they enter this fight at such a health disadvantage, beautiful equalizer, beautiful turn, and exactly what KT needed because they have the comp that has to get it done early.
Just completely cutting off Peanut from getting back into that fight. Wonderful equalizer, got a smattering of damage in, but then just zoning SKT quite well, and just 2 kills on the board for KT all of a sudden, where it looked like they could have lost 2 or 3 members.
I mean, just look at the immediate power. Berserker Greaves BF Sword compared to Pickaxe Tier. Rise not even a Catalyst yet compared to the Dirk on top of the long swords. You see the extra items that are there because of the team fight going the way of KT. Because if it was just 2 long swords or 4 long swords in a tier, it's not the same as the Dirk and the other things that were completed. You need immediate power to hit your rotational advantages for the KT comp. So critical. Really nice stuff from Smeb, who, we talked about it in the pregame. He's the one guy who, because of the meta largely, but also his own performance and fitting in with his new teammates, has been down on expected performance. Sure, you could say Smeb's played better than Pawn. You could argue that, but the expectations for Smeb are right up there, as in the top 3 player in the league, regardless of position. Pawn, people didn't know where he was at. He's been good without being outstanding. Smeb's been a bit down, but this game, 10 minutes 45, already completed Leandries. He certainly had a good start.
Yeah. And that is just going to make things very brutal for Huni trying to match him up in that top lane. Does have that Spectre's Cowl and the Merc Treads coming through, but with that percentage HP burn, it's just going to be hurting him quite a bit in those exchanges. So Huni's going to have to play this lane very cautiously. So far has kept up in CS. You mentioned, getting that early MR helps out that Nautilus quite a lot. He's got very reliable wave clear with the Riptide. So he's been keeping up, but not having TP at that crucial moment is what really cost SK Telecom.
So when you have a comp like KT, sure, you can look at the items, you can look at the gold, say, okay, KT's got a gold lead, they're winning, but what you really look for when you have a comp like this without a tank is what is the status of the warding battle? Where is the vision battle being won? And you can see that in a comp that really wants to cut between lanes, go for aggressive dives, move to take turrets first, you need a vision advantage. There's a lot of control wards sticking on the side of SKT defensively. That means KT can't make those aggressive rotations, can't try to get first turret bud or first brick, depending on how you want to call it. So KT need to start grouping with vision. We need to see the Mada score invades trying to get vision supremacy. Because if vision is even or in the advantage of SKT, that's really big to counter the comp that KT are running.
For now, vision priority around the Dragon, going to be a little bit relaxed. SK Telecom have pushed in, gotten a couple wards around the red buff of KT Rolster, which will be spawning in just under a minute. But Cloud Drake means that we could see that sitting there for a considerable amount of time. But KT If they could get a pick down in this bottom side, it would be a very obvious objective to follow up with. You can see Score walking into the brush, will throw down the sweeper and clear this out, but he's been spotted. So Bang, going to be very safe to just go ahead, peel back underneath this turret.
Given the disadvantages in the late game, I think KT actually need to put a higher premium on Cloud Drake than most teams will. They have the Rumble, who's ahead, who has a quick Leandri, so fighting around the Cloud Drake and Dragon in general has always been the playground of a Rumble. And they also just want to have backup win conditions. They're probably not going to win straight up 5v5s unless they have a massive gold advantage. The 1-3-1 should be won by SKT as well. The stacking Drakes gives you another place to fight around, another win condition. So you can't really afford to sleep on it and just continue to farm out because that plays into the hand of SKT's comp.
Mata just chucking out a hook there, trying to get one off the Wolf. Won't come up with much. Shot barrage thrown down by Bang. You can tell kind of wants to go for the push. Maybe get a recall in. Hasn't bought in a little while. Leave that mana mute. Meanwhile, in mid lane, Faker goes quite low.
He's chunked out, so Drake could certainly be something to turn on. Or the vision that we've already mentioned is probably the biggest thing for KT to work on. Clearing one control ward, taking away a blue buff. Important for KT Rolster as it forces Bang and Wolf to back off.
Yep. Pawn able to snatch that up for himself so he can be that much more pressive against Faker in this mid lane. Wolf walking around looking for a ward. Cocoon connects from Score. Doesn't want to go in for a kill, however. Unsure of where Peanut's at. Actually just now spotting him coming past the blue and Wolf camps. So just going to be playing it safe for now.
Getting chunked out a couple times. Picked up the honey fruit, but not enough.
Yeah, tries to throw out a little bit of damage onto Bang, but right now, just with that BF sword. Ace in the hole, not going to be doing a ton of damage. Could zone him out of the lane, that'd be crucial for KT, so they get a lot of damage in onto this tier 1 turret. But for now, it's just going to be trying to poke out where they can. Shock Blast comes over the wall, connects onto Wolf. Pretty big damage coming out for just the Yomus. On the side of Pawn, they get a couple hits in on that turret, but still, First Brick going to be evading them for a bit longer.
See the upside of going for this mid Jace, you can actually poke your head around multiple lanes, and just like when Ziggs used to throw a Mega Inferno Bomb off cooldown into side lanes to get an advantage, Acceleration Burst, Shock Blast certainly does that as well. Just trying to get the HP advantage and start chipping down turrets. Still no turret taken, getting them lower and lower. Rumble predictably winning the trades pretty handedly against the Nautilus early, but items will certainly start to close that lead in terms of damage trades.
Let's see just how aggressive Smeb is going to go with this build. We've seen, especially from Marin with the Rumble, just, you know, full glass cannon, glass flame spitter. Let's see if he wants to opt into a bit more defensive stats. Mata flashing in, trying to get the flay onto Faker, but he's got the ghost and he makes it out alive.
And the reputation of Mata's Thresh is certainly there, although missed some skill shots last time we saw it. Did win the game, but not quite razor sharp on those flash flays as he was back in 2014.
Faker sprints straight down through the jungle, arriving in this bottom lane. Bang trying to get some damage in onto the turret, but Deft and Mata are both here to catch the wave, so won't be coming up with much. Faker's just going to recall. And it's just going to be some vision control coming through from both sides where they can, but ooh.
That's Jace. Hooray for lethality.
Yep.
We are still on patch 7.3. It's our first week of 7.3 in Korea.
And I mean, he did have some changes, but it didn't change lethality items.
Yeah,
so that's where he really needs to be hit.
Yeah, the Yoma's nerf comes through in 7.4. Not the 5 lethality. It's going to really be a big consideration. Jace will still be strong. Does feel like he's exclusively a mid lane pick. Although usually with a tank like Maokai in the top, not the Rumble. And KT the only team ballsy enough to go for these no frontline comps. But so far, not really growing the lead you'd expect with them. Now, they do explosive damage. If you pick the right fight, if you get some picks, it doesn't matter. You can still win. Speaking of picks.
Play comes down, Box not going to connect on the Bang. He's still finding kite back. Wolf, however, gets snatched up, dragged in, scores on the way. Could just be another kill coming through. Mata just fearlessly tanking up in the front line, but it costs him his life. They are able to answer one onto Wolf as he goes low, but that is just going to be a turnaround onto Score. Collateral damage from Peanut takes out the Spider.
And that was the 1,000th kill for Bang as well. The crowd just realizes the big cheer comes through. So 1,000 kills onto Mata. Feels good.
Nicely done by Bang. We're talking about that, last time we saw SKT
Stranded
play.
on 999 after their big turret dive went awry. Fountain dive, I should say.
And what a time to go ahead and earn that for himself. So gets it in the first 17 minutes of Game 1 of the Telecom War. So congratulations to Bang, but
Mata once again, goes for the all-in engage. The box doesn't register crucially with Bang, and then they're just free DPSing down Wolf. They're wasting time trying to kill the Karma. Bang getting free hits. Mata dies instantly, even though it is this 3v2. And this time, Peanuts there. Your pathing needs to be so on point on this Graves to relieve pressure. The aggressive mindset of Mata has cost them a couple of times, not with kills previously. Now with a favorable trade to the scaling comp, and not going all wrong for KT. They do have a gold lead. Things going pretty comfortably for SK Telecom.
Yep. Seeing the push down towards the bottom lane from Peanut Faker. Won't be coming in with a Realm Warp yet, but Pawn, you're very far forward. No vision to that lower side of the river.
Level 11 on Faker too, so the Realm Warp would have been enough to actually close most of the distance, but very slippery is that Jace.
SK Telecom, they start up the Cloud Drake. KT are aware of this, but do they
No.
want to try to contest? Looks like the answer is going to be no.
Their vision has been so stifled, Achilles. They really don't have the map lit up in the way you'd expect with a Jace, with a Rumble, with no front line. Very, very shallow vision for them means that SKT take a free Drake against the run of play, at least in recent minutes. Blue buff transfer going to be completed. It seems like we're not going to be far away from Baker being rotated to a side lane, Ezreal clearing in mid, and pretty much comfort times for SKT.
Yep. KT just let that Infernal go, or that Cloud Drake go, but Infernal will be the second one coming through. So definitely going to be an objective to fight over. Speaking of which, first turret still has not come through for either side, but KT have been steadily chipping away at this bottom tier 1 turret.
We've seen the game plan around low health turrets like this time and time again. The Maokai, you put a ward down behind the outer turret. Maokai teleports in, 4-man, gets some kills, take the turret. With a Rumble, that playstyle is a little bit different. And also, control wards have been sticking around the bot lane turret. So KT haven't been able to make their trademark plays to get the first brick, to get the gold lead that you need with a comp like this. And with Rift Herald leaving the Rift, you know that it's almost 20 minutes and still no turrets down for KT Rolster. Standing gold's certainly there. Turrets that are low, no turrets down is a pretty big issue for them.
See Bang with that True Shot Barrage still doing quite a bit of damage to death, despite only having that Manamune really coming through. Sheen is there.
Did you notice?
Ninja Tabby.
Yeah.
Yep.
So going for just
Observers
trying
just realized
to
it too.
chill with those laning trades. Ninja Tabi Graves, the last time I remember seeing AD carries getting Ninja Tabi in the early game.
Okay, mitigate that headshot damage.
Do understand the theory behind it, and Ezreal, was always able to get situational boots. Zerka Graves not as highly prized for an Ezreal, so swiftness when they were strong. Lucidity obviously was a very common pickup for them, and if you can actually start winning laning trades against a Caitlyn,
He is.
you defer to both these AD carries on a champion like Ezreal, and Bang's got something new, and it's definitely working in the laning phase.
Yeah. See, even in CS, up against Caitlyn, already a very good look. Now going to get a nice push in onto the turret, but Pawn rotates up top, and that will be the first brick coming through for KT Rolster. So SKT just not able to chip down the turrets enough to win that race.
It was a very clean play as well. They actually had double control ward on the route up for the Jace, so no chance of being collapsed. Answering turret comes for SKT in the bot lane. Again, you'd expect Caitlyn to be doing significantly better in the bot lane than she is. So much credit to Bang in that regard. Realm Warp threatened, but not taken by Faker.
Couldn't tell exactly where he had tossed it out. Looked like he might have been threatening in case the Rift Herald was being taken.
Was already down, I believe, at that time.
Oh, yeah. Wow. Already 20 minutes into this game.
And this game has definitely crept up on us. It's been slow-paced at the start, but lulling us into what is certainly...
He's checking the Baron then.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Checking the Baron. Full sense of security for sure. Baron would have been optimistic with Baron damage, but at least he's having to go tank just to they have some sort of frontliner. No sign of the Leandri's at least. It's been a very common second item. KT do get second turret of the game. But finding a way to take the mid lane turret, even with Ezreal having pretty situational wave clear, is going to be difficult. And now the 1-3-1 starts, that Ryze is really set up to win.
Yeah, well, here we go. Faker Moving up towards that top side of the map. See if he gives Smeb a run for his money.
This vision was sweet. Seeing Seesaw so quickly. Score getting DP ousted in mid. Peanut walked up into the blue side jungle, put down 2 wards to allow Rise to split push. Even trying to contest the Raptors here is Peanut.
He's going to push in, has the smite available, so it just takes away the big Raptor. Nice snatch up for him. Now KT going to be trying to hold on to this tier 1 in mid. Hook goes out. Bang not going to fall for it. The turret just getting shredded down. Machine from this Ezreal working out quite well. Ace in the hole plus Shock Blast equals Ezreal below half HP, but he's still feeling a little bit feisty, a little safe with that Arcane Shift and his flash available, so he's going to stick around and keep throwing out some of these Mystic shots and try to get back into a position where he can hit that turret again.
Just the fact that SKT is dictating this game so strongly with the scaling comp lets you know that not going to IEM, spending the extra time scrimming and practicing and scouting teams has certainly been put to good use, just as you'd expect from Coma, Rapid Star, and the other charges. KT, they've been playing the sort of game they've played many times, but the opposition is stiffer, and this actually goes against expectations, at least mine, in many ways, because previously, SKT's performances against lower place teams, immaculate. Absolutely dominating games. Last pick Katarina, regardless of comp, and doing super well. But against top teams, the Afrika game, other games, they've looked a bit shaky. KT have put top teams to the sword, but struggled against some of the lower place teams.
Oh, the Faker really far forward. That Shock Blast comes through, gets a lot of damage, and he throws in the Rune Prison, but here comes Score. Cocoon connects. That's going to be Faker going down. Nice wraparound by Score to come up with the kill just in time, too. So Dragon still not up for 30 seconds, but now can they get back in time? Hold on to this tier 1 turret. Looks like the answer is yes. Smeb just tossing out that Equalizer to clear out the wave. Still gets a lot of damage in onto Wolf. And they'll have to back off, and this gives Pawn some alone time with the turret in top.
Good communication there coming through as Score's going to give Tony a bit of a love tap.
Oh yeah, he almost got through that shield. Smeb takes the Dark Passage out. He'll be safe, but now they want Score. Smeb does not have that Equalizer to try to dissuade them from coming into this choke point, but Score can just take a ride. The rappel over into that Baron Pit, gets himself out safely, doesn't have to use the flash. So very well played by him. Not overreacting, knowing his limits.
The turnaround from Huni actually puts KT out of position for Drake, even though they got a kill, and it also pulled Jace down from top lane, so they didn't get an inner turret either. So the kill is not turned into an objective apart from DPSing down an inner turret. Infernal Dragon would certainly be a big objective for SKT to pick up. KT is so far out of position, they're considering a contest.
Well, there's no way that they can get in there, and it's like the idea of going for a fight is also just not strong enough, so they go ahead. They let that Dragon go over. They will trade a mid-tier 1 turret for it. Can they get more is going to be the question.
SKT out of position for this.
Bang takes a big chunk of damage. Hook comes
Bang.
through. Vada goes in, drops the box, but he's just getting annihilated. Last turret shot doesn't connect, so he makes it out with his life, but barely so. But Huni comes in the backside with the TP, jumps in onto Depth. Hook not going to connect. Now Huni getting chunked out, still not taking enough.
Equalizer up.
Will be blocked by Peanut,
there
but does he
is.
pay with that one? With his life, looks like the answer is going to be yes. Smeb drops the Equalizer, goes in with the Zonias, comes out, should make it out alive. Pawn taking up a couple of these turret shots, will be able to exit around back into the jungle, and Deft can finish off the tier 2 turret. A trade on the junglers, but KT Rolster do come out with another turret.
So close to being more Achilleos. The overheated Flame Spitter 1 tick away from taking down Huni as well, but they get the bonus objective. Really nice rotational play from KT. They weren't serious in contesting the Drake because Equalizer was on cooldown, and we already mentioned that they don't have other forces apart from something like the hook. So while Mata fell low, he was smart. Look at the casual sidestep here to sidestep away and predict the collateral damage. And then Huni comes in, but actually takes so much damage from Deft turning around onto him. The Equalizer here, perfection from Smeb. 2 out of 2 that we've seen have been super on point. Zones them away from an inner turret, double turret for an Infernal Drake. Given the comp they have, where they don't want to go 35, 40 minutes and have 8% stats be relevant, is a preferential trade for KT.
Yeah. Having that Infernal Drake would have made it all the more sweet, but Huni certainly would have died in that context, but still barely makes it out alive. Couldn't tell if he was trying to dredge line to connect onto Deft or onto the turret to try to get himself out safely. Either way, still able to limp out.
Looks like Huni will continue, sorry, not Huni, Mata will have to continue to make pretty much suicide box plays, because box is the only thing they have to set up the Rumble ultimate. No other setup CC really there in terms of AoE. for that Rumble.
Looked like Faker had sidestepped that cocoon in the top lane, so he's safe, doesn't take any damage. SKT are able to push back in, get that tier 1 in mid. Mata's eating a lot of damage. Now Smeb, all on his lonesome in the river, gets a lot of damage down onto Peanut, goes back in with a flame spitter. Doesn't make it into a Zonia as Peanut comes up with a kill with the collateral damage. So goodbye Rumble. Dredge line forward from Huni, can't get in range to hit anybody, but now Score yet again coming in. Below SK Telecom by himself, has to burn the flash to get out.
Yeah, the 1x1 conga line means that a free pick is given. Crucially, it's the one person with teleport, so rushing Baron, not a possibility for SKT just yet, but if that was Score, certainly would have been the Baron force from SKT. Smeb was just really going for a walk in the park, didn't have vision, wasn't grouped with his team. Was definitely a brain fade after a really good start to the game for Smeb. Doesn't go punished in the ultimate sense, but the minions that were pushed up are now going to be reset. SKT are going to get the minion waves where they want them to be. So you always lose something.
Realm Warp here from Faker, gets right back into it at the last possible second. Gets himself out safely. Did pop the ghost, however, but still keeps himself alive.
Yeah, we're a pick away from the Baron force. We know exactly what's going to happen. Wards continue to be pushed up. Control ward actually been sticking from KT for a long time. Just spotted out Faker in his retreat path. At least camping that brush, hoping to catch out Bang. Red buff spawn isn't coming anytime soon though, so no incentive for Bang to walk into the jungle. One's been on point, you gotta say.
The skill shots certainly have been.
The collapse is coming here. They expect KT to be somewhere. This is definitely...
Oh, looking for Peanut. Shock Blast connects. Ace in the hole comes through, and he just gets popped. Before that redemption comes down. Kill going over to Pawn. Now hook forward onto Huni.
Oh, the
cancels
cancel!
out the dredge line. Nicely done by Mata. The box comes down for the slow. Big redemption heal. Will connect for KT, but Huni still just too tanky. Won't be able to take down the Nautilus.
And queries on Peanut. Why was he not with his team? Why was he face-checking a different brush than the rest of the members? There was clearly communication that KT had multiple members in their jungle, but not divide and conquer. You should go with your teammates. Didn't do it. Punished, and now KT are the ones to get the favorable setting up of waves, and you give Jace and Caitlyn any free time with a turret, you know exactly what's going to happen.
Yep, and we can see it happening right now. Tier 2 in bottom lane will go down. Second inner turret to fall for SK Telecom. Just have that top one remaining for themselves. So playing around this bottom side of the jungle, these dragons coming up, it's going to be another Cloud Drake as our third and final before the Elder spawns. It will be that much easier for KT. SK Telecom will be able to answer with a tier 1 in top. They're still 2 turrets behind.
Gold lead though, you know, it's 2 turrets but nothing else. The farm is very, very similar across the members. Sure, 20 CS advantage for a Rumble, not a big deal. 13 CS advantage for an Ezreal is notable, given that you expect Caitlyn to be a little bit ahead, probably 20 CS at this mark, but not to be. Caitlyn will certainly get bigger and bigger. The one traditional AD carry that's still in the meta when it comes to AD attack speed crit. Now it feels like pure lethality or just simplifying builds is very much the stronger choice before crit itemization is changed. Def can get very strong. We saw Prey earlier this week pop off on the Caitlyn in the late game. Late game team fight comps aren't necessarily the friend of KT. They want to continue this lead. If SKT ever get a Baron and can 1-3-1, also have more reliable initiation and have late game Ezreal against this comp, I just don't see how KT can ever turn that around.
See, so far Baron not going to be coming through yet. Cloud Drake has spawned. It seems like that's where the attention is going to be turned to, at least for the moment. Realm Warp coming in. They want Smab. Just have a Zonia throws down the equalizer. Dredgeline comes through. Flame Spitter coming out. So now that Dark Passage trying to make
Faker.
safety, but now Mata comes in. Nice Zonia's from Faker to dodge out on that death sentence. Mata gets locked up by the tether from Wolf, and he goes down. The first one that died. Dredgeline in on the depth. He falls low, pops the heal to keep himself alive. He's in the hole, directed onto Peanut, but there's just no way to get through Huni. That's just going to be a nice pick coming through for SK Telecom as they take out Mata and lose nobody for it.
So easy to rotate first when you have both Karma and Rise, Realm Warp, and just the AoE movement speed. KT weren't able to be in position. Pawn did nothing in that engage. So definitely advantage over to SKT. No big prizes. SKT have got the pick they wanted desperately. Traditionally, SKT get a pick post 20 minutes, it's Baron time, but the picks have been About as good as you could hope for from the side of KT when you're giving up a member. Can't even get a clean Infernal Drake because the health bars are really starting to flash on the side of SKT. And we see reprieve after reprieve for a comp that hasn't necessarily hit its stride as you'd expect. The reprieve stops soon, Achilleos. The next couple of kills, the death timers get big, the Baron gets turned on. KT need to make it count. They cannot make any more careless mistakes.
Yeah, you can see already pushing in, getting some vision down in the pit, trying to clear out what SKT is responding with. They have to get the waves prepped right now. Huni, big wave pushing in that bottom side of the map. Banner of Command is there as well to really assist with the pings are coming through. They identify this, but now Wolf gets caught out in the jungle. He goes down as Smeb claims the kill. Nice pick for KT Rolster, but what can they get off the backside of it? Looks like it might just be that last inner turret at top.
You see that in the mid lane, mini wave being proxied. This pawn tries to set it up. I want to bring in as many mini waves as possible. That's
He
going to go
dives
for a
in straight in
kill.
on a Faker. Redemption comes down from both sides. Score. Lands a Cocoon. Faker gets popped right back up in the last second. One more shot from Pawn will do it. Does he flash forward? Yes, he does. Comes up with the kill. Equalizer thrown down. Gets a little bit of damage off of Huni's life bar. He flashes in. Helps get the kill onto Mana. And they come up huge as Bang just starts firing away Mystic Shot after Mystic Shot into the faces of KT Rolster. Taking out 3-4 members now. As Smeb goes down, Score, the last one alive, and SK Telecom with Peanut here. They can just turn straight over onto that Baron at 34 minutes.
And KT got baited into looking for the fight. Faker lived too long. They got some damage onto Bang, but we got to that point, Achilleos. No one can close the distance or make the Ezreal accountable. Vine picking your solo lanes means they had a game plan, but KT have been a bit wishy-washy about hitting win conditions. SKT have got the scaling going, they got a fight going, now they have a Baron, and now it's 1-3-1 with nobody being able to close the distance on the Ezreal. This is a big, big fight for SKT, and we got into the replay.
That redemption heal is so crucial.
Exactly, it keeps Faker alive, he's very, very slippery. Pawn has to flash for him, and Graves has already launched so much damage, just kills Caitlyn straight up, and then they turn around and Bang's free hitting, Peanut's free hitting. Huni, while low, is still a frontline tank, and this is why you don't see as many of these no frontline comps. They struggle to close out late game team fights unless you have a massive gold lead, and if you look at the gold, massive gold lead certainly not acquired for KT Rolster.
Yep. Now Bang, 1,002 kills. His career picking up that double in that last fight, showing why he is very easily argued the best Ezreal in the world. Def might have something to say about that. Could see that comes from him, but in the meantime, Hoody's just going to get jumped on. Does have a Guardian Angel
Not that much
available.
damage here.
Going to try to buy as much time as possible. Throws out the dredge line, gets interrupted yet again by the death sentence from Mata, and 4 members of KT surrounding your dying body. He will, in fact, go down, but SKT, they're just going to punish this, so they get rid of the tanky front line, but they're not going to be able to take that inner turret in top. They might just lose an inhibitor. SK Telecom, they're going for the base. Equalizer thrown down by Smeb to try to buy some time, but this turret will still fall.
KT are playing 2 lanes when SKT are playing 2 lanes when KT are tunneled on just top, spending all that time killing the Nollas twice, only not even picking up the inner turret because they had to react to the 2 lanes being pushed by SKT. This seesaw, it started with KT, but it's certainly all the way over on the side of SK Telecom. They also are the only team to pick up any Drake stacks. Yeah, this is the panic stations part for the KT fans.
Yeah, definitely not looking great for them. Largest gold lead we've seen so far, now accrued for SK Telecom. Just about 4,000 ahead of KT. They weren't able to stretch it past 1.5, 2,000 gold, so it's been quite an explosive lead now for SK Telecom. Still, there is that opportunity if KT Rolster can wait out the remainder of this Baron buff, which is almost 75% of the way done. They could swing themselves back into a lead, into a win, but they need to play the team fight perfectly.
And unfortunately, you know, we always talk about that, right? They've got definitely a lot of damage. There's things this team comp does, but if you challenge me to say, what does that look like? How do they get back into the game after they lost all their inner turrets? The vision's going to be pushed up from SKT, so much less likely to get caught, as KT was able to pick picks up in their red side jungle previously, and they don't have a lot of force at all. They only have Thresh hitting a hook and this Elise hitting a cocoon. Realistically, it's hard to see how SKT ever give them a fight that KT can hope to win, because KT don't have the tools to force a fight. So barring a big misplay around Baron, around Elder Drake, it just feels like SKT can kind of run them around the map, and we've already seen that if KT spend all their time in one lane, they're going to lose multiple inhibitors for it.
And KT, if they could force something around a choke point, perhaps that would be the time to shine with that equalizer. But SKT, onus is on them to just not fall for that. See if they're able to do it. For now, KT just going to be trying to hold on to this last inner turret, to that inhibitor in bottom, which has a massive wave building up. Banner of Command used yet again by Huni. Just trying to keep the minion wave shoving in to take out these remaining structures inside the base of KT Rolster.
One of the best answers to the Rumble, who of course take a lot of time trying to deal with the promoted minion. KT completely reactive. 25 minutes of the proactive gameplay, but certainly now no longer with those same options. They never got the vision line down. That's kind of my big surprise, that KT was second in vision despite having the pushing advantage in multiple lanes, despite getting some nice snowball. The fact that they never got that vision down, that SKT controlled specifically around their blue buff, and they could never cut through. They could never take the turrets quick enough. And sure, they got a burst of gold. They got some objectives, but it wasn't enough. And this phase of the game seemed like an inevitability because KT were meandering and doing what they needed to do.
Figure now splitting in the top lane. Pawn going to come up here to try to answer him. We'll stop the wave from chipping away at that inner turret.
Now it's the Caitlyn dream. It's 6-item Caitlyn overtaking a fight. It's putting all the eggs in the deft basket, which, whoop, Samsung Blue tried that back in 2014 many a time. It seems so unlikely. They're playing the percentages. You just don't see how KT can find their way back into this game, barring that big mistake from SKT. And plenty of teams in history have prayed for an SKT collapse, and very few have seen it.
I mean, in Score, he can't even try to come up with a pick on his own. You know, encountering Peanut right there, barely gets any damage down onto him because he just doesn't have any. Dead Man's Plate, Banshee's Veil coming through with the Guardian Angel. This is a very defensive Elise. So he won't have that burst if he's able to catch out somebody like Banger Wolf.
Kind of makes you wonder why. Why not just AP Elise and go all in on early game? Maybe it's because they had the Caitlyn that they thought, okay, some sort of frontliner is important for a backup win condition, but doesn't seem reliable. Maybe it beats Kongdu Monster, but doesn't seem like the sort of strategy that will beat SK Telecom.
I would hope that you could beat Kongdu Monster if you're KT.
Well, we saw that match last time out, and if you remember, they meandered to 40, 50-minute games against the lowest team in the league. That was the skepticism about KT, was performances like that, you're like, where are KT at? Because they perfect gamed Samsung Galaxy in just the most spectacular fashion. And you're like, okay, KT have arrived. And look, it's just been really difficult to understand because that was KT's calling card, beating the lower place teams, and they struggled to do that a little bit recently. So it's really hard to say. You know, my instinct was that KT would have used their time wisely, would have a strategy. They went for this risky strat, but they just didn't execute it in the way that we've seen previously and in the way we've seen in scrims.
So now Gold Lead just getting steadily larger and larger. Elder Dragon getting ready to come up in just above 20 seconds. That's 3 stacks for SK Telecom if they can net that for themselves. Amplifying that Infernal Drake as well, so 12% additional for Bang and Faker, who have already been shredding with the amount of damage they've amassed for themselves. Pawn going to get jumped on. Realm Warp comes through. He flashes away in time to get away from that Rune Prison, however. Now big flash down for him. Mata getting hooked up by the dredge line. He's just going to get popped immediately as soon as he comes up with a kill. Might just pay for this one with his life. He's had that Guardian Angel available, but he's able to walk out. Faker pushing forward into the base, looking for depth. Big shot comes through. Over 900 damage connects onto him, and Pawn goes down as Peanut picks up the kill. Smeb, stuck with the Zonias, is able to flash and zip his way out with the scrap shield. But it just looks like this is going to be it for KT Rolster. The Super Creeps getting ready to be coming down through that bottom lane as they knock out the inhibitor. SK Telecom, do they just stick around and go for the finish? Looks like the answer is going to be yes. Nexus turret number 1 goes down. Number 2 to follow very swiftly. Score gets jumped on, gets popped, as Faker comes up with yet another kill. They get rid of Smeb. This should be the ace. The dredge line onto Depth does connect, and SK Telecom take out KT Rolster in game number 1.
A big statement game for SK Telecom T1. They finally showed against stiff opposition that this lineup can work. No longer were there big issues communicating around Peanut. Everyone played their role very reliably, and KT Big question marks on how they played out the game. A comp that they were very comfortable with didn't go their way, so how they get back into the series is going to be a question mark. I don't think we're going to see another no-tank lineup for KT Rolster because SKT seem to have it figured out.
Really does look that way. See what KT can piece together as they rotate over towards the red side, but certainly going to have to try to change up their strategy. Talked about it several times throughout the game so far, but again, not running a tanky frontliner. Having to rely on Score on Elise to be your frontliner is just not enough.
You just don't get mistakes. Smeb walking around the jungle getting caught, that's a sort of mistake that can turn the game, and it doesn't seem meaningful in another game, but because they lost out on pressure, they lost out on wards timed out while they waited for respawns, you miss your timings and you're done with a no frontline comp. You know, maybe you get away with that in a game against weaker opposition, but the reliability of that comp is not there against the best. And today, in that game one, SKT was certainly well on top of KT Rolster.
Yep. Picker having a much more reserved performance on the rise from what we've seen recently, not going for those party warps.
You just think about it, KT blind picking solo lanes, punished in many ways. SKT blind picking Ezreal, and Bang, probably the MVP of that game, would get my vote certainly, was super, super good on the Ezreal, and then KT's comp had no answer to it, making it look even better.
Find out pretty soon who the MVP for game one will be. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we'll have game number two. See if SK Telecom can close this out with a 2-0, if we will get that juicy 3-game set. We'll find out in just a few, so don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back.
the duffel bag and let's roll. The clock's ticking, the cops are coming fast, so grab the duffel bag and let's roll. Let's roll. Let's roll. Let's roll. Let's roll.
It's impossible to see all the things we used to be, and it's impossible to say why I always feel this way. Yes, I know it's not a thing, but I don't know if I can.
Welcome back, OGN Legion, taking a look at the damage charts here for Game 1. You can see Bang very much excelled on the side of SK Telecom T1. Lots of damage coming out from Smeb, Pawn, and Depth, respectively. But Bang's team fighting was just so on point on this Ezreal. His positioning was always where he needed to be.
And that scouting report of knowing that KT wouldn't be prioritizing the Jhin pick hasn't been a popular one for them because Def has always preferred the more traditional AD carries or Ezreal was a really good scouting report. They were happy to blind pick their bot lane, Ezreal Karma. That was the only lane that KT had to counterpick because they blind picked both solo lanes. And Bang, well-deserved MVP. The Ninja Tabi Ezreal was just too much.
I mean, oddly enough, this is only his second MVP win, but what better a day to have this if SK Telecom come up with a victory, because that would be the win in the Telecom War, as well as achieving his 1,000th kill at the beginning of that game. But Deathless with 93% kill contribution, and we're just going to get a highlight reel of how it all unfolds.
And fans, you know, they have to always have their who's better than who. You know, Bang, Deft, Prey, who's the best, who's the worst. And recently, fans, Bang has had a bit of a down season in terms of star performances, but his team's been winning. He's been definitely performing pretty well, but it hasn't been the level of play we've seen in a game like this. And I say it so many times on this broadcast, but form is temporary and class is permanent, and Bang is a wonderful AD carry. So why can't we just talk about who's been performing well recently? Because Def had a great start to the season, but Bang started to warm up. Really good performance in his last match, really good performance here. Looked a class above Deft in this particular game. And let's celebrate when these great players play at their best, because you get games like this where Bang, he was set up to succeed with the enemy's comp, but man, did he succeed.
Yeah. I mean, just the fact that he did not die throughout the entire duration of this game.
How was he going to die, though, Achilleos? There was no way to kill him.
I mean, you watch a lot of these fights. He goes low, he gets caught by the cocoons, but then he's just able to, get himself out of there. There's not enough follow-up from the side of KT.
And there's just 2 cooldowns, right?
It's just,
if the cocoon is down and the thresh hook is down, no one's getting anywhere near Bang. He's putting out damage. Doesn't matter if he falls to 400 HP. There's no way to finish him off. So, outpicked is what I would say. KT Rolster, they still had a chance. They could still hit their timers and turn the game around, but they meandered a bit. They made some mistakes, and SKT, very deserving winners in Game 1.
Yep, for sure. But now, can they close it out with a 2-0, or can KT fire back and take us to Game 3? I'm hoping that we go the full distance here, Papa Smithy. I don't know about you.
We get a second try at it. KT will get a reprieve and get to fight against SK Telecom again on Sunday. So even if it is a 2-0 to SKT, all is not lost. But let's enter Game 2, and my biggest question is, what happens to Jace in this draft? Because KT got the first pick Jace, and then pigeonholed themselves into this rotational no frontline comp. SKT can also first pick Jace. Faker plays it, Ghost Flash in the mid lane, but they can go for a more standard comp. I don't think they are going to go for the sort of comp that KT tried in Game 1. That's why I'm interested to see if SKT first pick Jace, but goes somewhere very different with what is still truly a power pick on 7.3.
Well, KT not fooling around here. The Camille's still taken off the board. Don't want that in the hands of Huni. Jace is banned away by SK Telecom alongside with the Malzahar, so still don't want that in the hands of anybody. And Varus, of course, not surprising whatsoever, hasn't been touched yet, so he is still just going to be 100% contested.
Looks like SKT setting up for a first pick Rengar. If they don't touch LeBlanc or Rengar, they guarantee it, but instead they ban LeBlanc, so they don't want to first pick LeBlanc. LeBlanc actually has been on the losing end a couple of times in LCK recently, been left up a lot more on patch 7.3.
So just yesterday, 10th playing it.
Rengar, one of the big power picks available. Could be banned away from KT Rolster. Peanut has certainly had up and down performances on that Rengar, and you'd probably fear his Lee Sin more. Peanut still smiling in the booth though, so it may just be a first pick Rengar that, we saw a lot of teams at IEM misfire with the Rengar, misdraft with the Rengar, but it's been deadly in LCK this week.
Interesting. That might just be the stat.
Interesting stat with Rengar is that Rengar is 5-1 on the week, which is already okay. Rengar's performing, but all 5 of those victories against Graves. So Graves is seen as the traditional strong meta champion. People would have put Graves a tier above Rengar recently, but the Rengars have certainly been doing the business in that particular matchup where Graves is going to be farming, you get to farm to 6, and then have so many flexible options. So Rengar's certainly been a power pick, and that's why we see it first picked again, even with it being Waverly recently. And now what did KT do? Because they could just draft the Ezreal, but there's more open this time. There isn't the double AD carry bans. Ashe still available as well.
See what Def wants to go for. I don't think we're going to see him opt into a Caitlyn, unless they want to hold off on ADC for the second round. Looks like it will just be Ashe coming in, so they do get that. So some reliable wave clear in this bottom lane, some harass as well.
And also a champion you can play reliably without necessarily having quite as many fluffs as Mata did on Thresh. You have to say, Mata was super aggressive in Game 1, and those engages, the flash plays, the hooks, 9 times out of 10 in that game, they were not hitting, and in fact were baiting preferable trades for SKT rather than necessarily for KT. So Karma will walk up, will trade aggressively, but certainly doesn't have as much downside given how safe it is, and doesn't seem like the matchup really bothers Bang. He's just happy to take the Ezreal.
If it isn't broke, don't fix it. Just goes right back over to that, and Wolf gonna get his Nami, one of the few guys that's really been running that Nami here in LCK. We saw SK Telecom ban this away from KT in Game 1, but now he's just going to take it for himself.
It's been picking up as well as a pick, because it does have solid laning phase, a bit of sustain, but also more safety in the late game. Good pick against Rengar when it comes to disengage, for example, but this time on the side of the Rengar. And they will lose the pressure war against Ash Karma. Ash Karma has been a blind pick lane in the LMS, in LCK when it comes to pressure. And it's the sort of lane that Kongdu Monster actually interestingly loves to play, because this is the trio that Kongdu was winning with. Karma and Ash in the bot lane and Graves jungle, because the theory here is that you always win the push war in bot, and then Graves after first shot invades with the Karma, and you win basically any jungle trade given how strong those champions are in the early game. So there is certainly an exploitable bottom side of the map being established by KT Rolster, but I just mentioned the statistic. Rengar has been doing the business against Graves this week so far. And Peanut, he's finally got one of those monkeys off his shoulder. He actually finally beat a member of the Rox Tigers in a game. It wasn't a series stat, it was a game stat. It was 0-3 in game score against former members of the Rox Tigers, but got a win over Smeb, so must be feeling confident.
Yep. Looks pretty good. Rise not going to get back into the hands of Faker this time around. Banned first and foremost by KT, and Maokai taken off the board by SK Telecom, so maybe trying to limit the tanky champion pool that Smeb could get for himself.
I mean, Smeb is 7-0 on the Maokai this season. Been a really big pick for him. Both top laners have been prioritizing the Maokai Talon bans, so clearly expectations that Pawn might be playing it. When it comes to top laners, it's only the Camille and Maokai bans, so something like Shen is available if KT want to consider it.
This would be very bold, taking the Azirian blind against Faker. We've seen Pawn again, had a strong performance on it a couple times. The first time out was very rough around the edges, if not abysmal. But they're again going to go for this Rumble top, not taking a tank for Smeb.
Really curious, I would say, from KT Rolster, unless they can really salvage the comp with the last pick, or I guess go for poke again and execute better. I mean, it makes complete sense for SKT. They haven't had any picks denied. The Nautilus did just fine against the Rumble. Sure, Rumble was winning the lane trades and was up in CS, but that wasn't a big enough consideration. And hey, when you see 4 members that Rengar can jump on, why not Orianna? Achilles, the most played champion in Faker's career, is the Orianna, which was playing back at Worlds again.
Yeah, and I mean, he's been playing this throughout the season. It's kind of fallen off a little bit with other mid laners, but Faker still brings this one to the table, so going to be a lot of comfort here, extreme comfort for SK Telecom.
Is it just going to be the Azir to try and have some disengage, or are you going to try and opt out of team fighting completely?
Oh boy, all right, here we go.
Now,
Zed.
if you think about this in some ways, it is a self-counter pick. Orianna was always seen as a champion you could lane into Zed, given the fact that she has those extra resists, the shielding, risky stuff. But because KT looked at the enemy comp and was like, okay, we can't team fight, they needed to warp the game in some ways. We saw Rox Tigers in a similar position. They took Ahri with a bit of split pushing, but the other option is to go all in with the split push. They got some magic damage in top lane. They're trying the Zed Achilles, and this one is risky.
I'm not even sure what to think at this point. KT just straying away from the expected meta, not going for something tanky. They're again going to be putting Smeb in this top lane against Huni, who very well held his own. I mean, got ganked multiple times. Sure, he died a few times here and there, but overall was a very good front line for KT. Crucially, drew everybody. Well, they really just kind of went to him like moths to a lamp in that top lane, which cost them 3 turrets. So KT, they need to come into this with a different strategy because the draft is not the same, but very close.
You're right. Team fighting is certainly not an option. SKT's team fighting comes actually way better than it was in Game 1. They don't have the same 1-3-1 options, but Pawn on Zed, not necessarily a champion you associate closely with Pawn. He was more the Yasuo flavor of those 80 mid laners, but he is 4-0 career on Zed, so it has been a winning pick for them. You just feel like even if they get the 4-1 split push with the Fed Zed, there's a million ways for SKT to engage on the remaining 4. So it's another snowball or kind of died the death to 1,000 cuts in the late game, because SKT seem to once again have so many more options than KT Rolster.
I'll definitely keep our eyes on depth here with the Ashe. The arrows are going to have to be absolutely on point to create picks for KT if they want to come out on top of this game. Score as well has to get moving around the map more so in the early game. Let's see if they can execute on that or if SK Telecom will just outdraft and outplay KT yet again. Let's get in for game number 2. Sold out crowd here at the Seoul East Stadium. It's definitely filled in completely since the start of the first game. Now that we're at 6 p.m., everybody getting out of work and school.
I mean, this is the hot esports.
Hightailing their way over here.
It's the hot esports ticket, Achilles. If you got the ticket this one, you are not leaving your seat unaccounted for. Everyone has been waiting for this game for so long. And first game, I guess we shouldn't have been surprised to see a no frontline team from KT. They played it a lot, didn't go their way, and you thought, okay, it's going to be a tank this time. Going to keep it simple, but not keeping it simple. Once again, it's kind of one of these execution-heavy comps that requires on the Zed getting ahead, and it's not even in a favorable laning matchup. So definitely some curveballs being played by KT Rolster.
For sure, already some harass being laid down here in the bottom lane. Wolf thinking a little bit, does have sustain with that ebb and flow, but Mata really making some magic happen here with those mantra Qs, just spamming out where he can.
Almost
Okay,
impossible
going
to
well.
lose the pushing wall. They're looking for just a kill. They have
That's
to blow
just gonna
heal
be
in
the
lane.
Yeah, nicely done. Great pressure by Deft and Mata. Again, playing insanely aggressively, this time without the Thresh, and they come out on top. So already getting a summoner spell away from Bang. It's a very nice start for them. You got lots of KT fans here in the audience.
KT Rolster equals
Equals
Jace
Jace
team.
team,
Well, you would have thought that before today. After the first game, she was probably hoping that she wrote that one in on pencil, could edit it.
And Pawn looked all right on the Jace.
And now we look at...
Started off very well.
Now let's talk about Pawn on the Zed, because 19th game of the season, first time he's on a melee champion. This is a nice wraparound from Score,
Yeah,
though.
Score coming in right on the backside of Faker. Has that red buff to slow him up. They're going to dash through. Faker does have the flash, but Score is going to cut him off. Pawn getting exhausted now. Score just going to go ahead and flash in. That's going to be the kill. First blood going over to Pawn on Zed. And that's going to be a great way to kickstart the Ninja.
It's so different from his usual champion pool, though, because first game on a melee champion, 19 games in. He's been running almost purely wave clear, Azir, Orianna, some Corki. Now, he was playing Corki like Zed, you'll remember in the last time we saw play Corki, just super aggressive, and, well, he's cut out the middleman and just locked in the Zed. Score didn't have the most impactful game one, but pathing jungler is what we talk about when we talk about Score, just like we did about Kakao back in the day, and that was some great pathing from him, and KT straight up winning the bot lane as you'd expect with this duo.
Yep. Wolf taking so much damage in these trades. Gonna be a while before he can get himself healed up fully with that ebb and flow. There's Blast Cone for the exit there from Score. Make sure that he doesn't get caught out by Peanut. Allow for a wraparound from Hooney.
Pawn didn't go for the next level mind game of using SKT Zed.
No, not yet, at least. Maybe if there's a game 3 and he gets that again. For now, just going to be the Pink Ninja. In mid, starting off things with that serrated Dirk. Thought maybe we'd see the makings of a Hex Drinker come through from him.
I think if you're going a Hex Drinker, you're already in the wrong mindset. If you're locking in Zed in a matchup that is not the most favorable, sure you can snowball on an Orianna, but traditionally was an Orianna neutral lane, which of course lets the control mage get to late game, and it's happy times for the Orianna. Be pretty happy as Peanut this time is the first one to react.
Deft and Mata already starting to peel back. Deft going to be trying to clear this out. Has to flash away as Peanut comes in with that bush hop. Should just be the exit. They'll get a little bit more damage from the Roar. Trying to trade some back on the Peanut, but otherwise he's all right.
Flash versus heal between the AD carries, given that Bang had used his heal previously. Doesn't mean it's much less safe for Ashe and Karma to push up, so credit to Peanut relieving pressure from what was a very one-sided pressure lane for KT Rolster. And Peanut also relieves pressure from himself because now, with bot lane not auto-pushing all the time, more risky for Graves to be invading to the red side jungle.
Yeah. Now though, Deft just going to be sticking around as best as he can. Is out of mana, so can't harass Bang and Wolf as much as he would like. It's going to fall onto Mata's shoulders for that. So missing that Q, so Wolf feels confident enough to go ahead and push forward. They'll just keep chipping away, so starting to turn things on its head here is SK Telecom's bot lane.
This just became a dream matchup a couple of years ago when
Ugh.
Deft and Mata left, given that Bang and Wolf leveled up so much while they were gone.
Score getting spotted. Threw out that scrying plant so he can clear out the ward. Won't be able to find an entry for a gank yet, unless he wants to just stick around. Looks like that might be the play Mata can't get into position for a tether. He'll pay for it with his life before the root comes through.
Because Deft is moving back after every auto instead of moving forward like he could with Flash, he's actually losing trades in a preferential matchup pretty hard.
Score's walking up, doesn't have Flash.
Just wants to help them
really
push.
close the gap. Yeah, just gonna try to shove this back.
Although,
Bang, jumps to the side with the Arcane Shift, tries to get the kill in onto Mata, won't be able to find it. Now Peanut here, backing up his bottom lane, will take a bit of damage here from Score, who just goes ahead, quick draws forward, just to get a couple shots off.
Whoa.
Damage coming through there. Score tries to go for the kill, hitting level 6, but can't find it.
Draws the heal though, so at least they have one summoner answered. Haven't seen much of top lane, but you can pretty much guess from the CS exactly what's happened. The matchup has gone as expected. But Graves just hasn't been able to invade as much as he'd like. He's had the pressure advantage in top, the pressure advantage in bottom, but Peanut's one gank blowing the flash of Ashe doesn't necessarily sound like it should change the game in massive ways, but suddenly Graves has to relieve pressure from bot. Suddenly Graves has to second guess when he looks for an invade. And if Graves is just power farming and Rengar is allowed to power farm, level 6 comes in, the lane forces happen unless you're already in position in the right lane. And Rengar will start getting these thrill of the hunts rolling.
Mata going for a bit of a stroll here. Does get some nice vision down inside the red half of SK Telecom's jungle. Knew that Bang and Wolf had both recalled, so felt safe enough to do that.
Gives a lot of information, given that red buff is clearing Spoon, so the longer that red buff stays on the map, the more certain you are that Rengar is on the top side.
Score does clear out that ward in the river. Looks like he'll get the Scuttle Crab as well, so that could alleviate a bit of pressure for Smeb. Peanut would have to rely on a lane gang if he wants to come and try to take out that Rumble.
And that one ward, I mean, here they have double vision, so they have complete information, but the one ward on red tells you so much. You always want red buff on a jungler before you look for the gank, before you want to invest a long cooldown to look for a lane gank. And if it's staying up, you know that Rengar's in the top side, whether in your jungle or the enemy jungle, and then Smeb hangs back.
You know, going low, does have a ward here, defensive one, so he spots out Score coming around, but now Score going to be looking to take away this red buff. Does not have Smite. Good smoke screen, just going to zone Peanut bad. Palm comes over very aggressively, throws down the Living Shadow, throws down the Ignite and the Death Mark. Can he come up with a kill though? The shield comes out from Faker, the pop hits, but it's just not enough to take him out. Pawn goes low, Faker throws down both of his summoners to try to get the kill, but just won't be able to find it.
Damage calculation was actually really good from Pawn. Only the shield stopped Rengar from going down. Ultimate doesn't hit Pawn.
True Shot Barrage not going to connect. Score gets popped a little bit closer to the Ezreal. Pawn very greedily just wants to get the heck out of there. He'll pick up the Honey Fruit to get a little bit of HP back, but re-entering lane is going to be a bit risky for him. He's out of refillable potion charges. Has to rely on those Razor Shurikens to come up with the last hits for now.
And gets more and more comfortable.
Oh, Faker out of mana, throws the shield on himself, does not have Flash. They cut him off at the end of the line. Smeb wraps around from the backside. Last melee hit comes up with the kill. 2 on the board for KT.
A nice roam from Smeb. Pushing in top lane, sure, his jungler couldn't invade with him, but he just makes the casual roam down to mid. By the time Huni knew he was there, he would have been too late with the teleport. Pick up the kill onto Faker. Equalize summoner spells as well in the mid lane. Very, very important from the perspective of KT, and getting another kill involvement onto the Zed is ideal for KT Rolster.
Yep, just still trying to get that build coming through very early, so Pawn can just start roaming around and impacting the map. See, Hex Drinker does come through as the second item after the Serrated Dirk. Just going to be the Seeker's Arm Guard so far for Faker.
Yeah, I just admire the warding we're seeing, because Rengar has been such a successful pick that, again, you're like, okay, well, how do we deal with the Rengar? And having that complete vision of specifically the red buff, but red and Raptors. If you don't see Rengar, Smeb stays back in the top lane. If you do see Rengar, a lot of information from mid and bot to play around the ultimate and the Thrill of the Hun as well. So even though the lane ganking tool is one of the safest because warding the lanes is so difficult. We all remember the Rammus days of him rolling through the bot lane. This is the one way you can actually keep those junglers accountable.
See, that True Shot Barrage came through from Bang right as he's recalling. It was the timing on the blue buff, but wasn't able to come up with the seal. They do hand this one off to Pawn, so he has larger energy regeneration.
Needs it to be able to match wave clear, especially as Orianna hits level 9 and gets instant shove of her own. Not the Score really minds. Very sustained clear through the jungle. Doesn't use that much mana. Clear.
Alrighty, rough times here. Oh, wow. Very big respect flash here from Huni.
Yes, because he had no armor, he just wasn't going to take a full round of spells from score. I think it was too safe, but safety first is definitely not the wrong edge to have him. This is safety first Huni, which lets you know that it's 2017 Huni.
Koma has done his work. Pawn rotating up toward this top side. That's going to shove Huni back. Can't get into a position to wave clear with the Riptide. So a lot of damage going down onto this tier 1 turret.
Huni can't really walk up till Zed shows, and Zed hasn't shown yet. Minion wave dies, so finally he's able to get around, but you have to imagine the top turret's not long for the world.
This control ward didn't get cleared out in the brush, so I think he had some idea that Pawn had retreated back. Speaking of Pawn, goes in onto Faker. The shockwave does connect. He has a death mark coming through. Doesn't do nearly as much damage as you would expect yet.
But the
Ash arrow comes out. Faker still gets clipped. Flash forward from Wolf with the ebb and flow. Comes up with the heal to keep Faker alive, at least for now. Smeb comes into the backside, has the flame spitter, helps take him out as Pawn, claims the killing blow, and a second one goes over to KT Rolster, taking out Peanut. Nicely done by KT. Everybody collapsing in.
This fight was made on so many different levels. Really awesome fight to track. It looked like, why is Pawn all-inning at the start? But it's because they had Deft and Marta coming in. They knew that Faker's flash was not up, so it was much easier to hit the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. There was no space for Faker to juke. Excellent teleport again from Smeb. Notice that Huni had teleport up and did not find a place to use it. Rotational play from KT is the reason they play these no-tank comps, but let's go through it again and how this worked. So clearly no kill pressure for Pawn on the all-in, even with Ignite. He wasn't getting a lot of health done, but Ash is walking down, spotted out, and Faker's got nowhere to juke. Sure, he tries to juke forwards, but that's not enough. And then the turnaround comes, but crucially, Ezreal is not there, and Smeb, he ults to stop the terrain from being a place to disengage. So while he doesn't get equalizer damage, the equalizer zoning works. Really, really well-played skirmish, and KT needs these. They need to win every skirmish early to get the gold rolling. 4,000 gold plus is a good lead for KT Rolster.
I mean, this is already the largest lead that KT has accrued in this series thus far, and they have netted it for themselves 13.5 minutes in. Cloud Drake, again, starting us off, so we haven't seen that taken yet.
So the theory behind this comp, as I continue to think about it, is you need Zed to have kill pressure on the Ezreal and Rumble to have kill pressure on the Nautilus. And certainly that will only be a matter of time as bot lane.
Oh, Pawn goes in, bang, there's just no way. Ignite comes through. They do have the ebb and flow. Pop doesn't do enough. Actually, does make it out alive, but it's like Huni might not be able to say the same. The red buff slowing him up. Electro Harpoon doesn't connect. Good flash away from Bang at the last second to get out of range of that Ash arrow. But a bit
Look at
enough to kill
this.
him. Pawn going really aggressive up towards Peanut.
A little bit of a laugh too. A lot of styling going on here from KT Rolster, having multiple players around the map. Ezreal has a really hard time dealing with the Zed split push, and now Faker's overextended.
Yeah, Faker has had a hard time already. 3 of the 5 kills that KT's been able to pick up for himself. Has to flash over the wall into the Raptor Pit to keep himself alive.
The famous thing that Ezreal doesn't do very well is wave clear, especially early. Even Trinity Force not there, or a Phage. Takes a long time to kill minion waves. Zed walks up, instant clears, can look for turret dives at any point. Suddenly Ezreal can't enter the same side
beautiful steal by
of
Score.
the map as this Zed. So they actually are able to get the preferential trade. They have the backup objective too of being able to take the Cloud Drake, really running the map intelligently at KT. And this was the KT we needed to see in game 1, but did not.
Yeah, this is KT coming online. Seems like things starting to click for Mata and Score on the shot calling. And they've just been rotating around the map so well at the moment. So Cloud Drake goes over to them. It's going to be a Mountain to follow up as the second. But all of the outer turrets have fallen for SK Telecom. And now KT, it's on them to just dictate the map and the pace of the game.
I mean, Pawn just keeps running at Ezreal is what you do. You don't allow him to get to his next item. Ninja Tub, he's certainly not going to be enough. He's going to walk up and try again. There's no support yet, although we can see Nami is going to walk up.
Could just kill Wolf. Gonna go ahead, jumps in, doesn't even use the death mark, might still have the kill, has to use it right at the last second. Does get it, they're waiting for him to snap back, they're ready for this one. Peanut's got the bush hop, so the flash won't take Pawn far enough away to keep him alive, so he does go down.
They are drawing multiple members. KT not in a position to punish them around the map, but if that needs to be the case, if 2 to 3 people have to back up Bang every time he looks for CS in the side lane, it's a big problem.
Or can he find another steal? The answer is going to be yes. Now maybe looking for a bit more. Does have collateral damage up in a second. Goes forward looking for Peanut. A couple more hits would do it. Collateral damage now available, but Peanut out of range, so Score's just going to go ahead and have to peel back.
The funny thing is, this strategy from KT would not have worked a year ago because you could have gone QSS second and basically been able to try and kite away from the Zed, but that itemization doesn't exist. Now he needs Wolf, Exhaust, everything he can get. And speaking of Wolf.
Yep. Electro Harpoons with the overheat doing quite a bit of damage. Score comes up with a kill. Collateral yet again finding its mark. And now KT going to be looking to force up the first inner turn of the game. True Shot Barrage does come through from Bang, clears out a bit of the minions and will dissuade KT Rolster from pushing any further. But they could just stick around for the next wave. Looks like that might be the game plan. They still have an equalizer here from Smep to try to zone SK Telecom back away from the turret.
And there's no one that can enter lane against Zed. This is the excellence we were looking for from KT. It's great that we're going to see it at least for 15 minutes in the second game of the series. That's going to push up. Big minion wave coming in, level 11 Zed.
Pawn's got the split, yeah, and that's going to draw away a couple members, so that could just open up for that inner turret to fall. So SK Telecom, they have to decide very quickly who they're going to split off. Peanut gets hit by that equalizer, end of the line will not connect, and the collateral damage again used. So won't be able to find a kill onto him, but that will send him packing back towards the fountain, and that opens up KT to finally break that inner turret line. 17.5 minutes just about, 4-0 on the turrets, and already 6.7 thousand gold ahead.
And KT is strangling them across the map. SKT cannot set up the defensive vision through control wards that they were able to in the previous game. KT are always first. Pawn is forcing multiple different people to react to his lane, and they're being smart about the pushing in other lanes. So really, really clean stuff from KT. Again, they still will reach a teamfight phase where it's just 5v5s in the open. Difficult for KT to pull them off with no front line, with no big CC apart from the Ash arrow. Pawn's just chilling and laughing.
It's like, this is my life now.
It's a pretty good life.
I just wait
If
in
Wolf
brushes.
walks up, he's dead.
I'm a simple man. I sit in brushes, I kill people when they walk in.
He certainly hit his power spikes. Hex Drinker start, then into straight up Yomu's. Really good stuff to see from KT. But again, the game is still far from over. If they can break the inhibitor line pre-25 minutes, then maybe you're willing to start looking forward to that third game.
I don't think we'd see it at this point, but I would like to see how much damage Pawn can do to Huni, because he doesn't have any armor other than Ninja Tabi. I don't think he'd be able to come up with, a one rotation kill, but I just want to see how low can he make that Nautilus go.
I would say 2/3 is probably his damage reach, but then you include the shield and it gets a little bit harder to evaluate. Maybe a shield and half health. Yeah, very difficult to DPS down Nautilus. Ninja Tabi does so much work. Triple Ninja Tabi.
Mana flashes away from the dredge line and away from Peanut simultaneously. Still gets popped up by that depth charge. Looks like he might go down. No, the shield comes in. Heal as well from depth, keeping him alive over the wall. Smep gets jumped on, throws down the equalizer straight into the zone. Is it enough to keep him alive? Yes, it is. The Ash Arrow comes out, locks up Wolf. He's going to go down. 3 members of SK Telecom just get ripped right off of Summoner's Rift by KT Rolster. And they are just going to be more than happy to get those kills, wander on down to this bottom lane, and start pressuring out another inner turret.
The one area you were certain that Smeb had on Huni was teleport play. He has always been a masterful teleporter. He's been super on form in that regard in this game. And a run away from Bang. Wow,
look at that
one
damage.
harpoon. Half health Bang. They're going to take a turret in bot. Smeb has run around SKT. KT have run around SKT, and never have we seen Orianna get saved wave clear. The Zed has answered the Ezreal pick that caused him so much struggle in game 1, and it all started from Mata getting caught.
I mean, that was such a good flash, too, because not only just dodging out on Peanut, which is what he was trying to do, but he dodges the dredge line.
Smeb has 1 second to use the equalizer or he's dead, so he has to ult and Zhonya's, and Peanut has to leave the fight, wants to fight and brush, but has to leave completely. Smeb amazingly stays alive. They can give kills to whoever they want on the backside. They take turrets as well. KT is skirmishing. No, skirmishing. Not team fighting, but skirmishing exactly as you need to with a Zed comp. And the Fed Zed, it's right there.
Yeah. And I mean, Huni dumping everything out onto Mata, trying to come up with a kill onto the support, just doesn't work out, so he has nothing to peel off the rest of KT from his carries. So they just fall. Score going in, trying to look for Peanut. Ooh. It's a lot of damage. Faker threw out the shockwave on top of Bang, but it just wasn't in range of Smeb.
It's 10,000 gold lead for KT Rolster.
God, this is one of the most brutal losses that SKT has seen in quite some time.
It's just like they heard our commentary about no tanks, like, no, we can do it the second time. And damn have they done.
I mean, if this is how they're going to prove us wrong, I am more than happy to be proven wrong, Papa Smithy, because this is a treat to watch from KT Rolster at the moment. They go start up that Baron just now, but there is a ward in the river, so SK Telecom are very well aware, and KT very intelligently will peel back instead of trying to force up the objective. The Mountain Drake is available. That would certainly help them take the Baron, so maybe we can see them rotate down the river, go for that. Flash away by Wolf to get himself out of that hitbox from the Ash Arrow. Score gets rooted down. Peanut goes back in, down to half HP. They throw out the tidal wave. Faker. Pitching in from above, does not have the shock wave.
Zed has no way to get to the fight, so they over-pursued. They will be outnumbered. Cannot even interrupt the Nautilus teleport. So they're trying this anyway.
They should be able to net this for themselves. Looks like they do. And it's an Infernal Drake to follow up as our third dragon. KT, if they can maintain this map presence, very well could net themselves for that. Faker just trying to spend his time getting some damage in onto the turret. Score goes low, throws out the collateral damage. Bang has the flash away, but Death follows through with his own. Red carpet laid out by Smeb comes up with the killing blow.
Nautilus just cancels
And that's
teleport.
cancel
Another
TP.
teleport that does not lead to anything from Huni.
This is not Huni's game. This isn't anybody on SKT's game right now. Everybody is getting stomped by their adversaries on KT Rolster.
And it's games like this where you see the shortcomings of plays and players that were dominating in other games. When the most microscope and when the most fire is lit, you see some of the shortcomings. And Huni has had an excellent season. His transition to LCK has gone better than I think anyone could have imagined. He's had some great tank play too. Remember the Maokai, the Poppy, solo killing Maokai's as Poppy. His teleports have looked good, but he's outclassed against Smeb, and that's not something that should be surprised in the first round robin of Spring. Maybe he'll catch up by the end of summer. But in this game, he's been run around just like he was run around by Marin when he tried to play Jace against Afrika. That's honestly been the big difference here, is that Smeb has been to every fight, has a high kill participation, and Huni is not.
Yeah. That Ash Arrow came up from Deft, just trying to fish for a hit. Don't find anything, but KT are still able to go ahead, push forward into the jungle of SK Telecom and clear out the vision as well as around the Baron pit.
They have a mountain this time.
They do. They could very well go for this. The Scuttle Crab's there. Maybe they try to bait it pawn.
Oh,
Yeah,
that was a
very
sick bait.
cheeky.
That is a sick bait.
Trying to make him think, but there's the Scrying Orb comes through. And
I mean,
now,
they get a Scrying Orb. That's still something, right?
Yeah, they burn out the cooldown. It's very cheeky by Pawn. Red carpet thrown out for Peanut, getting burned away at. Down to just about half HP. The Leandri's doing so much work. Meanwhile, Smeb juking away from the dredge line. Huni connects onto the wall. Now Pawn goes down onto Bang. Death Mark's there, and he gets taken out. Kill coming through for the Zed. A lot of poke eliminated for the side of SK Telecom. They're going to go ahead and work their way right back over to this Baron where they will start it up.
And you see in that fight why it was so important that they took the early objectives, because Orianna is never grouped with a front line in front of her to put the ball, to cancel out the death mark. Faker has been out of position because it's very hard to have position, and we hear an ultimate pop and we see a turn.
Yeah, dredge line coming through. Big
equalizer!
Big shockwave comes through. Faker
Holy!
just absolutely devastates the ranks of KT Rolster. A triple kill for him. Pawn trying to get out with his life, but it just doesn't look very likely. And good God, off the backside of the Baron, SKT blow the game wide open. Huni, he lands the dredge line. Pawn dead to rights will go down. That's an ace for SK Telecom T1.
That right there is the 4,000 ELO shockwave. That is why Faker is the ultimate game breaker. They cancel out the Baron on every member. Oh, it looks so sweet for KT. They thought they could get the turn, and then it all lined up for Faker. Look at this Wombo. He'd been farmed up. He hadn't got to the fights, but that was the turn of all turns for SK Telecom.
I just leapt out of my chair immediately off the backside of that one. I can't sit down. I think I have to keep standing now, Papa Smithy. That was absolutely explosive from SK Telecom. What a turnaround. Still a massive deficit. Just under 7,000 gold for KT in the lead. But they get rid of every Baron buff.
And this is one of those things where, what's the one rule against Orianna is not clump up? What's the one thing KT have done? They haven't team fought. They've skirmished. They've looked for picks. They've relied on Smeb's teleports. The one time they're feeling frisky, massive gold lead, Baron on most of their members. They group up at the wrong time. Faker's farmed, but not necessarily snowballed. And now Faker's 3-3-3. Now Faker's back in the game, and they need to keep splitting the map because we get true 5v5 team fights. We already saw a preview of what could be the late game for SK Telecom.
Absolutely devastating, and that has got to shock KAT's mental state. If that doesn't, I don't know what else will. We'll see if a teleport can have some effect. Huni comes in from the sidelines, gets a dredge line in on to score. He quick draws in just for the reload, not even trying to get over the wall. Def gets popped up yet again, has to flash over towards the tier 2, and now they're firing back. Huni gets locked down, the redemption heal comes through, but it's not enough to save his life. Smeb gets the killing blow. Meanwhile, Pawn splitting onto that inner turret in the top lane.
KT not going to group up again. They realize their mistake. Marta's calmed them down. Split push continues. Now you just keep forcing SKT to run away. Orianna does get the recall off. We'll be able to get there soon. So a bit of chunk coming onto this turret, but no more.
Yeah, popping the Youmu's, trying to get as many hits in as he can. Knocks it down to about half HP. It'll
Mid lane,
be
though.
a very long time for that to regen. Peanut getting jumped on. Big flame spitter coming through from Smeb, but they're going to go ahead, turn away, be happy with the turret. Maybe get the inhib if they can. Might be a little bit too risky. Is now Score getting jumped on by Bang, trying to make it out with his life. Pawn coming in. They're trying to back him up. He will die, but Pawn goes in. Deathmark comes down. Can they save his life? He jumps to the back line with the arcane shift. The Deathmark will not kill him. Shockwave connects. Smab very nicely timed Zonius to keep himself alive, but the bullet comes through. Faker, can he follow up with yet another kill? There it is. The auto attack is enough to take out the Rumble. 2 members dead. Pawn effectively out of the fight. SKT successfully defend their base. No inhibitors lost.
Yeah, KT tried to once again pop multiple members to get a guaranteed objective. They need to keep split pushing. The second time they're punished. Definitely to a much lower extent than they were the first time. 1 inhibitor turret down. Split push still working. But every single time this happens, the pendulum starts to shift slowly and slowly to SK Telecom T1.
However, and this is going to help it swing that much faster. Infernal Drake has spawned. Score just now respawning, so that will be picked up by SKT, their first dragon, in a very crucial one at that mountain. It will be our 4th and final before Elder Drake spawns. But SKT, after winning that massive fight, eliminating the Baron buffs, are able to defend their base, get a couple kills, end an Infernal Drake. Now they can turn their eyes onto the structures, because right now they have absolutely none taken.
Zonia's completed on that current back from Faker, very close to it as you can see. Zonia's would mean that he can stay under his inhibitor turret and wave clear, not just die straight up to the Z, so desperately needs that as fast as possible. Pawn doesn't have the coverage to be able to split push up to the inhibitor though, so for now just trading farm with the Orianna, which is certainly not ideal. Starts to cut into his gold lead, which given these 40 CS down is probably starting to be eroded anyway. Vision still very minimal from KT. They've been very good at vision coverage previously in this game, in their previous series, but we're seeing gaps in vision that need to be there. They don't want to 5v5, they want to skirmish. Harder to do when you've already broken an inhibitor and predictably want to take an inhibitor down, but need to dot all those I's, because need to cross all those T's, because SK Telecom are going down with a 5.
They do have multiple control wards in the inventory right now. Score having just dropped another one. Can expect that some will be placed up into the river by that Baron.
Arrow misses.
Arrow doesn't come through, dredge line doesn't connect either from Huni. The Baron spawning now in 1 minute and 40 seconds. Both teams are going to have to pay some attention to that.
Zonia's completed on Faker, so that's something for him. Wave clearing is now that much easier. 4-1 becomes that much more difficult.
Bang getting chunked out. Yet again, Huni not able to come up with a hook, but look at all the damage going through onto Smeb. Knocked below half HP. There's no real way of sustaining. No Ocean Drake. Doesn't chunk him up steadily.
There's no real way to close the game, though, Achilles. They don't have the force outside of the Ash Arrow. When they're fighting in the base, they can't run around SKT. There's much less terrain to cover for someone like Huni, so teleports become much less important. And now the only time they're going to get the sort of fights they were getting before, the scrappy fights in and out of vision, is going to be around the Baron that spawns in a minute. So to me, it's a big Baron play for KT. Either picking up the Baron and pushing, or fighting around the Baron is what they need.
Oh, Faker gets a lot of damage onto Pawn. He goes in with the Deathmark, just has to dash away. Faker not even worried about using his Zonias, knows that the damage is going to be overall inconsequential. He'll just go ahead and keep clearing out that wave in the top lane by the look of things. KT still poking around down towards this bottom lane. He'll just get the wave moving up, but they have to get prepped for this Baron. It's now just 30 seconds out.
That's why we celebrated KT's great play with a comp that's hard to pull off. But we didn't celebrate to the point of giving the game over to KT. Actually icing out the game with these comps when the map becomes narrower, when the chokes become required to fight around, when you walk up to inhibitor turrets and inhibitors, starts to get really tricky. Now Bang and his inability to be in a side lane next to Zed isn't a factor because he doesn't need to be, because the game is being fought on the terrain of SKT. Now, the Baron is the one equalizer there, pardon the pun, because there is terrain for Zed to nip around and look for the assassination on Bang. There isn't any itemization anymore to counter, barring a comical 6th item Zonias or something like that. Smeb, though.
Oh, yeah, Smeb in a really bad spot. Shin won't connect onto him, so he's likely just going to have to recall yet again. Does have teleport, but now without the flash.
The overheating Flame Spitter won't be as punishing, and certainly if he's caught in the same manner, he will fall. SKT, they want to stay grouped as 5. They finally have the latitude to do so. And Pawn now is not accomplishing anything with his split push. He's just pushing minions into other members. He doesn't have ward coverage to follow them up. He's not looking for any realistic all-ins. They really need to outthink SKT, and a teleport might do that.
Yeah, TP coming in from the sidelines. Huni gets rooted down by the tether. They throw out the tidal wave. You can see Smeb just going to go ahead and peel back. Pawn pokes his head in from the sidelines.
That's a bad terrain to fight around against Equalizer.
Yeah, he can't get much damage down onto Peanut. Shield is there from Faker to keep him healthy. Score dashes in. Bango Score gets a lot of damage down onto the Graves. Mystic Shot not going to connect. Score will be okay for now.
Such a mind game for SKT now when they were trying to go out down that narrow corridor, perfect for the Equalizer. They fight in the open, much more difficult to get that same value. No setup CC this time. Now, if they come through a choke, you'll see what happens. They turn onto Baron.
I mean, they turn on to Baron. Mana gets caught by that shockwave.
Dead,
Faker goes straight into the zone. His Peanut getting rooted down. Pawn comes over the wall looking for a kill. Can he find it? Dashes onto Peanut with a death mark in the back line. Looks like he might just get the pop. Heal comes through, but it's just not going to be enough to keep him alive. Fredson connects onto Pawn. Meanwhile, Faker goes down as Smeb burns right through him. Pawn taking the blast cone for a ride. Will be able to make it out with his life. It's a 2-for-1 pickup in favor of KT. Bang still sort of chasing. Won't be able to close the gap onto Def to try to come up with a kill. Baron stopped. KT still come out on top of that skirmish, but still really well fought by SK Telecom considering the gold lead.
And it's just a really smart fight from KT, though, in terms of where they fought. Because, look, they fight around a choke. So hard to get teams to opt into fights around chokes. But one of the few remaining. Zonias means that Peanut is the one that hits the arrow. Multiple ticks of the Equalizer onto both Peanut and Faker. Both of them go down, but crucially, an answering kill from Bang. No Baron picked up for KT Rolster, and no real way to advance up the map, but Faker's still dead, so they're trying the Baron.
He's dead for 5 seconds. Won't be able to join in with this one. Redemption coming down to keep KT healthy. When he comes forward, the Baron goes down, goes over to Score. Can they make it out with a buff this time around? We're going to find out. Smeb goes into the Zonias with a Flame Spitter up. Won't get a whole lot of damage done to Huni, but now he's just all on his lonesome, stuck on an island with KT Rolster.
Equalizer back up.
And they cannibalize him. Peanut trying to make it out of here. Dashes in, but he just pays for it with his life. Depth picks up the kill. 2 more members dead on the side of SK Telecom, and this time KT walks away with all 5 buffs. And they can transition that right into a second Mountain Drake.
Peanut really over-eager at the end. No one was going to be diving in with him when Huni dead. Equalizer was back up, wasn't cast in that fight, but certainly if there was a re-engage from Bang and Wolf, there would have been even more casualties. AT pick up the Baron. Now suddenly, parking Zed in a split push is a possibility for them, and they have the turret so low in the top lane. Faker can ride the waves, but they will resume the 1-3-1 very shortly, and anytime, any free time for Zed or Ashe, and turrets will die.
Yeah, double Mountain Drake now coming through. Elder Dragon will be the next that we see, but it might not even come down to that one. KT now with this Baron buff could just go ahead and finish off SK Telecom and take us to a 3rd game. Seems like that's the territory that we've been in for a considerable amount of time.
Whether you're a KT fan or an SKT fan, there's nothing you want more than another game. It's already been a series that's given so much.
Oh, Bang gets hit by the Ashe Arrow. Equalizer comes down. Brings him to about half. Not the best carpet you could have laid out. Smeb still gets a little bit of damage in with Peanut. Electro Harpoon will not connect, and he gets locked up by the Bola, so can't push forward, but that will be the inhibitor line broken by KT. They want to just peel out of here. They want to rotate down toward that bottom side of the map.
Window with 3 ultimates down, not a long window, given that Ashe and Rumble especially have very short cooldown ults. Hell, Graves as well, so while the Equalizer was optimistic, let's say, Not really much for Bang to punish there. Gonna ride up the minions in bot lane. Zed, remember, only needs about 2 auto attacks to take down the inhibitor turret. It will not have regened much in the top lane.
Uni's there to try to answer. Peanut waiting in the wings. Could go on a hunt if he wants to try to come up with a kill on Pawn, but we've seen how slippery he can be on this Zed. It's very hard fault to try to get it. He's able to take out the turret. Does he want to go in for that inhib? Would be a bit riskier, but 4 members right now of SK Telecom playing around this bottom side where KT just keep chunking down this turret. Couple more waves coming in. Might be able to take this one out.
Promoted minion. Bit of a headache when it comes to minion waves, but this was inevitable. This should be turret falling. There it is.
They get it, and they transition that into another inhib. You can see just how much damage Depth is doing every single shot. Redemption thrown down to get the heal. Smeb doesn't gain too much, but Thrill the Hunt's enough to zone them back at least for now, but the inhib still falls. Pawn getting the top one down to about half HP, and KT can just start with this full court press. Super Creep's going to be crashing in pretty much every single wave. Bang gets jumped on, takes a lot of damage. Will not go down. The collateral not enough to finish him off. The heal comes through and keep him up.
But just to get Faker away from the turrets. They just want to end this game.
That might just be the end of this one. You can see the first turret goes down. Huni pushing forward, trying to find something. Shockwave comes in, but only finds score. He gets popped up by the bubble. Pawn going into the back line. Will get his Guardian Angel pop, but he's just keeping the rest of SK Telecom busy while they shatter those Nexus turrets. Now Nexus
they finish?
is exposed. Smeb coming back in with the TP. A couple more shots on that Nexus, and I think they've done it. Here we go. Get a last few kills at the end as they kill Peanut. The Nexus crumbles, and we're going to game 3.
This series is making us believers, first of SK Telecom and their ability in big matches. Peanut finally getting over the monkey on his back when it came to beating an ex-Rox Tiger. And then KT, they're happy with their draft. They say, okay, we misplayed in game 1. We can do this. It's not Kongdu Monster. It's not a team we can run over. We can execute no-tank comps against the best, and they do in game 2. One big mistake that put them behind for just a moment in terms of tempo, but otherwise flawless execution of this split pushing comp. The Zed a masterstroke to completely trivialize Bang. Bang was MVP of game 1 on the Ezreal. Got it again, got through the laning phase, but the moment 1-3-1 started, Bang had no itemization to be able to stand up to Zed, required multiple people in his lane, and this is the sweetest series I could ever ask for.
What play coming out of KT Rolster. And a bit bittersweet there for SK Telecom. Seemed like they might have finally had the massive turnaround, but the gold lead was still there for KT.
Get a highlight clip. They'll get a highlight clip that'll last a long time. What a shockwave it was from Faker.
Yeah, you take that one without context and it looks amazing.
That was the only highlight for SKT that game. They will run around, great teleports from Smeb. Huni ran around the map especially. As is always the case, 10 super players, someone's always going to have to level up their performance for the last game. And I feel like we're no closer to knowing who's going to exit this first telecom war as the victor.
Yep. For Huni, feel like the TP is something that are going to have to be worked on between now and the next game. So he's got a couple minutes to talk to Coma, get their heads together and see what they can do. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, we'll have our third and final game of the telecom war, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back, OGN Legion. Taking a look at the damage charts here. Smeb exploding forth onto Summoner's Rift with this Rumble. Such a turnaround performance from game one. Tried it again. KT Rolster. They mind-gamed a lot with that said, and it worked out immensely for them. They come up with a win.
I mean, Smeb's teleports this game were just beautiful. KT's rotations that were kind of absent in game one, that kind of left us a bit to be desired, were super on point in game two. And I think it's between Smeb and Pawn for the MVP. I think the Zed pick was the game breaker, so whether that actually justifies picking up the MVP was clean stuff from Pawn, all things considered, or Smeb's just reliable. The damage output there, 37,000 from a Rumble, is insane. We'll see who we've decided to give the... It is going to be Pawn, and it was a masterstroke to go with the Zed last pick. I didn't see it till I entered the game, but the moment that the 1-3-1, which always was going to enter, either 1-3-1 or 4-1 entered, I was like, wait, what can Ezreal do in a post-nerf QSS world against Zed? And the answer was nothing. Doesn't have fast enough wave clear. Can't just be like Caitlyn or Ziggs and try to delete the wave and leave. Orianna got to that point with the Zonias, but it was too little, too late. And sure, KT made a dreadful mistake grouping up after Baron. You get the chance to make one mistake when you're 12,000 gold ahead. So otherwise, a great performance from KT Rolster, and Pawn's still undefeated on the Zed. Didn't look like it for the whole game, but 5-0 career. This map play here was beautiful from KT. This series is just delivering in the biggest way you could imagine.
Yeah, I mean, just constantly playing together, always on the same page. This is the KT that we've seen before in their series.
But it's even better than that. They look like the Mighty Ducks. They look like superstars in formation, playing comps other people won't. This is what I dreamed of when OMG picked up Uzi and had Cool going with Season 4 OMG with Uzi in the lineup. This is superstars largely in complete unison with each other on plays, and damned if it isn't fine to watch.
I mean, that was probably the most entertaining game we've seen all season long. You'd have to say.
But it had everything. It had outplays, it had macro plays, it literally had everything.
Yeah, almost the turnaround there from Faker. Did
Well,
just with the help of Huni
That's
there,
some
but
new music.
yeah, that's some music that we sort of maybe expected to hear after that last game. Who's it going to be? I can already see one changed face, and I think it's going to be the only one on the side of SK Telecom. Peanut will be sitting out, and Blank is coming in. Huni and Faker still starting off on the roster.
I mean, you think about the series. Game one, Score had not the best game. Peanut was slightly better. Game two, Score was all over Peanut. Peanut did not get much done in game two, and they're going for Blank. And, you know, preseason, we talked about how do you run Huni, Peanut, and Faker, 3 carries, 3 aggressive-minded players. And just like we talked about perhaps in game one, strategies that work against the bottom teams and strategies that work against the best teams, it doesn't feel like they still are synchronized when it comes to having Peanut play around his lanes or having his lanes play around Peanut. So Peanut does finally take down a Rocks Tiger, but he will not play out the complete series, and we get Blank. And you know what to expect from Blank. Defensive vision, basically the spiritual successor to Bengi in the jungle, and they're going to look for a more controlled game and not get blown out by KT Rolster.
All right, well, pressure on for both of these teams. Now KT back over onto the blue side. At a wheel of a time on red. Let's see what they can do for their draft this time around. Whether or not they're going to run yet again another no tank composition, or if they will opt Smeb into something a bit beefier up in that top lane. For now, draft looking very similar. Malzahar Varus taken off the board by both sides.
And let's just soak in the fact that we're 3 games into what feels like a final series, and it's the first round robin of 2017. We're not even into the real business time or the right business end of the season when spring season starts to end, especially when summer season starts to end. We're going to see this matchup so many times, guaranteed to see at least 4 of them, and hell, probably guaranteed to see at least 6 of them, Achilles. So this is the first one. It's already delivering. We've waited so long, and you remember those movies that don't deliver when you wait for them? I saw Indiana Jones 4. That was a much ado about nothing, but this one is delivering, and this is the summer blockbuster, and it's in spring.
Oh, God, you had to remind me that Indiana Jones 4 exists. I like to just ignore that one.
So do probably some of the people involved in the movie.
Aliens real... so bad. Anyway, Camille, final ban from KT Rolster. Now SKT, they're going to go ahead. They leave the Rengar up as they take away the Maokai.
Not left up.
Where they want to go here. Score, be more than happy to take the Rengar for himself.
Interesting, SKT don't do anything to deal with the no-tank composition. They could have banned Rumble, for example, but maybe that'll have to be a second round ban. They leave up Jace again, and Jace is taken. Now, the Jace play certainly looks shoddy compared to the Rumble play, but will we actually see it flex? Because Smeb is a great top lane Jace player. And look, they're just going to take away the Rumble, so they don't want to deal with Rumble top shenanigans from Smeb anymore.
All right. We've seen Blank 2 times so far this split. Played Kha'Zix in both of them, but now going to change things up. Moves over towards the Rengar. So will we see Kha'Zix out for score, or will he just go back over to the Graves? Something that he played extremely well, upsetting that statistic of the Rengar victories over Graves.
I just feel like Jace Graves does one thing only, and that's push, and it's also guaranteeing that you don't have any real form of initiation, barring some situational initiation, although you're going to stay with the Ashe. The Ashe worked very well in Game 2. Def was pretty on point with that. Was confident that would be locked in the moment they selected it. Could be Ashe Zyra. That's a possibility if you're looking for specifically the laning focus, since Karma has been banned away by KT.
See, taking their time with this one, so Ashe for Deft yet again. Ashe arrows were quite on point in Game 2, and looks like it might just be the Graves for score. They will lock it up. So potential top laner mid. We have our jungler and our AD carry ready to go. So looking for a support mid or top for these last couple picks here for KT.
Expecting a support pick, maybe an AD carry for SKT in this round. But just try Ezreal again, but it was so well thwarted in the previous game that maybe it's time to move away from it. Jhin as a champion, sure, it doesn't have the most wave clear, but can stay the heck out of dodge compared against a Zed, unless the game is well and truly fallen apart around him. So a bit more safety there in terms of just average range in a fight. Often don't think of more safety than an Ezreal, but just a different play style might behoove SKT in this game. Also, a hell of a pick comp because Rumble can launch the Equalizer, and it's a great setup for either the execution damage from the Jhin ultimate or the Deadly Flourish. Cannon ban is an interesting one. Smeb has always been an AP cannon player. Maokai's already banned. The only time we've seen that on cannon has been pretty exclusively into the Maokai. Not sure what the scouting report is there from SKT.
They lost the game. They were worried, like, for a second they thought they were playing against Afrika again. They kind of got spazzed out. So like, okay, you have to ban cannon. Oh, wait.
See, everyone needs a deep breath. We need to reset. Some of us got very excited about shockwaves in the previous game.
There's a big shockwave, Papa Smithy.
It certainly was. Reddit approved that one. Nautilus ban, so taking out a tank killer and also a tank. Maokai and Nautilus hit the ban list. I just feel like KT might get frisky and go for the Jace top. Jace mid has been the only pick we've seen this week, but otherwise it feels like they're going to enter the same traps they were in previous games. Tahm Kench being available is a nice answer to the Ashe.
Go ahead and snatch that one up and might see the Lulu. So this is becoming a higher priority from teams from time to time. Synergizes well with the Ashe, but so does the Zyra, which has fallen off a bit.
I wouldn't like Lulu here because the wild growth serves no engage purpose because they're ostensibly not going to have engage. And it's kind of a poor man's karma in every other way. So moving to the Braum, because you see Tahm Kench, you can take a melee support. So Taric was a potential. They went for the Braum, and okay, early game when it comes to the top lane tank. They're going to go for the Gragas. Gragas Rumble's the matchup we're going to see.
Okay, so this is the first time that Smeb has played the Gragas in top. Huni was, I think, the first one to bring it out here in the LCK. They lock it in, and now
there's a lot of squishies there, Achilles.
Coma is patting Faker on the shoulder, and they go ahead, they lock it in. We got pawns in Game 2. Now we get Fakers in Game 3. Zed returning to the Rift yet again.
It's going to be exhaust. You'd have to imagine the summon a spell for Pawn in the mid lane. A lot of great targets open here for Faker, looking to walk the game with last pick Zed like KT was able to in the previous game. And when you see what is once again a siege fast push come, okay, with 2 tanks, but again, largely around the AD threats. Very low magic damage, only going to be base values from Gragas on the side of KT. They're still very siege focused. You set up around, Braum puts up his shield, Gragas ults people away, and you take down objectives. Best way to stop that playstyle from happening, either engage or going for the 4-1. And 4-1 is exactly what SKT want.
Interesting draft coming through from KT yet again. The Gragas top for Smeb. See how he plays this one out, because Huni will be very well practiced on that Rumble. Already seen him play that a couple times this split. Gragas hasn't had that much resounding success here in Korea thus far, for the few times that we have seen it played.
It's actually a really big pick over in the LMS. We'd see often Gragas blind picked as kind of a pseudo counter to the Camille that was very often the last pick or not even picked at all. Just ults out of the Hextech ultimatum. It wins basically every tank matchup, but this isn't a tank matchup. It's a matchup against the Rumble, so need that Spirit Visage quick. Trades could be pretty good and can set up ganks, but really interesting stuff from Smeb, and the series that keeps giving has got one final turn for us, I think, Achilleos.
And it does. Faker back on the Zed against Pawn's Jace. Let's see what happens there. Should have been an explosive matchup. Let's go down onto the Rift for game number 3. See who's going to win the telecom war. Ah, that sound is absolutely glorious.
Lets you know that there's not a free seat in the house. Everyone is here to see who will be the first victor of the telecom war, and guess what, LCK fans? You get to see it again on Sunday. So who will fire the first shot? Who will actually go and be the top of the first round robin in the LCK? It's so awesome that coming into the final game of the first round robin, completely equal in game score, in match score, just no head-to-head to separate them. And guess what? 3 games in, we're still waiting for that head-to-head.
Completely uncertain who is going to win this one. Bold moves on both sides. Faker coming back in with his Zed. Smeb now with the Gragas.
Well, body slamming over that wall hurt Huni a lot.
Yep. I think Smeb might have seen that VOD, didn't go for that play.
Although Faker's collapsing here.
There's 3 here. Smeb already going down. Big body slam does connect. Pawn gonna have to flash over the wall.
Pawn was actually the superstar there. He went aggressive because he knew if they collapsed on Smeb, he was dead. So he gave up his flash to allow Smeb to exit. I think that was a really heads-up call because otherwise, everyone turns onto the Gragas, he almost certainly dies.
Yeah. What a team player coming through. Well, Score spots out that start. Gonna rotate right over to this blue buff after taking his Raptors. So we'll at least come up with the 2 buffs. He can go back over to his red. Blank is hurting a bit, but still alive, but has to go ahead and peel back after taking the red. So it's going to delay him quite a bit.
And you notice Score started enemy blue. After they made the Rengar accountable, saw him chunked out. Knew he was going to be starting topside to secure a buff because if you start somewhere else and there's wards there, you'll lose the buff and get 3 buffed anyway. But Score is being just the most annoying Graves possible, taking both camps that Blank will walk to. And this also plays to tendencies because you think of Peanut, he's definitely going to start invading when he gets invaded on, but that's not Blank's style. He's only going to end up with 1 camp on this side of the jungle.
Yep. Score doesn't have enough time to go ahead and take the Gromp. Intelligently placed a ward at the jungle entrance to spot Blank coming back in. So he peels out of there safely, but now can just go ahead, pick up his red buff, and then could just rotate right back up to the top side, get the blue, maybe even hand it off to Pawn for an early blue.
And almost certainly going to be a 3 buff, and you see why it was a 2-man invader no more, because it was about being able to 3 buff, allowing Score to have vision and time on the route of Blank in the jungle, and to just power farm up a Storm. So really nicely orchestrated 3 buff. We've seen a few of these start to come through on 7.3. A thing that you have in the playbook but don't always bring out, but a match like this is exactly when you do.
Huni's now rotating down the river to accompany Blank into the jungle. Will spot out Score with that scrying plant. They has to take away the blue buff. So 3 buff.
Mada's
Not
walking
gonna
up.
come
They want to
through.
fight. Mada's walked all the way from bot lane.
Blank has it. They are still collapsing. Smeb gonna go for it. Gets a body slam in on the Blank. He's going low. Score comes up with the first blood. Now Huni in a bad spot. Flashes away.
How
From that
badly
big
does
shock
Mada
blast.
want this? He
Blast
really
forward,
wants it.
Lands the Q. The exhaust comes down a slow from the barrel, and that's going to be concussive blows. That's going to be 2 kills picked up. A double kill delayed goes over to Score, and KT just explode onto the Rift for game number 3.
And in Season 4, Mada redefined roaming with his warding, with his roams with Dandy. He legit sacks lane, walks all the way to top, makes it work with the Flash Winter's Bite. And this is exactly the start KT were looking for. 3 games in a row, they've got the early lead, but they made it count in game 2, and Mada made a count there, and look at score. He is massively ahead now. He picked up the double buff refresh
Almost
from
has
killing
the Warriors
Rengar.
enchant.
Almost has Warrior enchant. He is about as accelerated as a Graves could be.
Such a great start there. And SKT, you know, they bit the bullet. They wanted to go for the invade, get rid of that blue buff so they didn't get triple buff. But
How
too
far
risky.
in advance did Braum see that coming? Did Mada see that coming? He started roaming up the moment he even thought about there being an invade. It was the play that made sense. He drew in the extra resource, not Peanut solo invading. Blank is much more about preparing for a safe invade. But when you're willing to leave lane with no boots at level 3 and make a play like that, then you're the master. OGN put up that shot calling clip of Mada, specifically shot calling, I think in the Samsung series, and it shows just how next level. There's no coincidences about Mada as a player. Everything is about his ability to time, his ability to see things moments in advance, and Faker can do that in the mid lane in the 1v1. That much is established. Thanks, Mada, for that story. But great stuff from Mada in the bot lane.
yeah. Shot calling from SKT in this early game, just a bit lacking. We'll see if KT can keep up the pace. Right now, just going to be a couple hundred ahead. 700 to be exact.
But it's not admirable for SKT to have to react to a new jungler in the last game. Sure, it can throw a curveball, but in my head, a series that starts with Blank and goes to Peanut is preferable to the other way around, because throwing in the aggressive wildcard seems to be a lot more hard to set up for than throwing in the predictable wildcard. We know how Blank plays. He's not suddenly going to become a new style of jungler, and it's been very well exploited by KT.
Yeah. We've only seen him twice this year, so we haven't even gotten much of a gauge on how much he's improved. Hunito in a bad spot gets knocked back by the explosive cask. He knows he's dead, just wants to get the minions here at the end. We'll be able to soak those up, but hands a third kill over to Score.
Nice to be the young of the team. For Score, he's the oldest player, therefore he's like, this is my kill. I'm going to be a frontliner on Graves, get my damage, and even get something tanky like Asterix Gauge to not be an extra target for Zed on the all-in. Speaking of all-ins, that one is just a chunk out from Zed. Could use the ultimate. That's what you can do. You can just rush Asterix Gauge, and sorry, you don't have access to QSS anymore, but you do not die as easily in one rotation. Black Cleaver into Asterix Gauge, also a possibility.
A lot of pressure now falling to Faker and Bang to be the ones that bring this game back above the water. They have
Wolf,
some breathing
you should
room.
not be there.
Yeah, Wolf is in a bit of a rough spot here. Has a great health shield still that he can pop. We'll pop it now. Bond waits this out and has a shock blast. Ooh! Almost comes up with it.
That's when you feel good about taking those extra armor runes.
Helps him out a bit, but they're still going to lose that blue buff.
Blank is completely envisioned everything he does, whether it was the vision provided by his team at level 1 or the wards they put down. Able to take a second blue, gives it over to Pawn. Have more control in that mid lane. Obviously not the highest value blue to steal away, given that it is the Zed. As Bang knows to expect score on this side of the map, but you can only wait so long. So what you do there is you wait till the minions are going to crash, and then you walk up. You don't need to walk up before that, but look at Bang. He knows very clearly what's happening, but unbeknownst to him, Score backed away, just going to solo down an Infernal Drake.
And what better Drake to start with in Game 3 of a Telecom War, so we get the Infernal, see what comes out after that one, but already such a strong start from KT Rolster. Now they'll have that extra 8% stacking up in the background as they take it down. A Mountain Drake will be the second.
They're just so smart. I mean, I'm obviously a big fan of macro play, being an LCK analyst. How can you not be the millionth camp in a row that they know? I mean, Blank's, they're basically clairvoyancing the camp as he gets there. The only person who doesn't know is Blank.
There's a throwback.
It's, they've played this game out so well. You can't help be in awe a little bit of how clean the first 8 minutes have been for KT. And again, may not count for much. They could still lose the game, but when you see 8 minutes like this, you think how many teams in the world could pull off this clean an early game? One hand is already too big a sample size, because this is just next level stuff.
I mean, there has to be even an asterisk to that statement, because it's this clean of an early game against the #2 team in the league. It's SK Telecom.
I mean, the #1 team in the league, right? They're both #1 teams.
That's true.
Even in coming into Game 3, they're #1 teams.
I'm pushing things a bit further up the timeline potentially here. It still has yet to be proven.
And super teams, you know, that was another thing that was yet to be proven. Longzhu tried it. Sure, not with the caliber of talent here, but still for 2016 spring, it was a very strong team. And people were right to be skeptical. But there was so much talent. There's literally Pawn as the biggest weak link, and hell, he's pretty damn good in the mid lane too. But the fact that they've gelled so quickly is the surprise. You know, both teams have new parts to them.
Looney, he's trying to get this.
I don't know about that flash.
Control ward, flash forward. They knock him back in towards score.
Not dead yet.
Should be able to close this up. That's going to be Deathmark coming through from Faker, but he takes too much damage. Deathmark pop will still come up with a kill. Faker makes it out alive. But they lose 2 members for it. Abyssal Voyage comes through from Bang & Wolf.
Mata.
Arriving just on the back end of the fight. Mata does roam up by himself. That gives him alone time. Over to Deft. Smeb goes forward. Still has the ultimate. If he wants to try to pop Bang in, looks like he's going to think better of it.
It's not the old ultimate anymore, though. The reliability is a lot harder.
There
Use
we
it
go.
now,
Still
though.
finds it. Bang has the flash. Holds on to it. Waits for the Devour to come through from Wolf. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Huni going to TP in, looking for a kill onto Deft. But it gets matched immediately by Smeb. It's a game of chicken, and both of them decide to back down.
And the teleport game is not one that Smeb has been able to win this series. Either been outfoxed. Huni's been able to win. He's either been outfoxed or matched, and in this case was matched.
Boom.
They get the turret as well. They were trying to stop the first brick from going over to KT, but Infernal Drake, first brick, and desperately SKT want to break a top lane or a bot lane because then they can start the 1-3-1. I don't know about the flash here from Huni.
Yeah. Very bizarrely played.
Reminds me of trying to flash something like a Fizz Q and lose the damage, but didn't happen in that particular interaction. Damage did still register.
Yep. Meanwhile, down bot. Deft going low. Faker gets locked up by the concussive blows. Mata has to flash away. He'll come down from Deft. Yep. Score is here, and he's very strong. Blank gets locked up. Devour comes through from Wolf. Can they make it out alive? Slow comes through. They might just have to sacrifice the top catch. And it looks like that might just be the play here. Wolf doing his damnedest, but just nowhere to go. Score still fearlessly
Still got a lot of burst.
pushing into the face of Faker. He's got 2 levels on him, but he still just is not afraid. Curtain Call turned down. On to Pawn, gets locked up by the Deadly Flourish. Curtain Call's here. Pawn jukes out 1. Can he juke out more? Flame Spitter's coming through. 4th one's
He
got
might
to
just
connect.
kill him.
Can he get the kill to Huni? No, not going to happen. The overheat auto attack's doing too much. That will be Pawn going down. They had to invest quite a bit to take him out. But they lose Wolf on the bottom side of the map. It's still about a 3,000 gold lead established for KT. This is looking a lot like game 2. Def comes forward, Ash Arrow just to the side, trying to predict Huni walking back up the lane. Doesn't find it.
Easy juke there. SKT need to make these sort of plays. The pressure is with KT Rolster, so even though they need 2 people to take down 1, those are sort of steadiers that allow side lanes to get a bit safer, that allow vision to be established. SKT do have really good defensive vision already established, but some of the damage has already been done. It's not as big a gold lead as it feels. KT are not as far ahead as maybe they think. We know that it's only 2.7k or so a gold lead, and Faker can finally start entering the side lane. Let's see if the punish can be here by KT.
Mata is here to try to follow up onto Faker. It's the first hit in, throws out the Glacial Fissure. He will be slowed as he tries to walk across this, but big Abyssal Voyage comes through from Wolf and Bang. And with that arrival, it's just going to be KT going ahead and backing off, so can't even get the flash out of the Zed.
Really nice dodge with the death mark onto the ultimate there from Mata. Saw through it. You know he's always steps ahead, Faker, and made old man Mata look a little bit silly. Old man Mata had a silly game in game 1 as well. Go back and watch that VOD. Don't look for vintage 2014 Mata. You got very much 2017 Thresh.
It's one of those things where you wonder, why does this guy have a Thresh skin?
He used to be super good at Thresh, but yes, many years later.
He still has played some very good games.
I don't think he'd be offended to be told that his mechanics aren't what they were in 2014, but his brain, you know, was what he's prized for. He thinks on a different level than many players, and he's been good here.
Equalizer thrown down, gets a decent bit of damage onto KT, just really trying to dissuade them from going for more damage onto that tier 1 turret in mid, and it works out. Good walk down by Huni. Waves in the middle of the lane and top, so it buys him a bit of time. Now Smeb gonna have that inside track. Back up towards the top lane, clears out some vision. It's a little bit risky with Blank nearby. That body slam over the wall.
Only just didn't have the Rengar on top of him. If the model was actually any further on top of the Gragas, wouldn't have been able to body slam over. It did have flash if it was necessitated. I like what Huni's been doing in this game. He's been losing lane. It's 1 and 3, but he's on team fighter. He has the Leandries, and it's good to see him reacting first and roaming first, because if Smeb is allowed to roam first...
Flash body slam. They try to pop him back in. Huni does flash away. This time, the flash is good. And he makes it out alive.
Most top laners that are playing this Gragas are not willing to ult flash. Ult flashing does actually have the same kind of flavor as the previous body slam flashes used to. Used to be body slam flash into ultimate, but now, of course, you have the fixed duration. You can ult flash, but very, very tricky. Certainly very easy to look silly on. And look, he doesn't get the kill, but they get the objective they were looking for. There's still pass marks there.
I'll still feel happy about that one. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, it's going to be a bit of a party. This Voyage coming through, Pawn getting exhausted, already down below half HP. Smeb does finish channeling this one. Going to slow up Blank. Wolf tanking up the turret. Glacial Fissure comes through to lock him in. He will die. Smeb trying to chase down onto the rain guard to get a little bit more. And now with Death coming on the sidelines, flashes in for the volley to slow up onto Blank. Cast comes through. It's not enough damage to finish him off yet. Now
It's
the
gonna be a
TP's coming through
turnaround.
from Huni. This could be a big fight for SKT. Death getting hit in the backside by the curtain call. Fourth shot won't connect, but it doesn't matter because Faker comes up with a kill. Huni barely limping out with his life. They find 3 kills in the bottom lane. And that is just going to be a massive pickup for SKT.
And a really big decision-making misfire by KT Rolster. Remember, they were 2-man pushing in the top lane. Sure, Smeb can teleport down, but no way for Graves to be there. And they're doing this not against an Ezreal who needs to close the distance, but against a Jhin who can be impactful just wading in from the mid lane. So well punished. Big mistake there is Smeb doesn't want Faker to recall.
No shopping for you.
Money between those two, and so far so good. So they draw the teleport here as they're looking for the turret dive. They try and make something happen, but remember that Graves has no way to get there. He's just walking to blue buff. He doesn't even have an inkling of coming to bot, and everyone from SKT can rotate bottom. Huni decides, he waits for the call. Is this going to be something we can fight? When they see Death flash in, you'll notice the moment Death flashes in, that's when Rumble gets the call to teleport down bot, because suddenly it's frontline Ashe, and this is a fight you can turn around. So this is really good decision-making from SKT, not KT. Big mistakes from KT Rolster. Too much of an investment with no way for Graves to get there.
Really nicely played by SK Telecom. Still fighting on the back foot. They're not letting that gold lead stretch. It's still just around 3,000 for KT at the moment. Shock Blast not connecting in onto Bang. Chunk him out. Where do they want to push from here? Looks like it might be in for this tier 2 turret. They have the inside track. They can try to poke off. They'll get a little bit of damage in, but unlikely that they'll be able to take it.
You say that, but it's triple AD carry, and they're very out of position, SKT.
The wave's not there yet. Second one still back by the tier 2. Huni trying to pinch in from the sideline. Smeb finds him, pops him back with the cast. Goes down to half HP, but the Devour comes through. They lock up Wolf, however. Might be looking for a kill onto the top catch. Smeb still not tanky enough in that front line. Has to peel back. He gets rooted by the Deadly Flourish, but Bang not feeling confident enough to come up with the kill with the curtain call, so won't initiate that. But SKT, they hold on. Lose half the HP on that tier 2 turret in mid, but otherwise don't lose much.
Do lose positioning here, KT Rolster around the Mountain Drake though. With Infernal and Mountain, they would have had a pretty fast Baron, you'd have to think, with triple AD carry. And Groggs does percentage damage as well.
Yeah.
For now though, SKT don't feel strong enough to actually start it. Waiting for some shops, I'd imagine. Parking Faker in a side lane. Kind of out of nowhere. He's 3-0-1, so he has actually been picking up the lion's share of the few kills that SKT have been able to pick up. But doesn't have the defensive vision to do anything other than push minions into a turret. They really need that first turret. You need a side lane turret for Zed to actually threaten onto an inner turret, actually move vision up to the point where the minions are crashing on an inner turret and give you space to work with. The game is still very narrow for the Zed, so might be able to clean up team fights, but is not having the map effect that justifies the Zed pick.
Now things going to slow down a bit. Looks like we had score go over the wall, starting up that Mountain Drake, but there was a ward, so they do see him. It's a bit too risky, so they won't try to commit in for that objective quite yet. Looks like they just want to return over towards this mid lane, try to get some poke damage down, maybe come up with a pick and get themselves an inner turret out of it.
Poke still a happy spot for KT.
Oh, score. On the sidelines, Deathmark comes through. They pop up Faker. They will find the kill, but the Deathmark will finish off score in the end. A 1-for-1.
There's a lot of gold on the Faker. They don't have a lot of wave clear outside of him as well.
That's going to be the equalizer thrown down in desperation. Mata gets rooted up, taking a couple turret shots, but overall looks like he may just be okay. Now the curtain call comes through. He's going to be the target as well as Def. It's going to be Smeb and Pawn trying to take this up. Pawn goes back in, really greedy, really aggressive. The bouncing grenade comes through, chunking them all
It's
down
so low!
so very much. Bang, flashing forward, can't get the last shot. The Deadly Flourish won't connect. Meanwhile, on the backside of the fight, a double kill comes in for Huni. Won't be able to make it a triple quite yet, as it looks like Smeb will make it out with his life, but Pawn not as much can be said for him getting collapsed on by several members. Does he just go for the play? He's going to try to
Teleport.
Yeah, jumps back in onto the wave. That's the TP coming through from Smeb to zone them off. He'll cancel that to get the refund on the cooldown. Does keep Pawn alive, but man, really greedy play coming in from KT Rolster.
See, on first hand, you can understand the word greed, but when we see the replay, you'll see that just like the level 1 play, this ended up being necessitated from Pawn. So we tracked the fight, score is dead, but really nice turnaround to Zed. That 0.5 second lack of snapback means that Zed is actually killed before he can snap back. But consider what happens at the start of this fight. Chunked out, they're kiting back into a narrow corridor, no way to get onto Bang when he opens up. And if he's allowed to fire, this is a one fight for SK. This is multiple kills. Pawn, just like at level 1, goes in, because otherwise Deft and Mada kiting back are gonna die for sure. They don't have cooldown on the shield. This would have been 3 or 4 members, it only ends up being 2. So while it looked like greed, I think it was Pawn having a good read on the situation, because if you're just running as Jin fires shots at very squishy members, people are gonna die.
Fair enough, either way. Just surprised that Bond made it out with his life. We can see that the Mountain Drake was picked up by KT on the back end of that replay.
All right, third time's the charm on this inner turret.
They're trying for it. Faker pops the Youmu's on the side.
Minions are in a really good spot in top and bot lane, all gonna be pushing in.
Equalizer comes down, Mada getting chunked down. Faker goes in, Smeb's gonna body slam him. Trying to delay him a bit, but he goes into the backside with Mada, but he just gets absolutely destroyed. Score comes up with a kill, but now SKT, they are firing back. Curtain call in onto the Graves. A couple more shots will take him out. They can't find it with a 4th and final. They might still be able to finish him off. He quick draws away from that deadly flourish. They got Faker, but they lose for SKT. Winning these fights despite the gold deficit.
There's just no threat onto the Jin, who can continue to open up. Equalizes just enough to set up Deadly Fuzz, set up the onslaught that KT don't have an answer to. So trying to play the map at the right time, and they certainly chose the right time, but such great execution. Initiation is a struggle with SKT's comp, but they're making it work. And for now, halting the onslaught of KT. Notice they don't really get objectives. They can push things out. Maybe Huni will take this bot lane turret, but just like Faker, he doesn't have the most safe vision to do. And all KT are doing is padding the gold lead, or just, I guess, losing the gold lead, given there's now 600 gold. So they feel like they have enough tools, but the equalizers, picture perfect from Huni. A lot of damage start. Deft has to flash preeminently, and even though Smeb ran at Faker, tried to stop him from being relevant, he ults people in, and he kind of ults Huni in to basically burn down the Ashe, and then it's just squishies everywhere to be cleaned up.
And the last 2 fights, the one that exploded just before when we had that replay, it comes off the backside of the equalizer. It seems like KT just keep forgetting that this equalizer is available, and Huni has been laying them down the same way every time they push up for that tier 2 turret. Now though, fight breaking out in the mid lane. Deft getting jumped on, going down by the look of things. Deathmark comes through. Can they finish him off? He's exhausted, and he will fall. That's going to be Bang coming up with the kill.
Backline,
double kill. And now here comes Faker. Comes up with 1, but he pays for that one with his life as Pawn will barely slink out of this one. But yet again, KT just losing these fights to SK Telecom. Pawn finds an answering kill with a big shock blast onto
He's
Wolf.
calling an award.
But it's a 2 for 4
Wait for
in favor of
Bang.
SKT. Do they go for this?
Yep.
Oh. All right, well, the Deadly Flourish not fast enough for Pawn. He was not window shopping, as it turns out.
Definitely can't go and queue that one point. He needs to run away this time.
Yeah.
That was a great play from Huni. The teleport was really good to see as well. Finally got in the backline. Not an easy thing to pull off on the Rumble. Didn't even have to use the Zonias. Fight after fight. KT doesn't want to be fighting. They want to be setting up. But the setups have been thwarted by SKT time and time again, even though they have a front-on composition that you think could be disengaged from. But they're making us a believer in KT. Keep running it down mid and keep getting punished.
Yeah.
We're going to see the replay. Remember, Deft doesn't have summoners, so he's going to die eventually. Just trying to do as much damage as possible.
Yeah, and then
was
Huni
always going
comes
to
in
die.
from the Raptors.
Huni comes in from the Raptors, and the equalizer is perfection, just like some of Smeb's equalizers previously. Runs in, kills score, basically solo kills Pawn as well, and the backline doesn't end up being as landslide a victory as you might expect from SKT, but Huni answering the critics, including myself, wondering where his big teleports were. You just saw one on the Rift.
I mean, again, night and day from Game 2 to Game 3 here for Huni. The TP coming through, something that was severely lacking for him on the Rift in Game number 2 with that Nautilus. But now, being the playmaker, 6-3-6 on that Rumble, up quite handily in CS, as you might expect over that Gragas, but this was a bit of a gamble run by KT and Smeb, bringing this Gragas up into the top lane, and so far, it set up a couple picks.
Look, the teleports will only get better. Let's be real. He has a lot of experienced people to learn from on his team. The thing you can say about Huni is that his champion ball is exactly where it needs to be. All the meta tanks and Rumble are his champion ball, which is exactly what you need to be able to do. We know he can play the carry situation, the gangplank, for example. Finally, this turret that's been just such an onslaught for KT is taken out, but it's answered by a turret for KT. A credit to Huni where credit's due. He's still a young player, especially when it comes to playing in Korea. He clearly will get better. And at least he's changed the champion pool from the Lucian top meme to very much the meta picks.
Yeah. I mean, like you said, Shen, Maokai, Gragas, well, the one that he brought out.
Gangplank?
Something that he's been very known for. I mean, he gets his hands on the Camille every now and then, and even Jace in the top lane, so.
That's all the champions. There's no more when it comes to meta picks. ADD somewhere being like, what about Sion?
What about my Sion?
You know he's the only
What
person
about
to play
Olaf?
Sion in the LCK.
Yeah.
Drawn Sion bans very frequently as well. It's gone. It feels like, honestly, Season 2 and Nivea a little bit, where it's like, I don't get it. Let's just ban that champion. I don't know.
I mean, we're probably going to see that banned away in our second set of the day, because again, this is just the first set, Papa Smithy. We're just starting things off with the telecom war.
I mean, no one plays Sion at all, anywhere. So it's just like, well, we can't get practice, so I guess we ban it. I don't know.
It's just so
And
good
then
at
Ian gets Syndra again. He's 7-0 on that Syndra. But those are stories for another series. We're still smack bang in the middle of Game 3 of the telecom war, of the decider, to find out who will be first place going into the second round robin, which actually does start with our second series of the night.
Yep.
SKT have won the last few team fights. Rengar ultimate popped. Ashe is not there. This is risky from KDB to be so far up.
And they're pushing in fearlessly, clear out that vision. Smeb's going to body slam away from the deadly flourish, make sure it doesn't get rooted down. Scrying. Plant does come through. Yeah, it spots everybody out, so they can't rotate over, try to start up that Infernal Drake, so that will elude them for a bit longer.
Run it down mid.
It worked the third time. I don't know how it I don't know how it goes beyond 3. Gonna go ahead, rotate back. Huni does have the TP available.
They can just DPS this one down very fast.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be any counterplay to this one. So second Infernal Drake is snatched up for KT Rolster. Could be a potential win condition for them as we edge towards that Elder Drake spawning.
One thing I want fans to understand about this game is that there's no Zyra, there's no Karma, it's not mage supports. So the different thing in a game like this is that they have multiple people on each side that can ward. Karma often gets picked when you go for wards. There's a lot of picks in game 1 and 2. The playstyle changes when you have melee supports because warding is that much more reliable. Tahm Kench can walk up, put down a ward, and if there's one person, probably not going to die. If there's more people, probably not going to die. It's really decisive Baron call. This might decide the game.
Yeah, Smeb's down to the bottom lane, going to be TPing in right into the front.
Returning.
Down to half HP. Looks like SKT will go ahead and peel back. Big shot blast comes through. Score goes in the front line. Wolf will get locked up by the Ashe Arrow, and he gets deleted. Equalizer comes down, but it's cutting off KT for the rest of their squad, but there's just no way for SKT to pick off those members in the front. So they're just going to go ahead, have to lose Wolf, which probably have to say is the best case scenario.
Do they
for
try
them.
the Baron? They're going to.
They start this one up. They have that double Infernal with the Mountain. Curtain Call comes in as an answer. So KT just getting rid of another ultimate.
Get the teleport out of Smeb. That's why they started the Baron. They clearly were not willing to look for a 50-50 smite. Back away from it, but someone had to die, and Wolf was not able to actually pop his gray skin, so died instantly. Team fighting still very tricky for SKT to pick up. Looked good the last few fights, but remember, that was where Bang was able to open up next to a turret out of threat range and do a lot of damage. Be that long-range artillery that Jhin can be. But
I mean,
when you're hitting the Baron, there's no long-range artillery anymore.
Yeah, I mean, that's what Bang's been able to do this whole time. Again, deathless right now on Jhin, 307. Everybody else has died at least twice.
But think about why. Because if they're fighting in short range, Gragas, excellent range interrupt, assuming the Edge of Night is not up, of course. Ashe Arrow, Braum also. But because they're fighting as a siege comp under enemy turrets, there's so much safe space for Bang to open up there, but much less around Baron.
Oh, they're looking for something.
Big equalizer.
Equalizer comes down. Pawn already down to half HP. Abyssal Voyage coming in for the sidelines with Blank in tow. Death gets locked up immediately. It looks like he's going to fall.
They're
Yes,
done.
he does. The bot lane of KT wiped off the map. Smeb not able to contribute an ultimate to that. And now with Deft and Mata both gone, SK Telecom are going to set their sights on that Baron.
Baron was the thing that thwarted Score in that famous final game. This time SKT are completely set up for it though. 5 members strong. They're DPSing it down quickly even without mountains or infernals. Faker on zoning duty as well.
Yep. It's going to be Shock Blast.
Whoa.
Bang goes low.
Baron
Only
at
down to half
4,000.
HP. Faker goes in, gets a lot of damage down on the pawn, knocks him down
Here's
to
the
about
turn.
half HP. Curtain Call coming through. Bang still safe in the back line. Baron resets, so just going to be looking for a pick here. All KT make it out of range. Flash forward from Wolf with a tongue lash. Trying to come up with the kill. Smeb goes in. Might just be the sacrificial
Oh.
lamb. Pawn comes up with a
He
kill
doesn't die.
onto Faker, but he will get taken out in the end as Wolf goes forward, finds that killing blow. Smeb does eventually go down as Huni burns him out with a flame spitter. Score very close to giving Bang his first death of the game.
But they got a 2 for 1. They got a 1 for 2 and stopped the Baron 3v5. Exactly what KT wanted. Lost the minimum given the fact that it looked like it was going to be a complete suicide interrupt. So played around threat range super well. Don't give up the Baron. Baron might have been the end of the game, Achilles. Zed's getting big, entering a side lane with Baron buff minions. We know how that goes. But able to equal out the vision, and this series lives on and might actually extend past 40 minutes.
Yep. It's looking like it. Flame Horizon achieved for Huni as he gets that nice 311 CS on the Rumble.
He started off 1 and 3, but Smeb has kind of spent the rest of the game looking for engages, so it's tanking up turret shots and Jhin ultimates and basically being a front line that KT has lacked all series. Hasn't been in lane much, so for Smeb to actually have 15 out of 20 kill participation and Flame Horizon lets you know that for once in this particular player matchup, it's actually Huni that's styling on Smeb.
Yeah. And I feel when KT finally decides to play a tanky top laner and ends up being Gragas.
Smeb's like my kingdom for the Jace. I just wanted to play Jace.
Could have been a Jace, could have seen a couple other things come out for him. Maybe not into the Rumble, that would be a bit rough. Could have played the reverse matchup with the Nautilus. Or no, it was banned away by the final by SK Telecom. Never mind.
And
Shen
now-
was up, but that doesn't sound right.
That's true, and Smeb has had enough of Shen. He plays Maokai only.
His shadow dashes were left something to be desired.
Well, Taunt Flash is hard, but Smeb made it look extra hard, so I guess back to the practice tool for him. We saw our Observer playing around with the practice tool. He really liked Misfortune ultimates, apparently.
No cooldown misfortune. Ugh.
This is the part where both sets of fans start to really hold their breath. Playing around Baron. Baron probably closes the game out for either team. We're at that point in the game. KT gonna start it. Want to force the teleport from Huni.
Yeah, he
Remember,
gets
it's
a
in
turn the bottom
double
lane.
Infernal.
Yeah, plus the Mountain Drake. Baron already
They're
down
gonna give
to
it up?
below half HP. They have to get in here. Blank maybe coming up the steal. He's not able to find it. Score. Gets it, but can they get kills on the backside of this? Redemption coming down, keeping KT alive as best as they possibly can, but Faker already takes out Def. They already get rid of Mata, the first two to die. Yet again in this fight, Pawn goes down. Score trying to exit on the backside, takes the blast cone for a ride, but he's still getting pinched on by Blank and Wolf. Looks like he will be able to make it out. Has that Baron empowered recall. They pick it up, but they lose 3 members. 40 seconds on Pawn, 25 on Deft. What can SK Telecom take in the meantime?
I mean, both these teams struggle to play in narrow areas. It's still a rumble, this time on the side of SKT. Good smite from KT, but all they really succeed in doing is taking the Baron off the map. They don't actually get to keep many of the buffs. They pass over more gold. We're seeing in our picture-in-picture on our side that not going to be any major objectives for SKT to pick up. And that's really all you can say for some of these players is that, okay, it's a mistake from KT, or at least it's an overforce from KT, but SKT aren't getting much out of the trades.
Just a Mountain Drake for now. As they attack that onto the board. So Elder Dragon, when that comes up, would still be very devastating for SK Telecom if KT is able to snatch that.
And the 10 kill lead does give them a 5,000 gold lead, so gold lead the only thing they were able to pick up from the kills, and a lot of standing gold to be picked up for SKT as well.
Yep.
And now Guardian Angels are starting to come in. Even Rumble going to be purchasing into one of those very soon. Tell from the chain vest. KT are in the reverse spot they were in the previous game, where they really need to choose the right fights. If they can kite around an open area and, you know, just cancel out the equalizer with a redemption. Maybe they can win a team fight, but it's a big maybe. If Mada can get to level 16, level 18, get tanky enough to actually be a frontline Braum and not basically only have a chain vest to his name in terms of tanky stats, again, maybe things can get there. But we're getting to the part of the game where Smeb, the only frontliner in the game, he's Gragas, you know, who does fall off the most when it comes to tankiness and late game teamfight impact. He's getting closer and closer to being an interrupt bot and an ult bot.
Just a rough spot to be in.
Well, they need to be decisive here. They see SKT, and specifically Faker in the bot lane.
Like
So
there's going to be a trade of turns. I mean, you can see just how quickly those do go down.
it needs to be a trade up, though. If they trade evenly, then Zed is going to have a field day. So they need to brute force, and it's on SKT to try and hold.
Shock Blast only connects on the Wolf. Mada's already very close
Look
to
at
dead.
that damage.
Throughout the redemption, Ash Arrow comes through.
Can
The
they get a
final
pick?
body slam forward. The cast comes through, but it just knocks him away. They can't get on the bang. He's going to open up the curtain call. Big equalizer thrown down. Mada, he's going to be the first one to fall yet again. Heal coming out of depth, trying to keep them alive. Give them that little
Zed
burst
didn't
of speed.
recall.
But that's going to be Faker just splitting in the bottom lane. And SKT, all they have to do is
Keep
just delay
chasing.
the recalls. That's going to be a body slam back forward from Smeb Pawn, going low. Tries to get onto Blank, but just can't come up with the kill. Bang, finds that one. Finally
two.
suffers his first death, but now Score is starting to turn things around. Comes up with a double kill. Going to be looking for Huni. Doesn't have the GA quite yet. Overheated.
Meanwhile,
can't do anything, but Faker is now splitting in onto the Nexus turret. Score
think he's
comes up
done it.
with the triple kill at the end, but Faker is just chipping away at the base.
Two are able to get out, so not quite. It's going to be the hold from KT. Oh boy, this game is so close. Turnaround from KT. They realized they couldn't recall. They were going to get chased down like we said. So a quick turn. Score coming around the backside. Remember, he had plenty of kills to start this fight. He's now on 10 after cleaning up Bang. For once, Bang couldn't open up. He'd already ulted, but he thought he was safe in the backline. Burst down by the Graves. No inhibitor turrets go down, so there's still things to defend. There's still time that it will take for Zed to be able to split push. We'll still need a minion wave to end the game. If you lose the inhibitor, if you lose the Nexus turrets, Zed's probably going to decide the game by just being bot lane and forcing multiple members to be there.
Just jump over the wall.
Now things a little bit more tense.
Yeah. So Bang suffering his first death here in game number 3. It was a good run for 1-14.
He loves those ninja tabis. Everybody's got a ninja tabi. Used to be the swiftness boots, no longer. Can't really argue against Graves, Jason Ash.
Yeah. It's a good pickup.
Its only damage coming out of KT is purely physical. Not going to include Iceborne Gauntlet procs from the Gragas.
Single tier from Smeb.
Late game, Gragas doesn't do damage.
Yep. Body slam bot.
Even Maokai
Plus
does
ult.
more damage. I'm going to try pushing. They want to force SKT to respond to them. That's why they're always going 5-man. It might have been thought of before, but it's the only option they have now.
I mean, they've held these turrets, and Huni doesn't have a great spot to TP into. They haven't spotted the control ward. That looks like they will get it now. That would have been the only way he could have come in, but they would have seen the TP anyway.
They don't have wards on the pathways. If he's going to come in, he needs to know that he's going to get 5 members retreating with the equalizer. Otherwise, just best to hold on to the teleport and keep pushing. We're getting to 6 items on every player. Wards are starting to become more and more difficult to be placed. Double warding trinket on the side of SKT. You'll notice, actually, only a single on the side of KT. So they're expecting to need to invest in spot vision, which makes sense with their poke comp, but when it comes to permanent vision, only Mada's around to be able to place it. Couple of wards from Score as well.
Yeah. Now, though, SK Telecom starting to posture up into this top lane. Super Creeps pretty far away from that bottom side, so KT have bought themselves enough time by pushing up and taking that tier 2 turret. All the inners now gone. SK Telecom just have the sanctity of their base to hide behind.
One of the biggest issues in teamfights is that Deft is really only an ult bot. He's 0-7-7, no kills, very far behind in terms of items. Only has a Hex Drinker really to complement the CDR duo that will always come through from an Ashe.
I mean, look at just how much damage Smeb is still taking from Huni on those Electro Harpoons. Leandri's, Ravenon's Death Cap on top of everything with a Void Staff. He is just absolutely ripping through the tankiest member of KT Rolster.
And yeah, I mean, Deft's items are so unfortunate. He's forced to go into items that help him survive against Zed. Because QSS is no longer that early option, so Bloodthirster, Hex Drinker, just trying to stay alive as long as possible. He kind of admits that whenever he enters a flash, whenever he enters a fight without flash, he's basically dead. Wants to put out as much damage as possible before, but short of an Infinity Edge at 40 minutes. Very paltry damage coming out from the Ashe.
Yeah.
Needs others to do the heavy lifting, and it's mostly score. You know, score and pawn are really the only damage on this side.
All right, well, Baron now respawning. Elder Dragon's here. I mean, this is a chance for KT Rolster. They could try to make a trade. If they see SKT going for one of the objectives, they go ahead and swap. With Double Infernal and the Mountain, the Elder Dragon would still be quite good for them.
They're all popped.
Coming out. Blank gonna get slowed up. Curtain Call comes down. Let's chunk out Mana. The Curtain Call coming through now, just chunking them down. Def trying to kite back. Trying to get a couple hits in onto Blank, who jumps forward. Big Cass comes out. He still has the Guardian Angel keeping alive. Baker goes in the back line, gets popped up immediately by the Glacial Fissure, but
Not dead,
Wolf is
though.
there for the Devourer to keep him alive. Smeb gets his GA popped. Huni jumping straight in on top of Def, and that lifesteal is
Still
barely
alive.
enough. It keeps him alive for a couple more seconds, but Baker goes in to finish him off. Comes up with the kill, and it looks like they're winning this quite handily.
Although-
Score able to fire back, takes one out onto Bang. They lose Smeb in the end. It's going to be 2 kills on the side of each team. Pawn trying to interrupt, but won't be able to find Wolf. He just takes a dive, makes it out of there, but the Super Creep's now starting to chunk down onto these turrets, so Score has to go ahead, clear this out. They won't be able to get rid of any of that vision in the river.
About as even as could be. Deft stayed alive. Sure, not putting out a lot of damage, but wasn't the first to fall, even after he was target selected for death by Faker, and they can't actually pick up an objective, even though KT are forced to defend. Now, maybe they'll go for the Elder Dragon. Very low value for SKT, mostly just taking it off the Rift to stop one of those swaps you were talking about, Achilleos. Going to be a pretty free objective here. KT in no way are set up to contest this particular objective, but
I mean, they don't even see it going down. That side of the map is completely dark.
well, they don't see anyone around Baron, so they can have a pretty damn good guess that it's happening.
Smap does have his TP. Do they want to go ahead? Thought maybe they'd try to start that one up. It looks
They
like
also know that
they
Abyssal
will.
Voyage is on cooldown.
That's true. Abyssal Voyage is on cooldown, but Huni does have the teleport.
I think they're going to rush it again.
Let's
They
see.
have to.
Yeah, Huni goes in for the recall. The Baron's going low. There's just no way for them to get in there. So Baron does go over to KT, but they need to minimize the losses. They need to make it out of here with their lives.
Equalizer
is
here.
back up for Huni. Where does he want to toss it out? They're all in a choke point. There it is. Perfectly laid out on top of everybody, but Blank already falls. Def gets jumped on. Baker comes up with the kill. They follow over the wall, looking for Smeb, looking for Score. Should be able to take him out. There's no GA available for the Gragas. 4th and final shot would kill. They don't find it. He's going to body slam back. And Score manages to recall. So KT loses their bottom lane yet again, but they kill Blank and they get the Baron.
And it's only a 2-for-1. How do they keep getting out on a sliver of health? I think SKT played that as well as they could. KT with incomplete information. That's what we have to talk about. Is in the repo, you pause it, and you're saying they don't even know they're taking Elder Drake. And on the simple level, sure, they can't know for certain. But when you see no one setting up around Baron, you can problem solve and say, well, they have to be doing the Elder Dragon. That's why they made the call. The smite coming through, remembering Abyssal Voyage was on cooldown, and the other cooldowns were down. They made the informed call that with double Infernal and Mountain, they could rush down the Baron. But even then, they keep denying the Baron from SKT, but they're never going to get out 5-man because SKT were going to close the distance, and with so much ranged initiation and just Zed popping in, someone's going to die.
That was so much better for KT than it looked like it was going to be, though. Score somehow able to just recall out in lane. Makes it out safely, and Smeb just juking out those curtain call shots keeps him alive.
Well, Deft is tank. He's going to build Chain Vest into Guardian Angel now. This is the, well, they've got a Fed Zed, I hate my life build.
It's definitely feeling that way if you're Deft.
That's how you can play Ashe as a tank. Tony's like, can I play this top lane?
Intriguing. Smeb getting locked down, takes a little bit of damage. Still no Guardian Angel for him. Minutes away from that one coming back up, if I do recall correctly. So he's going to have to be very careful watching his health bar.
And to be clear, this is the correct build from the Ashe. If you go Infinity Edge, you die instantly to Rengar, to basically everyone on SKT. Is the worst day for Ashe. So just going to be trying to do as much damage as possible and be a support carry.
Turret does fall in favor of SK Telecom. Get their second inner taken away from KT. Just need that top lane. Complete the circuit. Inhibitors have respawned for a considerable amount of time, but neither team in a position to go in and push for that one. 45 minutes just about on the clock. And we're still not that close to this game being over. Maybe one explosive team fight, but otherwise, things are starting to stagnate.
Till they don't. We're so close to what is going to definitely be a game-defining fight. 3 people die, and this game is over. We're at 45 minutes. Death time is a very, very long open inhibitor on both sides. It's just honestly a mini-game. Faker versus Deft, and Deft has the most potential here, and both of them have Guardian Angel. So if you're able to equalize out the Zed, if Zed somehow becomes trivial, oh, Bang's got burst. Rengar and Rumble can do a job. There's fights that both these teams can win, but it's going to take some immaculate outplays on one side to decide the game.
Shock Blast comes over the wall, Bang chunked down to about half HP. KT poking down from above, but SK Telecom, they're just going to have the fast track on the mid lane. They could just sprint right up this and maybe try to get some damage down onto the turret. Might be a little bit too risky. Edge of the Night does get popped onto Bang. He's going to be still safe in the back line. Opens up with a curtain call. Nice cast through from Smeb to interrupt that. Minimize the amount of damage coming through.
First interrupt we've seen all game. Edge of Night was on cooldown, so not able to protect himself from that.
Good pop at that time. Huni using that scrap shield, making sure he doesn't take any burst from that Shock Blast.
If they had any control wards in the bot side, they know where Zed was at. They see him now. KT just want to push up mid, but the minion wave is being proxied by SKT, and they're coming from multiple angles.
Chero comes through, connects onto Huni, devours there from Wolf to keep him alive. Faker still playing up very far into the front line.
The one's tracking cooldowns, Devour down for a couple of seconds.
Oh boy.
Well, they're not going defensively, they're going aggressively because they want this inhibitor.
Yeah, that is not your base KT Rolster, but they say, we know. We're going to go ahead and take this out, get some super creeps working for us.
That can buy
pushing
time.
forward, but can't do much to go into the front. Big equalizer thrown down yet again by Huni, chunking out the members of KT Rolster. Redemption does come through, healing them back up the full. Blank almost loses his Guardian Angel, and Huni has to go into the zone.
He's really low.
He'll comes up, Cast comes through, Faker has to jump back out, still has GA up. Now Score going low, gets waves. That's going to be Bang coming up with a kill. Can he find more? Smeb has his GA, Pawn goes in big, takes out the Jin. So far, a 1-for-1 exchange, but Blank is going to try to upset that. Goes back in, takes out Mata, but they answer with yet another kill as Smeb gets rid of the Rengar. A 2-for-2, Smeb barely limping out of there.
And both sides of the crowd cheer because still 47 minutes into the final game of the first round robin, we are not able to separate SK Telecom T1 or KT Rolster. You can't write the script any better. And we just keep getting 2-for-2s in the most unlikely fashion. 1-for-2s when a team is completely overextended for Baron. Summoner spells are down. Guardian Angels are down. But still, we wait to find out who will take this first Telecom war.
I mean, 2-for-2 for KT, but they get the inhibitor on top of it. So nice pressure bought for them. Fortunately, it's on the same side of the map as the Baron is in 1 minute and 15 seconds. So it should be easy for SKT to prep that and respond.
And now you have to feel like where the items are at. 4 Guardian Angels runs at a Zed comp. Zed's power is more going to be about the AoE than the ultimate. The ultimate's going to be almost instantly negated, and that doesn't mean that Zed is useless. Plenty of AoE damage going to be coming through, but Zed's been forced into some tank items of his own. Sterix, Gage, and Guardian Angel himself. Almost feels like you should sell one of these items like the Yomu's for something like a Ravenous Hydra for some AoE damage, because you're getting KT low and low, but between the respawns, between the Guardian Angel pops, they're just trying to shut down Zed and make the best of the rest of the team, is the KT Rolster team fight strategy.
Yeah. Gold lead has not stretched for either side. And pretty much we're at that point where the gold doesn't really matter. So 5,000, 6,000 separating these two teams. It's just going to be a figure at the end of this game and not impacting these builds a whole lot.
Big difference here is that Score and Pawn, and specifically Score, you see Graves in the late game and you're like, okay, he's kind of tanky, pseudo-tank frontliner, does a bit of damage. Damage onus on this Graves is the highest I've seen of any Graves because Ashe has gone emergency build. It's a lot of consistent damage, but not really any way to inflict damage through a Randuin's and a Deadman's Play, for example, on the Rengar. So the poke is important. The target calling is so important because if you don't call the right target and you share damage, everyone on SKT is going to be 60%, and people on the side of KT are going to be dead. So you're going to need some of that famed Mata shot calling, specifically in teamfight shot calls, to make the most of it. A lot of flashes on cooldown. KT trying to brute force this out of this inhibitor turret.
They're pushing in yet again. Smeb just going to tank this one up. They don't have minions for a considerable amount of time.
Don't get much done.
Yeah, they don't get a whole lot down onto it. Even with the Mountain Drake, not helping them out enough.
The shove is so much faster than SKT's that every time they see SKT enter mid, instant clear a wave and threaten for a die.
Yeah. Super Creeps are starting to push up inside the base of SK Telecom. Turn a couple hits from Dead. Pawn will be able to finish this one off. Well, the hunt gets popped by Blank.
This needs to be SKT's fight.
Yeah, he's looking in from the sidelines. Equalizer comes down yet again. Def down to half HP. Faker goes into the back line, but he gets knocked up immediately. GA will get popped on him. See Def coming back up from his own Guardian Angel. Blank going in, just trying to take him out. They're able to do so as Bang comes up with a killing blow. That's going to be a second one.
SKT's done
as
it.
the Mata goes down the bottom lane of KT, yet again falling. Smeb will get his Guardian Angel popped. He's surrounded by SK Telecom members. He's going to fall. Looks like Pawn will as well score. The only one to make it out with his life. And SK Telecom still hold on, but they have to answer these super creeps. Bang, he's going hunting. Can he find it? Looks like the answer is no.
SKT want to enter the game, Achilles. They have super minions, or they have at least a minion wave pushing in the mid lane. Only score is alive, but because they have to answer with just a single inhibitor, they're going to teleport anyway.
Yeah,
they want the end.
This might just be it. Bang does so much damage to these structures. The super creep's still pushing in. The Nexus is exposed, but Wolf is there to manage it. They have so much damage, even with Faker being as low as he is. If Score could get a pop on him, that might be enough to dissuade.
Though. They're not fully committing to ending. Zed's recalling. Game's not over.
Oh, they do go ahead. They peel back. The Baron's up. They have a large window where they can go take this. 25 seconds on Smeb, 30 on Pawn. So they could just force this up. Hooney and Blank still relatively healthy. And they have plenty of damage here with Faker and Bang.
But a lot of power is lost from KT. They have 4
Score.
Guardian Angels
This
entering
is
the
the moment,
fight.
Score. Can you come up with this one? Asher comes down. Blank gets locked up. Baron quite low. He used the collateral damage. Score would have to enter the pit. He's just not there in time.
But he's buying
Can
time.
he find something on
They
the
wanna
back,
fight.
and he goes for it, trying to look for Hooney. The TP coming through from Smav. They jump forward. Mata goes in with the Q, pops up Blank with the Glacial Fissure. They come up with a kill. Hooney, the Guardian Angel, just one hit from going down, but the Devour is there from Wolf to keep him alive. Mata throwing out the Redemption to try to finish him off. Won't be able to find it.
And Score made the percentage play, didn't look for the steal, just wanted to kill someone, because remember, it's a naked Nexus. They're going to try and finish the game 5v4 if they can, but because they only get a single pick, they can't take down Hooney. 5v3, they can probably end the game. But either joyously or frustratingly, the game will continue.
Yep. 51.5 minutes now on the clock. They're trying to push in, get rid of that top inhib turret. Just unable to do so thus far. Still evading them
Big
now.
engage on
Body
Faker.
slam forward on a Faker. He goes straight into the death mark. On top of Smap, gets a little bit of damage now, but he's still relatively healthy on the Gragas. Mata gets popped as GA there
Bang's
to back
still
him
dead
up.
for 25.
That's gonna be Bang throwing up the curtain call, looking for some damage, but he takes a big burst from the shock blast. Has
Bang
to peel
dies.
back and cancel the rest of it immediately. The Bang gonna go ahead and peel back. Nexus already taking a little bit of damage, and Hooney will get his GA popped. SKT still desperately holding on. Blank is up in 10 seconds. Can they buy enough time? Wolf has the Devour, spits out.
Bang's
Hooney,
dead.
that's gonna be Bang going down. Faker going back in, trying to get on top of Score. He pops the GA, but can he do enough? It looks like he will not be able to. Def firing away, but can't get it. Scores here. Can he finish it off? The answer is gonna be no. That's an ace coming through from SK Telecom. It looks so good for KT, but they just cannot finish it off, and that should be SKT winning the game.
What an insane hold from SKT, specifically buying time for the respawn onto Blank. He gets back in, he runs it down mid. Minions will be coming soon. They still have to play base defense. They can't send everyone to end the game. They're going to send 2. Faker's walking up. First respawn is still 20 seconds away. It's Mata. He can buy a bit of time with exhaust. But surely this is it. Surely SKT have done it. This game has seesawed so many times, but they're going to run it. Mata's dead, and I think SKT have won a Titanic series in just the most dramatic fashion possible.
Super creep there to back him up, to tank up the turret shots. They take out both of them. The Nexus is exposed. Mata, if there was anything you could do, I'd be so damn impressed, but it's just hopeless now for KT Rolster. SK Telecom, in such a back and forth third game, are able to come out on top. They win the first telecom war of spring 2017.
The telecom war that everyone around the world waited for, delivered, and then some. The best of 3 I have ever seen in League of Legends history. It went both ways. Great victories by both sides in Game 1 and Game 2, and the most titanic struggle, a twilight struggle you could say, in the final game is won by SKT. But it was a game of inches. The difference between KT and SKT is separated in multiple hits on a Nexus because they're macro, they're micro, the outplays from both sides. It was beautiful.
What a finish. KT, the all-in, going for the Nexus, just coming up short. Could not find it. They lose the first telecom war. But hey, cheer up, guys. You have another shot in just a couple days when they score off yet again on Sunday.
Maybe give them a bit of time to get over this particular one. Not too much time, like you say, but that was a series. That was the series we dream of. Being able to cast it is an absolute privilege. Score once again finds himself so close. Now, of course, in much lower stakes than the 2 HP struggle that was the 5th game of last year's final, but you could have fooled me. I thought that was a final, because it was certainly played like one. Both teams fully committing. No sign of profit, no sign of subs. Everyone playing at their highest level. And Huni shined in that last game. His Rumble, he was completely outclassing Smeb in a way that he's always been outclassed himself. We don't forget, and he doesn't forget, the manhandling he got back on when he was on Fnatic against SK Telecom that day. Sorry, against Rox Tigers, I guess Coup Tigers that day. And finally gave the level of performance that justifies all the hype around him. In a big game, he should hold his head high. Marin thwarted him, Smeb thwarted him for 2 games, but he got to a 3rd, and great stuff from Huni.
Absolutely. Such a strong performance from him at the end of that one. And SKT, they gotta be relieved that they won this series. Whether or not they can feel too happy about it, maybe not. So still some work to be done. Game 2, absolutely rough by them, but still so hard fought by both sides.
And look, we've had series where that's the call, right? Where it's like, well, both teams feel bad, but they should not feel bad after this particular series. This was an insane series played by both. It wasn't a fiesta, it was smart League of Legends, and sure, it gets a bit messy when no one can put down wards with 6 items and 45 minutes into the game. But both teams lost their first 2 games because the enemy team was playing out of their minds, and then it was the closest game 3 you could ask for to finally put it over to SK Telecom. So the people that bet on SKT are riders.
I mean,
that's a lot of friggin' damage.
Look at that damage. 82,500 on the dot, by the way.
I mean, his equalizers were
minutes?
burning down people in insane fashion.
I mean, and you talk about, you know, the lack of the Infinity Edge for Deft. Look how little he was able to do. 35,000 comparatively.
But that was the Zed pick. The Zed picks forces AD carries to be irrelevant, like Ezreal in the previous game, or complete utility. And Ashe is already on the utility side, but nothing more that Ashe could do in the late game. That Rumble was something.
If Huni doesn't win MVP, I'm going to start a riot up in here. He's definitely got to win this one. We'll take a look now. See who it's been awarded
to. Give it to Huni. It'd be
Bang
ridiculous
won the
not
first.
to.
There we go. Huni does net it for himself. So his 4th win. He will go ahead and enter into a tie for 9th place because there's just so many people. I guess 10th place at this point.
But this is the sort of win and the sort of performance the fans and the player will never forget. He'll remember that he stood up in a big game when he needed to, that he was by far the star of this game. Some splashy stuff from the Zed, Bang opening up very safely multiple times, but Rumble was the hero. Huni was the hero. And he joined SKT for one reason. It wasn't the money, it wasn't the fame, it was to win. He got close to winning in 2015, didn't persist with Fnatic, went on his American adventure, but he's back in Korea to win, and today, he was a big winner.
And I just would love to know how much of this damage came straight out from the equalizer.
I would say literally 75%. And like Flame Spitters do a lot of damage, don't get me wrong, but how many times were they sitting in the equalizer? The floor is lava as a kid's game, but man, the floor had to be ignored this entire game.
I mean, this was a beautiful one as well.
They were set up for them, but KT couldn't play it any other way. They wanted to kite back. And sure, it only ends up being a couple of ticks every time, but it adds up. There were so many equalizers. There's probably 20 equalizers in this game. It went that long. What a game.
Yeah.
Just incredible.
Insanely played by both sides. And what more could we have asked for, really?
Look, it's the sort of game that will be scrutinized, be VOD reviewed, it'll be watched and for eternity. Because, again, calling it the best of 3 of all time is high praise, but I have never seen a game on this level, and I've watched a damn lot of League of Legends. Credit to both teams. On a different day, KT would have won this series. And guess what? That different day is Sunday.
Yeah. You can see KT, again, this replay, all inning. For actually, Wolf got the kill of Tomato with the redemption. But basically just having to all in for this Nexus, and they come up short. Great gatekeeping by Wolf, by the way. His devours were
we
so on point.
Look at this last fight. Look at how many different outplays are required to keep SKT alive. And KT, they thought about attacking champions and minions. They weren't focusing on the Nexus. I think it would have gone down either way. Let's take a deep breath, because we've still got another series today. But first, some very well-deserving MVPs.
That is correct. We're going to go ahead, hear from Hooney and Bang, our MVPs from today. So Joel, take it away with the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. I'm still shaking over it. What a series. The first telecom war is now over, and officially the first win goes to SK Telecom. And we are here with today's MVPs, Hooney and Bang, for the interview. Bang and Hooney, well-deserved win. How do you feel? Are you talking to me? When I was coming to the stadium, I was very nervous. And I was very unsure of how this was going to turn out. And because, you know, a lot of people were asking me about my win rates over the past week. You know, it wasn't very good, and, you know, there were a lot of mistakes that I had to account for. And that just wasn't really helping my confidence that one bit, but, you know, I think I was very fortunate today with today's result. Yeah, the first game was really your game. You were talking about your skills lacking, but you really carried that first game. You know, but like I always say, you know, it's the team result is always win. I don't care about carrying. So, you know, I always tell my teammates, don't worry about my 1,000th kill or whatever. But, you know, I'm just worried about winning the game, and I'm glad we got that. Whether that's all the honesty from Bang, we'll find out later. Hooney, you must be feeling ecstatic right now. Really carrying the game, the last game in the decisive win with the Rumble. And I think I just about passed out at the end of that game. And I think, you know, so many mistakes accumulating over and over. It was really stressful for me. And I think today's Rumble was not my Rumble, as many of you might know. And I think I've shown a different part of myself, and I've proven a little bit about myself, and I'm very happy with that, just alone with that. Bang, I want to ask you another question. You went with the blind pick Ezreal. What was the strategy behind that? You know, when I was practicing, I felt like Ezreal was one of the OP picks for me. You know, I feel like that would work out in the scrims, and it did. And I was talking to my coaches and saying it was Ezreal blind pick worthy, and they agree with me, and so that's kind of how I went up with that. And another interesting thing we have to talk about is your choice of shoes, where you picked a Ninja Tabi. You know, what was that all about?
Calling your shoes is funny, I gotta admit.
You know, I think Riot should nerf Ninja Tabi. That's just kind of the gist of it. And he's making a statement to Rido right now. You know, I think if you nerf the Ninja Tabi, you can worry about the other boots later, but... And Ezreal is one of those champions that you can't really build any armor stats on, and you could build MR, but armor is just not an option for Ezreal, and Ninja Tabi is a great substitute for that. And getting a lot of armor pen in your runes, and you know, with the basic armor runes that you always equip. But you know, if we go with that Ninja Tabi along with those runes, it just gives you so much efficiency with the armor stats. And even if the opposition decides to go with the armor pen build, you can still defend well against it.
Kama really needs to talk to Bang about stopping revealing all these sick high-level strats. First Ezreal into Jin, now about the Ninja Tabi.
He's just giving it all away.
So Hooney is saying that Bang is revealing all these mathematical stats about each items, but you know, I'm all for feels and I'm all for instincts, and that's kind of how I play my game. So don't really understand too much about what Bang has just said just now. And game 3 was really interesting, where they saw you pick out the Rumble, and Smith picked out the Gragas in hope for a counter pick, and you did struggle in the early game. Yeah, I think I could push the lane in the early game, but that does bring a lot of risk with the ganks. But I think, just being wise and pulling back and not being greedy for the early lane matchup, it can give me a lot more breathing space to think through some of my decisions. I feel like those little mistakes that I made were really forgettable, but I feel like I always want to tell you that I always want to improve on my plays. Another funny story of today's matchup was that Zed came out in Game 2 for KT, but Faker decided to pick it out for SKT in the Game 3. I think that's a question for Faker. You shouldn't ask me. I think it was a decision between the coach and Faker, deciding between each other. I didn't know why exactly he picked it. But I did fringe a little bit as when he mentioned the Zed. But as a result, you guys won out of that. I think, along with this interview, we have so many video highlights that we can show you as we continue this interview. Here's one of it. There are so many GAs that need to be popped, and all these individual outplays. And in the end, SKT came out on top on this one. All of us were just screaming out names of which one to kill first, and the audio was overlapping as crazy. But Bang, would you like to add a comment to that? I think I was pretty low on HP around that time. And I was supposed to make a decision whether to go back to the fountain and heal back up or continue fighting. But I think even if I did go back, I still would have died in the end. So the instincts told me that I should have kept on fighting. And it was a situation where we would have outnumbered the KT in a later instance. And I thought of that instance and kept on fighting. Game 3 was definitely a bloodthirsty bout, and it was really back and forth. It was the win could have gone to any team. But how do you rate how the game flowed throughout the game? We weren't really confident and sure of whether we can win these team fights, and these skirmishes were surprisingly on our side. And we were very fortunate with how KT used some of their summoner spells, and that gave us a lot of advantage that we thought we didn't have in the beginning. But I think, after winning some of the initial team fights, we got stronger and we were able to win more skirmishes in the following. And I think it did go back and forth like you said, but it was a very confusing game for sure. Yeah, you guys seem exhausted, but it's too early for that because you have another telecom war coming in 3 days. How do you feel about that? I think regular season is important and winning games is important, but we're really focused about the finals and just getting to the top place. And I think eventually with time, our team will get stronger and you can have confidence on us that we will do just that. And that's the end of the interview. Back over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Joel, for the translation, as always. So great to hear from those guys. Huni looking to steadily improve further and further. Clearly did so between games 2 and 3. TPs were very impactful on the Rumble compared to the Nautilus there in game 2. So stepping up throughout the series helps net SK Telecom that win, but barely so. It was such a close third game.
Just incredible. I'm still on the afterglow of what it was. Just
I'm coming down from that high right now.
Beautiful series. Don't need any narcotics to get the high that was provided by that particular series. It was incredible. SKT now do separate themselves, but by a pretty slim margin over KT Rolster.
Yep, just going to be at a +2. So this was the one that broke the tie going in, but that's the end of the first round, guys. We're halfway through the spring split, and the second round starts right about now in about well, 20 minutes or so, you have to say, because now we're going to have Longzhu Gaming coming up versus MVP.
Yeah, 4th vs. 5th will be our final game. But guys, that was the series we all hoped it would be. And you know, so
Thank
often you get
Thank
the
you so
series, you
much.
get what you want. You wait for it, you get it, and it's so close, but no cigar. Well, guess what? Just like Korean Graves, we get the cigar over here in the LCK because cigar was certainly in that game. It was everything that it was built up to be and more. We'll have a fun series next, but don't think it can match that one.
Yeah. All right, guys, we'll see you in about 20 minutes. Got to let the players get set up, but we'll be back in just a bit for Longzhu versus MVP. We'll see you then.
I know that if you wanna love somebody, it don't matter what you got standing in your way. Baby, we can break through it, break through it. Don't you let 'em waste time, 'cause I just really wanna love somebody. Just to know that I got somebody that's the same. Oh yeah, this is our love, and if it's real love, then nothing's gonna hold us down.
In a world so shallow, we got a shot at some by us. Ain't gotta be explained. Bring the hook in and make it plain. Say,
I know that if you wanna love somebody, it don't matter what you got standing in your way. Baby, we can break through it, break through it. Don't you let 'em break us down, 'cause I just really wanna love somebody. Just to know that I got somebody that's the same. Oh yeah, this is our love, and if it's real love, then nothing's gonna hold us down. Yeah, this is our love, and if it's real love, then nothing's gonna hold us down.
long as you hold me down, nothing can hold us down. Not even gravity, Bonnie and Clyde factor, mama. I'ma ride for you, just like you ride for me, and we gon' take.
Coming up next, Longzhu Gaming, MVP. 2017 League of Legends Champions Korea Spring Split.
The clock's ticking, the cops are coming fast, so grab the duffel bag and let's roll.
matchup. Longzhu Gaming. MVP. 2017 League of Legends Champions Korea Spring Split.
Welcome back, LCK fans. That's right, we're not done yet. We still have another match today. You might not think that given the grand scale of that best of three we just saw. Arguably, very easily argued, I would say the best of three that has ever been played in League of Legends history.
Yeah, some great best of fives, but no best of threes quite to that level, and now we're kind of in the shadow of what was an excellent end to the first round robin, but we get to look forward. The second round robin starts
right
with
here.
this series, actually a rematch of a series that happened earlier this week. That'll be a trend, as you guys are probably pretty well aware now. The telecom war will also be played again this week, and Longzhu vs MVP was played on Sunday over at the Gangnam studio. It was a bit of a messy one.
Yeah.
Both teams, I think, were a little bit off form when it came to execution. Longzhu, the deserved winner over it. And we will also see the debut of Longzhu's new coach, I would believe, given that they were able to make that change. Now, the coaching situation did actually cost them a game score. They came to the studio once late. That was a single penalty point. And then giving in a roster that didn't have their new coach because Coach Song had left so shortly before the series. Means they lost a game score, actually ended up the first round robin below Samsung despite actually earning the right to be above.
Yep.
And that we end up with this game, with MVP still entrenched in playoff contention against Longzhu Gaming with their new coach.
Yeah, and this is crucial times for Longzhu. They want to pick up a win here because of that lost point. You mentioned, if you get down to the wire at the end of the spring split and it comes to playoffs and you happen to miss it because of the coach leaving, because you arrived late at the studio, that would just be all sorts of feels bad, man. So Longzhu, they want to have a stronger performance than what we saw from them against MVP just last week. And it starts right here. So you know the roster. You can expect BDD not starting in the mid lane. He will still be eluding us for a considerable amount of time. So Fly will be kicking things off.
The Longzhu fan group came out to pass out rice cakes to celebrate BDD's day. The 1st of March was actually his 18th birthday. 19th in Korean, of course. And his first anniversary of his debut, he played one day later. If you remember, back on a struggling CJ Entus lineup, right in the middle of the spring split last year. So not to be sin. I imagine he'll get some regular season game time, but Longzhu are flying. They should be third based on their win-loss. Can, of course, go back into third. You look at the ladder, you look at the last series, and you're like, okay, first and second, probably set. It's probably going to be SK Telecom and KT in some order in first and second. But you have to say that 3rd through 7th is still very much up for grabs. Afrika in 7th, Samsung at the start of this in 3rd place. There's a lot to be earned, and that makes 2 zeros all the more important. This league format is all about consistency, and picking up 2 points is so damn big.
Yep. Need to snatch those up. MVP going to be looking to do just that, currently sitting at +1 scoreline. If they could close out with a 2-0, that would bump them above Longzhu. So it'd be a very nice start to the second round for them if they could do so. But this has been a very interesting team when it comes down to their picks and their drafts. One of the surefire things that I guess we can expect here is going to be the Syndra contested for Ian in the mid lane, undefeated currently on that champion. So can expect Longzhu will be looking to take that off the board. But if it makes it through draft, ADD could very well just see him bring out something like the Scion yet again. Max, another wild card in the bottom lane. We've seen Brand, we've seen Vel'Koz from him.
I think the big story there is that the higher priority has been taking away the Scion. Teams don't know how to deal with the Scion. No other person has played it in LCK. It's not a popular pick in solo queue either. So the issue becomes that Scion, with top players now more and more becoming a first-round draft, has to be a first-round ban, and then the Syndra slips through. It's out of nowhere, really. We only noted when it was at 5 that, wait, undefeated on Syndra is Ian, and it's gone up to 7, so it's getting to very much an extended high win rate for the Syndra. If you're banning both, a lot of bans for the meta champions. So just having those champions was a little bit left of center. Started by Beyond last season, playing the Amumu out of meta. They play a lot of out of meta supports. Like you said, Max has got 500 MVP points. playing basically everything in the bot lane, and this is going to have to start becoming a factor for enemy teams because Syndra is a blind pickable mid laner, and there's containment matchups, but there aren't really counter matchups to deal with the Syndra, at least in terms of the meta pool of mid laners.
Yeah. So we'll see if Ian's going to bring this one to the table yet again, and if he can tack some more wins onto that ratio, or if Fly will give him his first loss over on that Syndra.
All right, here's what I want. Let's just go blind pick, Fly's Aurelion Sol, Syndra from Ian.
Are they going to
Good to
say?
me.
Are they going to say the talent?
No, I'm happy to see the Aurelion Sol. It's a good containment matchup into the Syndra. Was a matchup people were playing back at Worlds. Probably not as good now that Aurelion Sol's gotten some nerfs, although Syndra has got some slight changes as well. Yeah, we have to reset ourselves, even as casters, coming off what was a mammoth first series, but this is going to be a really fun one. And very much the same part of the table. Samsung first game with their new coach. I say Samsung, of course, was a former Samsung coach, now coach of Longzhu. Still a very big series in its own right, and one that will definitely shape the standings when we get to the end of the season.
Oh, well, there goes the Syndra, first and foremost.
On blue side.
Banned away by Longzhu. Yes, they are over on that blue side, so just go ahead. Have the freedom to ban that away. Let's see if the Scion makes it through the first round, or if that'll be taken off the board as well. MVP, no shock here. The Varus.
Separation between these two teams, honestly, was most felt in the AD carry role, which before the season you're like, okay, Maha, blah, blah, blah. But Maha has actually had a good season.
He's leveled up quite a bit.
And it was more that Prey was playing out of his mind on Caitlyn, especially in Game 2, than it was about Maha's struggles. So, not necessarily a criticism of Maha, but Prey had a day out and then some. And look at this, already 2 bans that, sure, on blue side, you have more flexibility. You don't have to ban the LeBlanc with the same priority. But still, this is a very good thing for MVP that pocket picks are drawing ban. Not that Syndra's a true pocket pick, but it being a first round ban is very uncommon.
Yeah. You can see the Camille will be banned away by Longzhu. As well, MVP have played that a couple times. In their victory against KT Rolster. That was something that ADD piloted in the top lane. It was a 2-0 win. They will leave Rengar on the board as they ban away the Ashe, trying to get that out of the hands of Prey. But like you mentioned, Caitlyn is something that he is very adept at playing.
Quite a lot open here in terms of first pickable champions. Rengar, though, has definitely been the premium jungler this week. At IEM, it seems like teams weren't coordinated enough to make the fact that Rengar was slipping through actually make it worth a first pick, but good to see that the level of play around those champions is leveled up, as the talent flashes are definitely going to come out. This is a permaban in Korean solo queue, it's worth noting, so there is still a real chance we'll see Talon in series like this, but not that early, probably.
Yeah, for now, should just be starting off with the jungle. Graves, very strong, still available, will get locked in for Beyond. This is something that we saw from him again back during the summer split when he made his debut into LCK when MVP won their way through the spring promotion tournament. So they snatched that up. Jace is also on the board, so we could see this locked in.
Seen Jace for Syndra a few times, Syndra banned. Jace looking even safer as likely a mid lane pick. We haven't seen top lane Jace this week at all.
But looks like they might just try to lock down the ADC here in this round. So could just be Jace over to Longzhu if they want to play it. Expression could bring that out in top lane.
That was the big performing champion from Prey. In Game 2 was the Caitlyn. And have rolled back the clock. Hasn't played a lot of Caitlyn the last year, but popped off on it and then some. Was doing insane damage. But he can go back to a Prey favorite. Just go on to the Jhin. His reliability on that pick is not with doubt, and maybe a Karma would nicely round out this draft on the side of Longzhu, but maybe they're going to prioritize Ryze even higher. Didn't see any Ryze until Game 3 of the series between Longzhu and MVP, and that was the one where Longzhu just completely ran all over MVP in the third game. So
We'll go
return
ahead.
to Ryze.
Yeah, they locked this in. Cassiopeia is available for MVP if they want to draft it here before we go into the second ban phase. I think that might be smart of them if they want to go for that pick. Otherwise, Longzhu will almost certainly remove it.
The Malzahar is also a takeaway, so the draft that Longzhu ended up with in Game 3, where they went 17-1 in kills and bulldozed MVP, was Maokai, Kha'Zix, Ryze, Jhin, and Malzahar. Basically, Kha'Zix's wet dream, where you can just jump around assassinating people with instant cast CC. So important to take away something like the Malzahar for the suppression. Now we get into the brass tacks, the second round of the draft. That's where the coaches make the big money, and
Lulu, okay. Yeah.
Lulu banned before Karma is a surprise. Now, Rengar Lulu is a very reliable way to use the ultimate knock-up coming through from the wild growth. So Gorilla already showed that Lulu, and there was actually Lulu priority. So it is worth noting that in the previous series, Lulu actually traded victories on both sides before it was banned away.
Cassiopeia here, banned away as expected by Longzhu.
And this is
trying
the
to
next
get an advantageous matchup here for Fly.
But this is the next level of having 2 best-of-3s in a single week, is that just like we get tournament metas at something like IEM, you get double best-of-3 metas because they've played so recently that Gorilla's great play on Lulu isn't going to be unbalanced by supports being buffed and nerfed and patches rolling. We're playing both these series on patch 7.3, but they remember that Lulu went winning on both sides, banned away. Finally Jace banned after MVP flashed it for as long as they did. That leaves up Maokai and Corki as very safe blind pickable champions in the top and mid lane respectively. Might want to go somewhere else when it comes to dealing with the Rise. But with Cassiopeia banned, the most favorable matchup, on paper at least, is taken away.
Yeah, will be the Corki as an answer here for Ian. So just picks that one up for himself. Will offer, you know, a decent amount of AP damage, where the Graves and Caitlyn will be bringing tons of pain from the AD side of
Will it
things.
just be Maokai Karma or Zyra Maokai here? Could go somewhat different. It is blind picking a top laner, but come on guys, it's Maokai. We know how this goes. Whenever it's not Maokai, you're like, why? Now, consider Zyra, even though the range on the side of MVP is pretty high, so it's surprising to see a champion that's best as a disengaged support. Could just be for laning phase power, though. They need something to help push, and they clearly don't want to go for the Karma.
Man, what a profit right there, Papa.
Oh, I'm so good at pick and ban predictions. Corki and Maokai blind picked. Amazing. Maokai get nerfed one day, and then we'll have new champions.
Yeah. Well, Shen available over here for MVP if they want to just hand that over to ADD, give him some global presence.
I'm not a big fan of triple AD carry Shen. It just doesn't feel like it really does anything. I think something a bit more powerful in the early game. Sion, one of those champions. Gragas, also one of those champions. The Sosmeb play a Gragas game. It can work. Had a good start there, but fell away compared to the Rumble.
As usually happens.
I actually much prefer Gragas to Shen in this situation. It's because it's more proactive early, it's stronger early, and when it comes to a siege, it sounds like San United into just ulting onto an AD carry works, but it's so telegraphed, and you don't really have any threat or disengage when the Shen is separated. I don't think it really works, so I actually like Gragas. You know, always been a famous siege champion, whether it was Shushay-style AP Gragas back in the day, or the tank Gragas. You just use the ult for true disengage rather than popping people.
We'll be that all the same. We'll see if ADD can make this one work, where Smeb tried and ultimately did fail. I mean, then again, Huni, you know, so much damage in a 53-minute game. I think I did the math. It averaged out to almost 1,600 damage per minute.
But it's tricky to execute for MVP. Very much a window in the early to mid games, try and snowball it away, as we saw KT do in Game 2. But Maokai Rise, 1-3-1, team fighting, all of them seem to heavily favor Longzhu Gaming, and they have great pick tools too, so even if Rengar gets going, they're going to have a lot of struggles setting up. The vision line starts to be advanced, and they can't get vision to allow their sieges to happen. They will also struggle, so impetus on MVP to execute in the early game, and not quite the level of comfort of, say, the Syndra or the Sion to get them there. Maybe we'll learn something about MVP, because it looks like Longzhu have got them in the draft.
We'll see what moves Beyond can make out of the jungle. Want to get going early with that Graves, get your Corki to that power spike as quickly as possible. Let's go ahead and get on to the Rift for Game 1, Longzhu versus MVP.
Spare a thought for these poor fans, of course.
There's a lot of fervor in that voice right there.
Remember, they had to wait an extra 57 minutes to see their game, scheduled at 8 p.m., but of course, Telecom War went long and then some.
Just a bit. And there's a million people downstairs right now waiting to meet SK Telecom.
Did you count them all?
Yep.
I saw you counting whiskey bottles yesterday, so I thought maybe you could count to 1 million pretty fast.
Damn, that was a really good bar that you found. 117 different types and ages of, well, I mean, Scotch. whiskey, bourbon, etc.
Well, that's 117 visits you got lined up then, Achilles.
Or one really messy one.
No, we don't condone that on this broadcast.
Well, Gragas is here.
One drink a night.
Gragas-
No more than that ever.
Gragas approves.
Yeah, but this Gragas is drinking Gatorade. They've gone for the soccer hooligan Gragas. I don't know what the actual name is, but he's definitely a soccer hooligan. I guess he could be an American football hooligan, but come on.
Then it's Jungle Juice if he's American. Oh boy, alrighty. Well, no shenanigans to start things off. But again, jungle pathing, we keep our eyes on that, especially on the side of Beyond if he wants to invade in onto Crash. Because Crash very much is going to be looking to hit that level 6 point as quickly as possible.
It's not so much an if. It kind of has to be an inevitability because, you know, the lanes are pretty set up in terms of pushing, in terms of early control. Gragas will win trades pretty heavily against Maokai. So in the early game, so I think you have to. I think you need to go completely one-track minded into being the invasion Graves, holding down the Rengar, and trying to snowball this game, because that's the only win condition available to MVP.
You can see Beyond will go ahead, take away this blue. Crash about to find out.
Sad kitty now.
Oh no, and he got the Scuttle Crab to let up a bit of pressure there for ADD.
There's that
Play
hooligan.
a bit further forward.
So you went to college, Achilles. Are there people like that in college? People with very large Gatorade bottles and getting really into sports?
I wouldn't even say that I would know this because I went to college. I would say that I know this because I lived in and around Philadelphia.
He's going to throw your region under the bus, huh?
Oh yeah. Philadelphia fans are some of the most dedicated, but they're also sometimes the worst type of people.
Would you call it Philadelphia, Gragas?
Sure. It depends. If his team wins,
You know,
do they
worlds
go-
could be in Philadelphia. You may or may not have this clip come out of context.
I'm just saying, when they won the World Series, a lot of things were destroyed in a victory parade. It was like a happy riot that occurred.
Happy Riot watched the first game, I think, in the first series of tonight as well. Well, power farming. That's going to happen for Beyond, and maybe we all collectively get a chance to, you know,
Unwind.
We can talk more about silly things because there's just too much epic League of Legends to talk about in Game 1. Or Series 1.
Series 1, yep.
Game, series, match. It gets confusing sometimes.
This game 1, not a whole lot to chat about.
Farming. But every time Longzhu start to win trades, start to pressure, MVP get a little bit worried. The fans should get worried too, because we've kind of covered a couple of times now the snowball nature of the MVP draft. Best from ahead is the nice way to put it. Crap from behind, I guess, is the not so nice way to put it.
Oh, Beyond coming into the mid lane. It's a bit of damage down on the fly, but not going to force up any summoner spells.
Pretty hard to force a summon a spell when it's exactly 0 CC.
It's very true.
Also, a couple of biscuits. That's the most you're going to get.
Red buff isn't a CC?
I mean, it is and it isn't, right?
Yeah. It's not a lockdown. Nothing concrete.
Farm.
The name of the game right now. Should see our first recall coming through from ADD. And if anybody, I think, is going to play this Gragas and maybe kind of divert from the standard build, it's probably ADD. But should just be the tanky Gragas that we see come out. Yeah, it's going to be the Null Magic Mantle starting us off.
I mean, you often see it almost exclusively against Maokai because it pushes so well and that you just get to happily build Spirit Visage. And between the buff there was on the Happy Hour passive and the Spirit Visage, you basically get casually 200 health every few seconds. No way to push you out of lane. 2 different types of AoE wave clear and even the body slam if you want to count that.
Beyond is here, finds Expression. Forces out the flash.
Seemed unnecessary with no Realm Warp. It's bot lane.
Yeah, Maha getting rooted up by that deadly flourish. Gets the heal, holds on to the flash. He's not able to come up the kill yet, but still good pressure coming through from Prey and Gorilla as expected.
And boots Caitlyn. Maha does take boots on every AD carry. We saw it on Jhin, and that seems to be Jhin exclusive for other AD carries. But whether it's Kog'Maw or Caitlyn or Jhin, he goes the boot start. Maybe he's just realizing that he ends up getting out-traded by some of these superstar AD carries, so having an extra biscuit can't necessarily be a bad thing.
Well, Prey doesn't listen to Bang clearly. Doesn't opt in for
Where's
those.
his Ninja Tabi?
Ninja Tabi just goes for the.
To be honest, it's a
Swifties.
great Ninja Tabi game for him, too.
Yeah, I know.
Wasn't watching the first series. Prepping for his own series, apparently.
He's like, I'll just get the VOD. Here's the audience from the back room. He's like, oh, it must be a good one.
Just listened. Could have saved his life. Could have had Ninja Tabi. It's definitely going to become a thing now.
I'm sure a lot of people are going to start picking that one up. I mean, it's smart. Makes a lot of sense.
And when they buffed it a further time after people were buying it, you knew it would crop up a lot. But again, since the days of 50 armor magic resist Ninja Tabi Graves, where you just were the most sad AD carry, as he did 150 damage a hit and you did 20. We haven't seen it in a long time. Don't know if it'll be a Ninja Tabi nerf or a buff to other boots, but given that tanks love Ninja Tabi, probably going to be a nerf. Given it's League of Legends, probably going to be a nerf.
That's a good point.
We don't like buffing in our town, Achilleos.
I mean, we already know that we're going to get a tank rework.
Can they do less, please? I want a tank. What's the word? Not shortening. I want the tanks to do more tanky things like Scion and less killing.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah, exactly. And it's a trade-off that kind of has to happen. But speaking of trades,
Race to level 5. Probably just a single creep away from 6. Can't tell for sure.
spotted, but Beyond trying to arrive in time. Throws out the
Ooh.
collateral damage, doesn't get him. Fly takes it away. Looked like he might have had it for a second there.
He went out of vision, so I wasn't sure. Did end up getting passed over to Fly. And a quiet laning phase is happy times to Longzhu. Find a gold lead as well, even if it's slender. Oh, here we go.
Oh, Max, he gets rooted. Maha's going to have to body block the remainder of these shots. Fourth one still probably would not have killed the Malzahar, but would have certainly sent him back to base.
Is it just me, or is the sound on the Jin ultimates getting louder? I feel like I notice it a lot more now. Maybe I'm listening intently more because it's such an epic series today, but I've been noticing very loud volume on that ability on 7.3. Calm down, Prey.
He got shadow buffed. Louder curtain call.
I mean, worked
Really,
for
really
Mumu.
intimidate.
Worked for Mumu and his global crying.
Realm Warp into the bottom lane. Crash and Fly arrive. Jump right in on top of Maha. Come up with a very swift first blood. Max quickly will follow suit as Prey gets the last hit. Beyond dashing back in, coming over the wall, but low on mana. Has to flash away from that Deathly Flourish. Is not able to impact the fight in any meaningful way. And Longzhu, very nice start from them. 2-0 on the board.
And it was the ultimate utility AD carry meta turret dive and try to take turret play, but it didn't even have the teleport up on Maokai.
That's
They
a
just
mouthful.
had the Realm Warp and the Rengar to do it for them. So super, super clean. Usually it's just warding over next to the Grom, teleport in, and Maokai does the work. But this time, level 5s on the side of MVP, level 6s on the side of specifically Prey allowed the opening up from the start. Very clean. The Snowball comp finds itself in a hole that it may never actually be able to climb out of.
Yeah, 2,000 gold down. Just 9.5 minutes into this one. Ocean Drake up, but Longzhu, a couple members low, didn't want to rotate over and try to take that objective to get a little bit of damage in onto that tier 1 turret in bottom lane.
Ocean Drake's actually really good on Rise in particular to help with mana sustain. Obviously just fine and dandy on everyone else as a first spawn. I like to say nasty things about Ocean Drakes, but when it's the first one, it's still pretty good.
Just going to slow things down yet again. Beyond starting to rotate into the bottom lane. Should be able to get into the brush. Don't think there's any wards thrown down there by Gorilla until he gets into the first one. And now he's spotted.
So I have a question for you, Achilleos.
Sure.
Have you ever had a sports hooligan-esque moment? Were you ever in that crowd when you went to sports or entertainment events and was rowdy?
No, not really. Maybe at concerts.
Are you a mosh pitter?
Occasionally.
Okay. You're known to dabble, just like your infrequent dalliances with Scotch.
My first festival was Ozfest. That was a great way to dive right into it.
I like to go. Oh, let's hold that story.
Yep, Maha. Gonna get body blocked. Oh. That was looking questionable for a second there. Max gets back in front.
You actually had a lot of power, so it was hard to evaluate how much damage you would do having both parts of the Ghost Blade already.
Crash is here yet again, but throws down the ward so they know that he's nearby. They'll clear that out. Beyond is here to back up his bottom lane.
kind of the issue with Graves is that in games like this, when we see the Graves Rengar, if the enemy team has superior macro or is just first on the trigger to dive bot, Graves is usually caught somewhere where he can't really impact. If Graves walks in, you know, there's a setup CC and he bursts people, he's great. But when he has to shadow, you know, lane ganks or predict where the enemy is on the map and you're losing in pressure, Graves just kind of looks useless. These are the games where Graves doesn't do a lot of damage because he's either farming the jungle or waiting for a turret dive. He's never really proactively doing things. So, bit struggle street, and that zones away the bot lane once again. Graves just going to walk up for wave clear.
Get a little bit more damage on that, chipping it down quite nicely to net themselves that nice burst of gold.
He plays I'm Rowdies at wrestling shows.
Yes.
Bit of a lapsed wrestling fan, but when there's a show in the area. I actually went to one during Worlds. Monday Night Raw was being taped at the Staples Center, ironically, a couple of weeks before the World Final.
Okay.
And I found myself seated next to some young children, you know, people who have obviously still believing in everything being as it seems. We'll hold that again.
Yeah, Fly tries to flash away, but the Nethergrass still comes through.
That's optimistic.
Throws down the Realm Warp, but not going to make it through that one. And that's going to be a kill picked up here for MVP. Goes over to Ian. Nice silence from Max.
He's like, well, I got off my ultimate, but it didn't really do anything, unfortunately, for Fly. Should lead to an Ocean Drake as well.
Yeah, and I mean, both summoners now down on the rise. Oh, Realm Warp, he's not going to be able to really impact.
Not really sure why he ghosted. I don't really know what that was going to do exactly.
I'm not sure either.
Nice. Unironic clap from the crowd. Okay.
Trying to go in on the crash. Ace in the hole comes through. Gets a bit of damage down on the Rengar. I used to be a wrestling fan.
That's fair. I think a lot of people, you know, had their dalliances when they were young.
Yeah, I used to watch the, WCW back in those days.
Oh, baby. You would not have been old when WCW was around.
I was not.
You're born in what, 94? 92? Okay, so, I mean, it folded in 2001, so you would have been 9 when it ended.
About to turn 25, Papa.
I forget these things sometimes. But those, you know, young fans around are very much still into it, you know, love John Cena, etc.
I mean,
so I decided to, because I was with some like more serious wrestling fans, Stress actually, the EU LCS caster.
Ah, yes.
And I decided that I would play the guy who was super also believing it, and like basically played it all and like cheered for all the good guys and believed that every single 2 count was going to be a 3. It was great.
I love seeing on every time there's an event like
because there's always someone there who
Royal
knows
Rumble or something, and they're just like, I can't believe that he won. It's like, I very well can believe that he won.
But it's one of those things where there's people that definitely know, you know, in on the situation. I'm certainly one of those people too, but I don't like to act like that. I like the kids to have fun. So I'm just like,
that's your role.
I can't believe this is happening. I'm just super into everything. The kids seem to enjoy it. A lot of the adult fans thought I was crazy, but damn, I was having fun, so it didn't matter. Stress didn't know what to make of it.
I'm sure if you told them that you were a man that talks about video games for a living, they still would have thought you were crazy.
That's true. I don't know if that would have brought me back any credence there. It's an emphatic wrestling fan. I can put that on my Twitter bio. Wrestling's rubbish, don't watch it. Well, Longzhu calmed down after getting a nice setup. This action in the top lane has never stopped.
Oh,
It's basically the telecom war in one lane.
it's so good. Oh, look at that hit. Twisted advance. 10 out of 10. Great performance. Why go to a wrestling show or a concert when you can just watch Gragas versus Maokai all day?
Yeah, it's definitely the same. It's the battle of 2 tanks is just exactly like a wrestling match.
You know, surprisingly, at least in my experience for the most part, and actually maybe I'll hold that thought as
Zoning thrill the hunt
yeah,
here.
he's going to go on a thrilling hunt. A couple more shots and the turret will fall. There we go. First brick goes over. I'm going to say, actually, some of the most intense mosh pits that I've seen in my concert career have been at ska concerts.
Really?
Yeah.
I wouldn't have thought that.
It's not so much, moshing and hitting each other so much, but they get pretty rowdy in there.
Oh.
So go see somebody like Streetlight Manifesto. It's really upbeat music. Stuff gets a little bit crazy sometimes, just like this fight. Beyond dashing back with collateral damage. One more shot from that curtain call would take him out, but he's out of range. Fourth final does find Maha. TP canceled in the top lane.
Didn't see if that was by his own volition. I
might have
imagine that the Gragas cask was used to interrupt it, given that it's on cooldown.
Yeah, so does get taken out.
It's another cool thing about Gragas is that, yeah, you can lane him against Shen. He has multiple ways to interrupt between the body slam and the ultimate.
Yeah. It's sort of like Maokai with the Arcane Smash and the Twisted Advance.
Yep. I mean, Arcane Smash is pretty short range, though. Ultimate from Gragas, certainly a lot longer. If Edge of the Night is ever nerfed enough, it's going to be a good interrupt to the Jin, but not quite right now. What about the Mighty Mighty boss tones? Are they popping off with mosh pits?
I forget the name of his job. I think he's called like a jumper or something. But they literally just have a guy on the squad in their concerts that is just there to dance on stage and get people like excited, make them dance in the pit. But they're not too crazy. Real Big Fish also can be a little bit insane. I mean, they have a song called "In the Pit," singing about moshing and having steel-toed boots and kicking people. So that gets people going.
Endorsed by the band. Although, probably shouldn't follow everything a band tells you. Some of it's illegal.
Just a bit. We're just generally unhealthy.
Noticed from Max and other Malzahars this week that WMAX is now so unreliable that QMax is pretty common now on Malzahars. Suppression duration does go down. You end up having about 30% uptime on AoE silence, which is pretty insane actually when you get some cooldown reduction. One of the big hidden powers of his kit, everyone remembers the ultimate. They were fearful of the Voidlings, but the Voidlings have kind of fallen away, so now it's the AoE silence and the ultimate that are really the notable things.
Longer to come out, you have the cooldown from where you can spawn multiple minions.
I mean, the biggest power was when people didn't know what they did and you just maxed them, they didn't know you were maxing them, and then the melee support died instantly. But people kind of figured that out, and they've been target nerfed, so...
You know, I'm kind of curious. I think that Game 3 of KT versus SKT might have been the first time we had double melee support in a while.
We've seen it a bit. You remember that when we see Tahm Kench, people like play with Taric and other things.
That's
when you feel safe enough, you run it.
It's been a while.
Basically, someone has to opt into Tahm Kench, and then the enemy's like, ooh, Trundle, Taric.
Trundle, there we go. That's a throwback at this point.
Sure. Still pretty good, you know? You don't have the QSS to cancel the ultimate, the Contaminate.
I mean, it's just surprising that we don't... I mean, again, range supports, but I was going to say, you know, with how unkillable these tanks are, having Trundle around would be quite nice, but getting to that laning phase is just hellish.
It is really painful, like you say. So instead, we get what we get. Mages with lots of gold, and Maokai versus Gragas.
Zyras that outdamage their mid laners.
Not so much Misfortune you've noticed this week, and on 7.3. That fell away. I guess Zyra got nerfed, less Zyra, so less Misfortune almost has been the way. More stuff can lane into Malzahar nowadays, so I don't have to think about the Misfortune as much. It was definitely a counter-pick support champion.
AD is getting some nice alone time with that turret. His expression's down here. Had to walk down.
Only has defensive wards to teleport to unless Longzhu start the Drake.
Don't think they want to do that. You see package ready to expire, so Ian just takes a ride back into the lane. They'll be clearing out those waves. Longzhu, they will go ahead and start this up.
There's one teleport ward you'll see next to the red turret, but it's only an Ocean Drake, so just leave it be, decides MVP. They need to start breaking these turrets. They really need to.
He's working on it.
He is, but it's only an answering turret. First brick was picked up by Prey, Gorilla, and I believe it was Crash in the bot lane earlier. MVP needs to start the turret race. They equal it up, but equal is not enough for the snowball comp they've drafted. That was a weird way to say drafted.
I wasn't going to say anything.
Sometimes silly, Achilles.
Well, first turret pick up here for MVP. Ocean Drake on either side. So much regen. But otherwise, still going to be slow moving forward. A little over 2,000 gold lead here for Longzhu. Haven't been able to stretch much more on top of that. Nor get damage on turrets.
Nope. Farm it is. People asking about Atlas, who will be joining us soon. Still, looks like it's about 2 weeks away. I think I've heard that for about 2.5 months now, but it sounds more 2 weeks than before.
There's a little bit more reassurance this time around. We'll see.
It's real when it's real. When you see him in the chair, he's here.
Yeah.
Don't trust Twitter. It can mislead you.
He's on the plane right now.
Don't trust Twitch chat. They'll let you think that Azael's always there.
Yeah. He's ever present. Just lurking in the shadows.
I don't know. He's pretty conspicuous with his Big smirk.
Did somebody need a caster?
Always has his
out.
headset ready for some reason. I think he brings his own headset.
He might. It's always prepared.
That's fair. Then you can always sub into cast. You even have your own headset. It'll be his time to shine eventually.
The day that every NA caster gets sick and he has to actually solo cast.
They really need.
That'll be just.
They really need to do it.
The memes come to an apex at that point.
Look, I've infiltrated Riot by going to Worlds and working with them. They like memes, I'll tell you. So
This seems like a good April Fool's Day type thing that they could do.
now convincing the producers to allow a color cast as solo cast is going to be a difficult one.
Do it for the memes. Fly, going in, tries to lock down Ian, can't do it, gets locked down himself. Nethergrass comes through. Early Silence trying to evacuate. To get hit by
Nice
that
turn.
rocket. Yeah, or Crash comes up with the kill, leaps back over onto the minion, but ADD is there to follow up. That big hit from the W. Drunken Rage takes out the Rengar. Body slams back in onto Gorilla. Has to flash away. Collateral damage.
Oh.
Almost takes him out. Throws down the Stranglethorns. Will pop up ADD as they try to keep pursuing forward, but Longzhu, they have to hightail it out of here.
Didn't have enough members. Rise out of the fight for a long time. Skills traded. Obviously a trade up when you're MVP, getting out the enemy support, but no realistic Baron preference going to be coming through or priority for MVP, so they back away. Want to be trading up with the Snowball comp and not trading up
This is
Achilles.
so aggressive by Fly. Did have the backup of Crash, but couldn't get the lockdown on Ian in time to really make it meaningful.
He was also fighting, far away from where the teleport was going to be, so actually going 1-for-1 was surprising on the side of Longzhu. They did butcher this pretty hard, but not get punished in any real way.
Gorilla just a sliver here.
Oh. That's single digit right there.
Yep. One more swing from that minion.
Not to be.
He could have gotten promoted. Instead he loses his life. Flying out, just going to posture up in the top lane. Try to work his way in towards that tier 1 turret to net another one.
1-3-1 has begun. Rise in a side lane. Corki no package, so going to be very slow to react. They're considering a dive here.
Yeah, it's going to be Thrill the Hunt coming through. Gorilla arriving. Ray just a little bit away, offering up those deadly flourishes for now. ADD's wrapping around from behind. But they want to go for this. Realm Warp takes them out.
The way they ran into it made us think that it was going somewhere else. Didn't see the visual indicator, so that was hilarious.
They juked out the Observer a little bit too. Took him a second to
I
realize.
like to think the Observer's shaking his fist at them now. It's like, "Arrgh. Kids and your jukes." That's how he talks. He speaks English, apparently.
Well, this is about as polarizing as it could be after that first set.
Very much working through it slowly. So we're looking for the dive, but the Caitlyn traps were enough, and now the front on Assault.
ADD's got the cast, pops back in. The Rengar, ace in the hole coming through. Is it enough? No, Gorilla body blocks. Collateral damage plus the Malefic Visions might be enough, but they expire just before Crash goes down. Meanwhile, Prey, Korean Sniper, able to take out Max. That's a 1-for-0 in favor of Longzhu, and they get the tier 1 turret, so finally trading up.
Frustrations are probably starting to set in for MVP. They're getting members on slivers of health. They need the extra gold imminently to justify the comp they've selected, but it's being denied. Once on Gorilla, now also in the mid lane onto Crash. Able to turn around and get a kill. Continue scaling up, continue farming. 2 items now on most of their members. Rod of Age is about to pay off as well. Game has gone comfortably as you like for Longzhu, but that suits them just fine.
Yeah. Special just holding the wave. Make sure that they can't push in. Utilize this Trinity Force onto the turret. Merc Treads here for Ian, so I'm not opting into the Sork Boots like we typically see, so won't be outputting as much damage as a normal Corki, but still will have a plethora to offer up. Second Ocean Drake picked up here for MVP, 3rd of the game overall.
Nice timings hit by them. You look at Ian and Maha both do a lot of damage to basically every member, short of Expression. Not going to get the Force. 1-3-1 is so hard for them to navigate unless they go for a real all-in.
Oh, 5-member here in mid lane for ADD. He body slams forward, but hits the plant. That'll have him taking a lot of damage.
For the Realm Warp.
Throwing it out They threw it out, but they didn't go for it. Or sorry, he was coming up from the bottom.
Yeah.
Never mind.
They weren't grouped with the
His range
Rise.
isn't large enough to join in all the way.
It does mean the recall from ADD. We might see a teleport. Pretty defensive
trying
one.
to zone them back, especially going to get locked down by the Nethergrass. Big burst of damage from end of the line, but Beyond still has that collateral, throws it out. Catches 3 members. ADD comes forward, gets rooted immediately, unable to throw out the explosive cask, so won't be able to come up with a pick. Special dead for 35 seconds. MVP, just how saucy are they feeling? They're going to stick around for this turret. They're going to go ahead and try to peel back Gorilla. Takes a decent burst of damage. Prey as well. But again, no ultimate from ADD. They'll just take the turret.
Yeah, the siege is really oppressive. No way to threaten for Longzhu because Expression is still dead.
Going for Baron.
20 seconds on Expression. They have a lot of Baron damage. They're going to try and brute force it.
They go ahead. They start this up. ADD is quite tanky. Level 15 here with the Scroggis. Almost down to half HP. Crashes up. Expression just 6 seconds away from being able to teleport in for a fight to throw out the control ward. Can they get the steal? It does happen! Crash goes in, takes it out, but can he exit with his life? The answer is going to be no. Maha comes up with a kill, but Prey already answers one back onto ADDs. Now it's just the squishy members of MVP trying to retreat up towards this top side of the map, and
No
Expression
turret
is there
there.
to cut them off. There's no turret, as you say. And this very well could just be a slaughter for the rest of MVP. Ian getting jumped on will go down as Prey comes up with a double kill. A double as well going over to Fly. Massive turnaround for Longzhu.
They get everything there, Achilleos. They're able to take away the Baron. Nice smite from Crash. Slightly too early from Beyond. So you see the replay. A lot of teams like the ones we saw earlier today would turn at 4,000 now. Instead, they try to DPS it down. Beyond too early. Crash able to take it away with his smite. Certainly been on form with those smites. And then the moment the teleport comes through, MVP are boned. They're able to cancel the first Realm Warp. But Expression just flashes over the thickest part of the wall. And, well, you got a control ward, but no control of the situation. Shooting gallery for Prey, for Fly. Expression even has some fun as well. Goodbye to MVP. And now a big gold lead opened up by Longzhu.
Yeah, absolutely massive at this point. Tier 1 turret taken by Fly in the mid lane, so all of the outers now gone. Longzhu, Rift is pretty much their playground at this point. They can do just about whatever they want, barring some disastrous decision making.
The worrying thing, though, is that, you know, with the comp Longzhu has, or comp specifically the MVP has, although...
For Expression, Nethergrass comes down, doesn't take too much damage, won't get silenced. They pop it back in with the cast. In onto a trap. This will be him falling eventually, but you can see it takes quite some time, but they're not going to be trading up at all. Quite the opposite. Tier 2 goes down in the mid lane, just opening up the map even further for Longzhu. Pings now coming out on that top side of the map. MVP identifying that very well could be the next target here.
Maybe it holds the 1-3-1, but no more than that for MVP. And as you say, they lose an objective in bot. In mid, sorry, they will look likely to lose an objective in top as well. 3 autos onto this turret.
Yeah, maybe if they had the explosive cask, toss that out, clear out the wave very quickly, or at least disperse it, try to knock somebody in that can come up with a pick. But having to commit that just to get the kill onto Expression means that MVP, they just barely hold on to that turret.
I mean, MVP started the game with the right moves. You know, they drafted this early game comp. Beyond went for the early invades. They tried to make things work in the early game, but to me, the surprise is that they slowed down. And you were talking about how easy it looked for Longzhu and how the fact that it was their playground. And it felt like even before the Baron, this game was kind of a casual stroll for Longzhu when MVP were on a timer. They should have been absolutely trying to roast them early and take this game down and get themselves a gold lead. But instead, I just played quite leisurely, allowed Longzhu to play their own game. The scaling starts to come through, and now I don't see how they ever come back into the game. So if you're going to draft this way, at least try to make the plays. And if you lose, you lose. You know, nothing ventured, nothing gained. This game just seems like it was inevitable after the early game that Longzhu would take it. Now they're going to take another turret and start to open up and inhibit a turret as a realistic objective.
Yep. Probably just a couple minutes away from that happening.
Every Rengar's had fun since Peanut did that.
That was just one of the most bizarre looking things I've ever seen, that whole play. But for now, Longzhu is going to go ahead, use their recalls, get some more purchases in.
Prey's decided he wants MVP this season. The most valuable Prey, no longer an ironic thing. Had to watch Smeb win double MVP last year. He's the superstar on this Longzhu lineup, playing Gorilla, definitely the biggest calling card.
Going for that classic Dusk Blade of Drekthar coming in.
All the lethality now built. Sad days, can't build anymore. Has to buy some percentage armor pen instead. Could just be Infinity Edge last item or the last Whisper. We'll see what he decides.
See where he wants to go. And then a rapid fire cannon, just going to keep him that much safer. MVP. Got to start up this Infernal Drake. Be a nice pickup for them, but albeit not enough for them to win the game, you'd have to say. They do get it. But that's just going to be Longzhu having a faster rotation up towards this top side of the map where they should be able to knock down that final inner turret.
That's the thing, they can ferry the minions in mid, okay. MVP's there to match them, so they just go to top. They have the minion waves pushing exactly the right time. So will be the third and final inner turret taken by Longzhu.
MVP might be looking to try something here. Gorilla going to get jumped on. Ace in the hole comes through, blocked out by Fly. And that's just going to be halted right there. Couldn't pop somebody back like ADD had wanted, just knocked him into the wall.
And then you're just at this point where Malzahar doesn't have the vision, cones of vision to actually look for a pick. Gragas, can try throwing out the ult, but it's much easier to flash these days than it used to be. And MVP, rinse, repeat, can try that, but in every other facet of the game, Longzhu has so many options. They're very, very far ahead. 10,500 gold. They lost game 1 against MVP in that previous series and looked like they could potentially lose game 2. It could have been a 2-0 on a different day for MVP. Longzhu definitely in full control at this point.
Yeah, have been for quite some time. Almost lost my train of thought there. I was going to say 50 CS away from the Flame Horizon here for Expression. Frey stretching quite a lead over Maha. Surprising on the Jhin.
Well, they're 50 CS up in 2 lanes, and also 30-odd CS up in mid, so
they're on their way.
That's 100 creeps that MVP haven't been able to get to.
A collective Flame Horizon.
The Team Flame Horizon. A much more common thing. Doesn't really deserve a name.
I mean, I would love to see an actual Team Flame Horizon where every member is 100 CS ahead of their opponent.
What's the support doing getting 100 extra CS?
I don't know. A lot of Relic Shield charges.
I think the most I've seen is like a double Flame Horizon and a second person who Flame Horizon. I think I've seen that before. But rare to see 3 Flame Horizons in a game.
Games probably should be over by that point. Now 10,000 gold lead, Longzhu. They want to just pressure forward, try to get a team fight. It's like the answer may just be yes. Fly starting to poke in, TP on the backside.
Every angle covered by Longzhu.
Cutting them all off. Fly still looking for the opening to just maximize his damage. Expression goes in deep, locks up Maha. Shield coming through from him, keeping him alive at the moment. Expression getting locked down. Nethergrass comes out. He's going to die. Max finds the kill, but he pays for that one with his own life. But MVP not going down without a fight. Able to find 2 kills. Realm Warp here from Fly. Dashes away from where Ian was at. So far, 3 for 2 in favor of Longzhu. Ian trying desperately to get out of here. Looks like he may be able to do so, unless Frey and Gorilla can get a nice deadly flourish coming in.
No damage on him yet, so would require an auto attack or some other form of damage to hit the root. Or a flash. That's a big investment by Frey.
Yeah, really greedy for the kill. Trying to get that. Wasn't really able to do so. And now with the the tankier members of Longzhu dead, they can't even try to just transition that straight into a Baron.
It's a really nice setup. The fact they came from every angle meant they had to opt into something they didn't want to. There was going to be initiation of some sort, and that ends up being Expression. Frey being as far out as he was obviously meant safety, but didn't have any damage output in the large majority of the fight, so they win 3-2. Should have been more one-sided given the gold lead, which now is around 10,000 only.
Might have had a kill if Fly didn't take the Realm Warp.
It's
would have been able to cut off Ian there on that rotation. But Longzhu, they're going to go ahead, start up this Baron. They have plenty of damage to offer. Beyond has to come up huge with the steal.
It was a steal from Crash that got Longzhu cemented ahead.
See, Beyond comes in. He's able to take it away. A second steal in the same game. He gets locked down, still quick draws out. Prey opens up the curtain call, but the cast
Nice interrupt.
comes into the back line and interrupts it. And Longzhu, that's a bit of a facepalm moment there.
Well, it seems like both teams have made a gentleman's agreement to let the other jungler get into smite range.
That's quite gentlemanlike.
It is indeed.
Little too gentlemanlike.
Don't often see two Baron steals in the same game in the LCK, especially from different teams.
Can we get a third?
I hope not.
Please don't let it come to this. It
Maybe
very
this
well
is what
may.
has to happen. Maybe to have the first series, we must have the second series.
That's true. At least it's not a Jin series.
Balance in all things. Aurelia approves.
Oh, Crash getting jumped on.
Oh, he's dead.
Big burst of damage. Yeah, collateral damage coming through from beyond, able to take him out. And they can't really fight over this red buff anymore. There we go. The smite comes through. Now 50 seconds on the clock. MVP starting to claw their way back into this.
I mean, this is sort of comp that's so good with Baron buff. Triple AD carry. They're going to get bonus objectives they should never have had access to. Worst case scenario for Longzhu to give up Baron.
That should just be
Well-
another turn going down. Actually, no, the Stranglethorns come out. Expression dashes forward, helps get the kill on the Maha. Big damage taken away from MVP. Now, if they can just get Ian and get rid of all of it, able to take out Beyond. Going to be the body slam over the wall from ADD. Max getting locked up. He is dead to rights. We'll take out Gorilla with him as he tosses out the Nether Grasp. They'll just ultimately kill each other. Expression
Waiting for Rangers.
on the hunt,
Oh,
trying
nice.
to get in range, but he won't be able to do it. The Valkyrie's there. Longzhu should probably go do Elder Dragon right now.
I don't think we should give them objective shot calls. They don't seem to know what to do. Well, they will get it. They listen to your Achilles.
Maybe Fly could theoretically solo it.
Let's be real. It's not a surprise that Longzhu is looking a little bit rusty. They have lost their coach very recently in the last 3 or 4 days and clearly still have plenty of adapting to do to their new coaching staff. Doesn't necessarily justify what has been sloppy play from both teams.
Good hold, though. They're waiting for Gorilla to come up before they kill this. So everybody has the buffs. But is it enough?
I mean, it's nice to get the buff on, specifically the Zyra, because the plants will also apply the burn. Reminds me of the old days of the Spirit of the Elder Lizard Leandri's Zyra.
Oh, God.
Invented by a rioter, actually. I forget who. I think it was a playtester. He was like, this is pretty cool. And they were like, whoa, this is broken as hell.
You're fired.
Or hired. Or promoted. Hard to say.
He's a janitor now.
6 items already achieved for Prey. But 6 items going to start coming out on multiple members, even more expensive build pass. Look at Maha, who's already at 5 expensive items. Longzhu have a big compositional advantage, but they make another couple of brain fades, then there's nothing to say that this won't be MVP's game.
I mean, now they have the Elder Dragon. It's still just under 10,000 gold that they have as a lead. Mercurial Scimitar here for Fly. Gonna be autoing so hard.
Got to get those auto attack weaves in, now suddenly that much more consequential. Gives him move speed as well.
Yeah,
Or that's on the Q. Is that on the QSS now? I forget.
I think on the active, yeah.
I think it's only on the Mercurial Scimitar active. It used to only be melee champions that got the movement speed, but now I think it's all champions.
Well, I'm ready to see Fly just auto somebody to death.
Be pumping out the mixed damage, Achilles. Now you have to buy armor against the Rise. Feels bad, man.
Awful.
I try.
It's all right. Beyond's great. He's got those ninja tabbies ready to go.
That's right.
Doesn't need any MR. Just needs to worry about mitigating that auto damage.
It's all about the auto attack weaving.
See, that's nothing compared to his autos.
Well, it's time for a thrilling hunt.
Party hunt coming through. But nothing to be found here for Crash Longzhu. In the meantime, we'll be pushing up in the bottom lane. Prey gonna go ahead. Opens up with the curtain call. Not hitting anything really. There we go.
Got a spell shield.
He got the passive away from Max. Yeah, that's about it. Very clear here from MVP. Still quite strong. So Longzhu might just be waiting for another Baron.
MVP have basically the most wave clear, so very, very difficult to brute force 5v5 down a turret. Could go for a dive with the Maokai, but that's about all you could do. Feels like the macro is taking a step down since Series 1.
Oddly enough.
We're trying the front door, hope they don't steal Baron approach to winning games.
Ah, my solo queue has bled out into LCK.
I know what rank you are. That's not a good thing, Achilles.
It's not. It's really not. But it's reminiscent. It's a rough, transition going from that telecom war to this.
I mean, it had a lot of promise, but it's been pretty elementary mistakes made by both teams. Whenever there's two teams stealing Baron, someone done goofed, you could say.
We went from everyone saying like the gap is not closing to maybe it kind of is. It's not, but
Gap between SKT and KT and the rest of the teams seems to be growing.
yes.
Longzhu, remember, were third and would be third if not for their penalty point they incurred on their coaching change. Not looking like a team that's going to take matches away from KT or SKT. Now you start to wonder. You know, compositionally, Longzhu have a lot more options in the late game, but 6-item Caitlyn, 6-item Corki. Somehow they're free hitting. Big mistake is made by Expression, or using that to fight. A lot of burst damage for MVP.
Just need to line everything up properly. Oh my god, look at that damage on the Beyond. Third call opened up immediately here for Prey. Should still do a decent amount to ADD, but can't get that fourth and final shot. Baron now spawning. They chunk out Beyond. He's going to have to go back to the base. Can he get there in time to contest this? Looks like the answer may be yes, because Longzhu, not everybody's inside the pit.
Well, Ocean Drake will start to become relevant. Might mean he can take an auto when he tries to go in for the inevitable steal.
Yeah, it's getting bumped back up ever so steadily. Crash goes in, takes a bit of damage. Still has that Guardian Angel. They peeled off the Baron, so this resets.
I've seen this before.
It's oddly familiar, yes. Ian getting locked down. Fly goes forward, tries to pop him, flashes towards the back of the pit for that one. Nethergrass connects onto Expression to get a lot of damage out of the Maokai. Pop his GA. Beyond's in the pit. He seals it yet again. And a Longzhu just going to have to exit.
I'm not going to talk for a little while. I've got nothing nice to say. And my mother said if I have nothing nice to say, not to say anything.
Twitch chat right now. She's like, please, speak your mind, Papa Smithy. Oh dear. Well, this devolved very quickly. And MVP now look like they might win the game.
They might, Achilles. They might win the game. What a game it's been. Telecom War-esque, I would say.
A Titanic turnaround.
Yes. Factually, what has happened?
This does look like the Titanic for Longzhu, to be fair.
Well, now Longzhu have to deal with a second Baron for some reason. I don't really have anything else to say.
Yeah, I'm kind of running out of things. The tank is empty.
Now Longzhu does have to deal with Baron buff minions and triple sieging. We mentioned the first
Their
steal.
wave clear is not great.
It isn't great. Their hard engage is good, so maybe the Realm Warp of the Maokai into the backline will do something, but you lose that and the game's over. Baron buff with a siege comp is something that's so hard for them to get because usually they have no tank. In this case, they have the Gragas, but it wasn't relevant given that both Barons were steals. And now it's just all about grouping up, looking for as many free objectives as possible. Very difficult to stop this. Look at the big ones coming out onto the Jhin.
Hurts him quite a bit. The Trinity Force makes quick work of the remaining HP on that turret. Ian.
Nice rotation from
His
MVP.
way up. Yeah, that's going to be it. The first inhib turret broken. As MVP start to push into the base. Collateral damage, not going to connect on the Prey. Just a couple frames away from that one. Ian takes a lot of damage. Fly, able to pick him off. Could be a nice opening for Longzhu. Crash coming in through all the hunting, especially with a deep TP in the backside. Can he find a target? Goes in on top of all four members of MVP. Redemption's exchanged on either side. Max gets popped up. Should be going down, and he does. That's another kill going over to Prey.
That's
but
free hitting.
on the backside finds a double kill. Looks like he might just be the only one making it out with his life. Prey comes up big in the exchange.
It should be winning the team fights and are. Also counting up 4 Barons is really big for Longzhu. That will extend the game further. MVP, if they'd gotten some kills there, probably would have been able to end. They had so much sieging.
Or at least the inhibitor.
And not even picking up the inhibitor because of the nice kill from Fly. Him picking up a single kill meant that even Gragas was flashing away defensively. Nobody dies, and this is just fine, but Fly walks over. Basically, between an auto attack from Prey and 2 spells from the Rise, he kills him. And ADD flashing here, ends up tanking for sure, but really good engage onto multiple members. At the end, Caitlyn's free hitting, so you think there might be a turn, but the numbers advantage comes up trumps for Longzhu. Yeah. See in the backline, a lot of damage coming out from Maha, but not enough.
Got baited by the Ventral Maelstrom. Thought it was a redemption for the side of Longzhu. Did get them some redemption, though. But Gorilla not buying that one on the Zyra, so.
Gorilla doing a lot of damage, but obviously super, super squishy with this
Void
build.
Staff, Sorcerer's Shoes with Leandri's on top of that, and there's just going to be more AP coming through.
Bray's just desperate for an MVP, doesn't have boots anymore.
Still has not died.
Nope. 16 out of 19 kill participation. Wondering what's going on in front of him, probably.
Probably. I mean, MVP win here would tie him up in first place, alongside Score and Haru.
To be clear, that's a most valuable player win and not an MVP, the team series win.
He would like both of those.
It's true.
To win over MVP.
It gets confusing when they name themselves MVP.
Hooray.
But to be fair, they were an org before
Long-standing,
we decided to name it the MVP. So, long-standing org in the Korean scene in multiple games. StarCraft most prominently. Seems like the Korean cast is having a bit of a giggle as well.
I'm sure they are. They got 3 minds to put together to come up with something to talk about here. For now, though, might just be another Smite battle, this time over the Elder Drake. Let's see who wants to start this one up. Does get engaged.
A lot of wards.
MVP be committing to this one. The most it would seem is it's lower and lower, almost on a half HP. Locked down onto Expression. Will pop the GA. Crash for an opening. Prey sniping out from the backside. Beyond is able to take out Gorilla. 2 members dead on the side of Longzhu. That's going to be the Elder Drake going over to MVP. Buffed up 3 times to Ocean plus an Infernal. And yet again, you have to think that MVP has what they need to close out this game.
The reason why we're seeing this pattern happen again and again is the minion waves have basically been equalized in top and bot. We're not seeing the sort of minion pressure that we saw in game 1, so it can just be a standing deathmatch or a smite war to decide the game. And on balance, MVP, 3 out of 4 have gone their way. They're rolling up. They have Infernal Drake with 3 stacks on multiple members. These turrets will die very quickly, and the teamfight damage is not to be ignored either. I mean, so with the death timer, 25 seconds still on Expression, they could look to either 3 inhib or end the game.
It's like second inhib going to be the next objective.
Caitlyn does obscene damage.
Probably going to go straight in for the Nexus turrets after this, you would expect, but the waves aren't quite there. So they'll exit. Bay Barons in 50 seconds.
That's true. Is it Longzhu's turn?
I think it is. Beyond got 2 in a row.
That's
So
true.
the patterns just crash, Beyond, crash, so on and so forth, until
Until I go boom.
yeah. That was a better way to put it. I wasn't sure how I was going to phrase that.
The stages of grief is what I've gone through in this particular game. I think I'm in acceptance. Maybe not.
I think I'm still in denial. This has happened.
It's been the least 4th versus 5th place game we've had in a while for sure.
I'll know that you're truly insane when you start touting this as the best best of 3 that has ever been played.
I can only say that once a night. It's in my contract.
Whose clause was that? Yours or OGN's?
I think it was a bit of both. We both need the insurance. We could fight around Baron. That's the thing we've been doing all game. And we have good setup around it. Also have good turn damage. So this is actually pretty difficult for Longzhu to start, but They'll begin with a thrilling hunt.
I don't think they want to start it because that means that they end up getting it stolen away.
It's quite possible.
Look at this. Just like, yeah, we're right on the edge. 368 to 80D. Not going to take anything.
Well, Ian goes for a zoning package.
Just pops it before it expires.
Ooh,
Crash on the backside of
let's
the pit.
fight for the Baron.
And they disengage.
Whoa, they disengage.
They
That hasn't happened in so long.
They can't steal it from us if we don't commit to it.
That's what they should have realized 3 Barons ago.
Some real innovation we're seeing on the screen. The next level of League of Legends is being developed right here in front of your eyes.
I think we're working out the bugs for the real series. That's what we're doing.
Yep. Well,
Well, this time it won't be stolen.
Okay. That's a first for this game.
Look at that. They waited till the minions pushed up and then took the Baron uncontested. Next level League of Legends.
I love how facetious you're being right now.
I don't like how this game is playing out, Achilleos.
Oh. It's just great because everyone thinks of you like, oh, Papa Smith, you cheery guy. The jolly old Australian. Little do they know
Not daddy tier,
how
unfortunately.
angsty can. Yeah, you're not daddy tier.
Oh.
All right, well, here we go. Longzhu, the Hail Mary. TP coming through, Crash. Winning the backside, immediate Nethergrasp down onto Expression. Jumps on top of ADD. Got plenty of HP to go around. They can't even get halfway through him. To pop the GA. Expression trying to retreat. Oh, there we go. Nice shot going into the back line by Prey. Is able to at least get rid of the Guardian Angel, but can they stop the push?
Reminder that Prey is still legendary at 9-0 and 7.
Maybe the payout from killing him is enough for MVP to end this game. Maybe they just need all 3 inhibitors. Third one getting ready to go down. Super Creeps pushing into the bottom side. That Nexus turret will fall in just a couple hits. And this should be the end of the game. 53 minutes on the clock. Expression going back in yet again onto the Gragas. He's in the hole into Prey.
Prey's done.
He's dead. First death of the game. Right in time for it to end. Maha having just so much damage to offer forth for his team. They will clean up Longzhu. Crash, the only one escaping back to the pit. And there we go, game 1. Going over to MVP.
I mean, what to say? MVP had 2 Barons given to them they should never have gotten. Their comp only works if they have the minion pressure of the Baron. They certainly didn't set up side waves to have such pressure, but being gifted 50-50 Barons. 1 went over to Longzhu, 2 in a row to MVP. They take down the game, but no one should come away happy from this game. Not the players, not the crowd, not the casters certainly. And it's a frustrating one because the VOD review for this game that was 53 minutes
Brutal.
will be about 6 hours.
Yeah.
Or maybe
Let's
it'll be just simple. Not that.
Let's not leave out the viewers as well in that list.
Yes. The viewers, oh ye viewers at home, I'm sorry. We thought we'd have an excellent series to follow up the first one, but I guess I can't speak for the whole series. The first game was...
It could very much develop into that if Longzhu can look on form, come back in here, and force us into the series. Otherwise, if MVP looks on point and closes out with a 2-0, be very nice moves for them at the start of the second round of Spring. But as you said, both teams, neither side can feel great about that.
Sung wasn't in the booth for their game earlier this week, and they looked a lot better than this. Now Longzhu, so many massive decision-making mistakes that MVP capitalized on, and, you know, on balance deserved to win. Longzhu were more disrespectful around Baron, good steals from beyond. MVP 1-0 up, but maybe we haven't seen that much of this series yet.
Yeah, we'll see if Crash can gather himself, get those smites on point. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, we'll have game 2. See if MVP can close this one out with a 2-0, or if Longzhu will get competitive and make it a series and actually lock down those Barons. Because right now it seems like St. Vicious has replaced Crash in the booth.
Getting rid of the Barons as an objective is an important thing for both teams. This game was certainly one loss around that objective.
Yep. Rough times, but always a chance to bounce back if you're Longzhu. We're going to go to that break. We'll see you guys in just a few.
So coming fast, so grab the duffel bag and let's roll.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. So Bray did his damnedest, topping out the meters, but other things happened.
There was a bit of a calamity of events in this particular game on both sides, but more so on the side of Longzhu. So even though until a minute before the game ended, Prey was 9-0-7, around 85% kill participation, he doesn't get an MVP because Longzhu did not win. It's more about the cunning steals that came through from Beyond and Friends. We show you the damage taken graph. That's a new one.
That's a lot. Yeah, that's the first time we've had that one.
Tanks take a lot of damage. Jhin, not so much.
So does Rengar. He just doesn't survive it too often.
Seems like melee champions take more damage than ranged champions.
I don't know. I think we need more evidence.
More data?
Yeah. We'll compile a thesis. We'll get back to you guys on that one. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, I mean, Expression, every time we went in, just Nether Grasp, straight to the face. Always locked him down. They were able to kill him, and now we'll see who the MVP is on the side of MVP, and it's Beyond. There's some very excited fans out there.
Very first MVP of the season for the guy who was at one point equal or even maybe leading the MVP in summer season. Bit of a lean season for Beyond, and was definitely in a different kind of game that his first MVP and his first time shining comes to him, but when you steal 2 Barons against the run of play, you probably deserve that MVP.
Yeah, it's nicely done. I mean, putting out consistent damage as well. But I mean, this was the first one, I'm assuming.
Yep, blind steal.
As it comes in, and boom, 422 takes it away.
422, steal it is the expression there. And guess what? He did it again.
Ooh, this time it's 616.
That time there wasn't a control ward on, so it wasn't even blind.
But yeah, it was just rough times. Helps delete Gorilla at the start of this fight. Maha as well should get some accommodations there from his play.
Especially given that he was outclassed so thoroughly by Prey in the first series between these two teams earlier this week. It was great to see him on the Caitlyn actually doing a lot of damage in some of those team fights with the Hurricane and Infinity Edge crits. So let's see if we can leave that particular first game in the past and move on to a cleaner series. Maybe they got all their derps for the season out in a single game and can really only go upwards from here.
I'm sure there's some BDD fans like, yes, this is the time
for him to be on the bench still.
And yep, he's still going to be sitting out. So sticking with the same roster, Fly in that mid lane. But this time, Longzhu over onto the red side. So we'll see what they do differently here in game number 2.
Imagine some of the flexibilities of bans will be different. Remember, they were able to ban away 2 MVP staples, the Syndra and the Scion on blue side in game 1. A little bit less flexibility here to go for the pocket bans.
They still had lost, so that's got to be a bit worrisome. Ashen, Varus taken away off the bat, so Jhin looking like a pretty good pickup for either side.
They also lost game 1 of the series earlier this week, so this could certainly still be a 3-game series if Longzhu tighten up their play. That was certainly anything but tight in game 1.
Zyra taken off the board, keeping that out of the hands of Gorilla. We know that Max has a very interesting champion pool, so he's fine to not pick up the Zyra himself.
Setting up for a first pick Jhin with all these bot lane bans, but maybe something even tastier will be left up to be grabbed. Given that Ashe and Zyra are both on the ban list, there could be a very powerful 2 picks on red side available for Longzhu. Rengar available, one of the ones that's likely to be taken.
And Syndra.
They're willing to leave up the Scion for the first round. Almost certainly will be banned away in the second round if we get that far.
All right, but Rengar goes over for Beyond. See if he can get rolling on that like he did with the Graves. Took a while, but he got there.
True, we haven't seen any Kha'Zix this week. That's been a big pick for Crash between Kha'Zix and Rengar. Majority of his champion pool. Caitlyn takeaway pick. It feels like we're back in Season 3, but been a long time since Caitlyn was priority pick. But given how good Prey was on it, and given that Maha had a very good performance in Game 1, I don't hate it as a takeaway AD carry. And Caitlyn Lulu wants the premier wave clear support and AD carry duo, but we might even see Whimsy Max from Gorilla in this game. Doesn't give you any laning presence to speak of, but Caitlyn has very high laning presence, and then 5 levels and 2.5 seconds of polymorph onto a Rengar is very strong in team fights. But very flexible. You have a lot of flexibility with the Lulu.
Attack speed buff also be quite nice for the Caitlyn. Get those headshots out multiple times in the fight. Jin locked in here for Maha.
And do you just take Sion? Is the question left up to ADD, Ed, or however you want to say his name.
Ad.
True. We have BDD, so in my head it should be ADD. And maybe MVP just want to join another Sion ban, because they're not interested in locking in their top laner just yet.
It's Graves and Rengar.
That's true. It's a top lane Rengar.
Okay. I'm scribbling out my notes. Just, I don't know anything anymore. Okay. So it looks like...
I like how the whole crowd's like, oh yeah, Graves, Rengar, they're both good. Wait. Now, it could be top lane Graves, but I think it's going to be
That was a Trace special.
top lane Rengar. Apparently there are scrims around the world where people are talking about the fact that top lane Rengar is still a strong thing.
Kha'Zix for the side of a Longzhu in the hands of Crash.
In other regions, there definitely was the commitment to the MF Zyra in the same round, especially on 7.2, and then running MF 80 carry. And similar thought process when you lock in both the Rengar and the Graves. Laning against Rengar top was once one of the worst things you could ever face, because you'll remember back when the Red Pot days,
Long swords.
when he got the 4 stacks from the Krugs and then walked into lane and did 400 damage level 1.
Yeah, that was dark times. Well, Sion does get banned away.
Really?
Not sure why.
Where are they going to fit in the Sion? That's a bit of a junk ban, I'll call it, from Longzhu.
All right, well, Rumble from MVP. Wait, it's like a support Graves or something from Max. He's already done some weird stuff.
We were talking about the amazing utility of the smoke screen. Max at first. I have played AP Graves before in a normal game. It's not very good.
It seems like people would hate you quite a bit for that.
I was grouping with friends.
Ah.
0.5 ratio. I went death cap, straight death cap into Lich Bane.
Would they still allow you to call them that after that game?
I don't talk to them anymore. I don't know if it's related or not.
There you go. All right, Rise and then Talon yet again. Banned away here.
And now it's for Longzhu to double check what's on MVP's side and wonder what's going on. No solo lanes picked. Could just be something like a Maokai. Rengar can get ahead in that lane if it is to be a top lane Rengar. ADD now has Ghost and Teleport, so I don't have any idea what's going on. And it's time for safety. You're like, wait, what's going on? I need to see more picks. So Corki was a pick that was really big for Fly in their first series earlier this week. One of his most played as well this season. And now MVP need to show us the money. What's going on here?
I'm desperately waiting for the big reveal here.
They just lock in a Singed. I'm going to be like, what's going on?
Yeah, the most confused. So Thresh, so that makes sense.
It almost certainly is top lane Rengar.
This is when they just throw us a Maokai. To really mix it all in.
Well, mid lane has Ignite, so maybe Ahri?
Be a good call. Yep, they will lock it in.
Ahri into Corki we've seen before. It's kind of like the safer man Zed, and also doesn't pigeonhole them into attack damage only. And now there's basically been cemented that it's the Rengar top. Looking for something that can tussle with the Rengar in the early game with the Renekton. I wonder if this will prompt Graves top instead.
It could.
That's also
that
a
nice,
thing that could
have
happen.
the ranged advantage, yeah.
Somewhere Trace is watching this game intently, being like, where's that Graves going? Because he was the man known originally in his career for top lane Rengar, and then he innovated top lane Graves.
Oh.
I mean, you just play around with this for a while.
I mean, we got to give it till 20 seconds when it has to be locked in, but right now they keep things a bit ambiguous.
I like how Maha and Max is swapped into it, being like, I'm the AD carry now. Rengar was what their original plan would have been, but will it be a digression? I'm going to guess no. On our screens, we'll watch the countdown. We still have Rengar top at 21 seconds, and it is a Rengar top.
All right, Rengar top. Graves in the jungle. So weird.
Well, maybe we're just back to Spirit Visage, Dead Man's Plate, tank top lane Rengar.
Could very well be. Leave it to ADD. Leave it to this team to just try out these new and interesting things.
If it worked out for World Elite in Season 2, why not now, Achilleos?
I don't know. I really don't. But at least we get to see Ian back in on Azari, one of his favorite picks, going up against fly on that Corki. Prey.
Swapping
He did
80
it.
carries.
Prey did a lot of hard carrying in that game. Couldn't close it out. Now has the Caitlyn again. We'll see if he can do that.
See what Lulu maxes as well, as we're learning more and more about support Lulu, but ones are up for MVP in what was an interesting game one. Let's see if we can see a level up in play, because hard to match Series 1, but we need to see more than Game 1.
Yeah, we'll see if the surprise picks are enough to net them a 2-0 victory if Longzhu will fire back. Let's go ahead and get on the Rift for game number 2. Welcome to Summoner's Rift yet again. She sounds so ferocious when she's yelling out for MVP.
I mean, she's got more to yell about. Her team won the first game.
It's true. Something to be somewhat happy about.
You know, in a year's time, people will only remember that they won the game, not how they won the game.
I don't know if I'll ever be able to erase this one from my memory.
Hopefully, the smiles of the first series will just lovingly transfer over some of the grimaces of the second series. But it was only a single game. We can be hopeful that we'll see an increase in performance. We saw that from Longzhu in their first series against MVP. It wasn't played in the OGN studio, but did see Longzhu have some pretty big missteps in Game 1, and then bring the series back with a tighter Game 2 and a very tight Game 3. Want to show something for their new coach, who'll be watching. Who's to say how much that'll change? Because they do, as we know, have BDD on the bench. And now with a new fresh set of eyes, maybe we will see a delayed entrance into LCK for BDD's Longzhu debut.
Oh, already some action down here in the bottom lane. Gorilla takes a bit of damage here. Trying to trade back as best as he can.
Not the only ability that support Lulus aren't maxing his Q. After you lost a lot of the effectiveness of wave clear with the diminishing damage. Feels like W or E is by far the more popular to start. Shield max seems to be the most common, and then people are trying to work in the Whimsy max to surprise the enemy, I guess.
Expression really losing these trades here.
I was a bit surprised by the Renekton because Rengar has pretty one-sided trades in the early game. You know, usually a champion like Renekton is known for commanding the brushes and looking for all-ins at 3, but Renekton wins lanes very, very hard against melee champions. Could just gone for a ranged champion, probably been pretty comfortable, but chose to go for a tank and have some power.
You know, it's just not doing a whole lot at the moment. Doran's shield here. ADD helping to mitigate a lot of this damage. It's going to be down in CS as he shoves this into the turret, providing that Expression can get those last hits in, but still going to be fairly even in the top lane, aside from those HP bars.
Again, this is something that I've been hearing about more and more recently, that teams think the Rengar top can work.
Well, ADD certainly showing that they're one of those teams.
He's certainly an off-kilter man when it comes to some of his picks, given that he still has Scion banned against him.
Yep.
And it does deny away a Rengar pick and also, you know, get the preferential jungle in this case. I think it'd be very fair to say that Rengar and Graves are the two strongest AD carries on this patch, so this you can say something about denying both of them away from your enemy without a ban. And now in the future, you ever leave Rengar up, you have this headache of not knowing if it's top lane or jungle Rengar, so I do like it from a strategic point of view.
Yeah. Beyond now walking up Expression really far forward. He's going to get hit with that bola. Very swift pickup on that first blood just 4 minutes in.
You say swift, I say clean. That was really nicely executed by MVP. Had the right ferocity as he entered lane. Bola into empowered Bola. Very cleanly done.
Yeah. Very early start there for MVP, getting the ball rolling. And first blood over to the Rengar. Definitely going to be painful for Expression. It's already been a rough lane. Now coming back in, has a Bomby Cinder, so it seems like he's going to start off a little bit tanky. Maybe we'll see some more aggressive items come out a little bit later, but I doubt it.
If he doesn't buy Tiamat first, it's going to be almost certainly full tank. Against some weaker laners, you might go Tiamat, but Showing some respect for the Renekton. Gonna be that old item build, I think.
Oh, Ian as well, quite far forward. His chunked out fly. But Crash is going to wrap around from the backside. Not level 6. Jump comes through, isolation damage. Pretty severe. He's going to have to flash. Crash won't flash in pursuit, however. But they get the summoner spell down. Ian will be okay once the Spirit Rush is available, though.
That's a pretty aggressive recall.
Yeah, that was a little, okay. It's a little bit questionable. Crash won't be able to go in to try to get the interrupt here.
So he doesn't have any backup, given that Ari just backed in vision, so can go for a contest. Neither of the junglers have smite. They're both like, who's going to smite?
Well, it's going to be Crash that takes it away. So solid pickup for him, but right now Beyond still has the upper hand. Assist from that first blood, as well as a CS lead.
He's able to max Q in lane as well. When lane Rengar was a thing before, E-Max was there for ranged harass, but confident enough to go Q in the matchup. Probably just thinking that he's foxing Expression and going for something that, again, you wouldn't have much practice against. I feel like ADD is becoming the Keen of our league.
I was kind of thinking that. This, you know, MVP overall just kind of reminds me of Gravity.
I mean, it's working, and he can play the meta champions as well, so, you know, for Keen, it was a question of, you know, is it just because he doesn't play Orianas and the standard champions that he plays the Hecarim top, or say the Hecarim mid, and some of his other crazy picks? But the Scion is drawing bans, so he's doing something right as ADD.
He's still doing just so much to just irritate Expression.
And then you gank his lane, and he goes invisible.
Yep.
And moves really fast.
There should be a takeaway on the at least the big Krug here, unless Crash can come in. AD jumps forward. Ian coming over the wall, has the Spirit Rush,
Oh,
gets the
very
charm
nice.
straight into a bola to lock him up. Another dash comes through, and a second kill on the board for MVP. Very nicely played. by
Yes,
these
super
guys.
nice. Ari mechanics coming through. Skill shot accuracy has been super on point for MVP in Game 2. Nice to see some new stuff and also some great execution from MVP to back up what was, again, a very messy Game 1.
Extremely so, but just need to keep this ball rolling right now. 1.3 thousand gold in the lead coming from those kills and the CS leads that they have out of the top in the jungle. Bottom lane a bit rougher, as you might expect. Prey up in CS pretty significantly at the moment.
So much pushing advantage here for Lulu and Caitlyn, regardless of what Lulu's maxing. Means pressure, 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 looking for first brick in the bot lane if possible. Just straight up in a 2v2. Beyond certainly not interested in playing around his weak lane. Wants to play around the winning ones.
Yeah,
That's what we call a carry mindset.
I mean, you get ADD far enough ahead, tanky. He still will have an 8 damage if he can just get on top of Prey, especially when he's isolated. Still do quite a bit of damage to that Caitlyn.
Doesn't have the greatest time wave clearing though, and the big thing for Rengar is if you can push and roam, then obviously, well, basically a jungle Rengar. So until the Sunfire Cape is finished, probably going to be an advantage to Expression. No Tiamat or W-Max means that wave pushing is going to be pretty slow on the side of ADD.
Yeah, and speaking of Tiamat, I mean, look how Expression's build is going so far. Cloth armor with the Ruby Crystal, kind of forced into that second Doran's Blade. So just rough times here for the Renekton player.
Good last hitting there from Max and Maha.
Yeah, well coordinated. Missing any of those. Ian going low. It's going to be exhaust thrown out. Forces the Spirit Rush. Doesn't have the flash, so pops that. Crash wrapping around, won't find much. Max says fine, Gorilla over the wall, hooks him in. But can't get much else done there.
Is
So
E-Max, you can tell by the size of the shield.
Red taken away. Fertile Drake still there. See when either of these teams wants to try to go for that objective.
Like Longzhu's invade timing was with when Ari was backing, and now they're looking for Beyond.
Get too much damage done onto him. Rock with the Glitter Lance. Chip away at him. Now actually, there we go. Crash jumping into the pit. Looks like they start up this Infernal Drake, and Beyond starts wrapping around the top side of the map, so won't be around to try to contest this. Maha throws down the ward, and that's going to be enough to dissuade Crash, so he will go ahead and peel back. Only level 6. even have the jungle enchant done. So he'll just play this one safely.
Yeah, pressure game's been good from Longzhu, in spite of MVP picking up the first 2 kills around the top lane. Ordered play so far, now MVP. Big Invader's advantage when you have an Ahri who's done well in the early game to contest all the red side camps here for Longzhu.
Expression stops. Fly has the package. You can see Crash roaming up. They might be looking for a play onto Beyond an ADD, but they'll go ahead and just peel back.
No action actually comes out of that play in the end. Back to wave clearing. A lot of control around the top lane, been pushed out pretty significantly. Expression has watered the foremost brush to stop the passive resets for ADD.
Beyond not trying to be inconspicuous, just walks straight up to the turret, trying to maximize his damage. That buckshot spread. Ian going in. Uses a Spirit Rush right in Fly's face. Does have the Ignite, and there's no exhaust, so as long as he lands the Charm, would very well come out on top of that exchange, you'd have to think. But still just respecting the damage output of that Corki. Expression pops the Dominus, just trying to clear out those waves. Keep that turret alive for a bit longer, but first brick is looming ever nearer for MVP in this top lane. Just the most annoying. Expect there's probably going to be another bola shot coming through.
Wait for it.
Nope.
Nope. Too long a cooldown. He needs some CDR. Maybe he'll build the reworked Black Cleaver item path in the future with the Kindle Gem on patch 7.4. We'll wait and see. Will we ever see top lane Rengar again? Another question we'll wait and see on.
Certainly a question for the future. But for now, Crash will be starting up this Infernal Drake yet again. Looks like MVP won't be doing anything to stop this from happening. So free objective from them. Ocean Drake the second that will be spawning. That 8% certainly could help out quite a bit for Prey and Fly.
Certainly a lower priority when it comes to the Ocean Drake as that second spawn. Just have to see how this comp develops. Basically a pick comp from MVP.
Oh, Hook lands on a Prey straight into that deadly flourish. He gets locked up. Outgrowth comes through. Curtain Call is here. First shot lands. Shield comes out from Gorilla, trying to keep him alive. Just hammer every shot in. Max flashes to the side. Hook comes through. Won't connect, but it doesn't matter. Maha has that last shot. Double kill going over to him, and now Crash is here. Gets locked down. And that is going to be 3 kills picked up in the bottom lane for MVP. Fly looking to try to draw one back in. The rocket does not connect. The hook comes through from Max. He gets the shield from the Dark Passage, but the big one will take him out. So a 3-for-1, but still explosive fight for MVP.
A really sick 2v2 from Max and Maha, who really outplayed Prey and Gorilla in that trade. Not often you'll see that against a top bot lane like Prey and Gorilla, but that was just really nicely executed. Loved the Lantern and take of the Lantern into picking up the double kill before any other members showed up. Really clean stuff, and that's why the reputation of first Maha and first Max and to some degree Maha has started to build up. So there's a nice objective for Longzhu to pick up against the run of play by taking down the first brick in bot lane.
They keep it close, 1.5 thousand, just about, but yeah, really nicely played by Max, showing some prowess on the Thresh.
Hits the prediction hook, able to get the deadly flourish into it. And even though Wild Growth comes in, if Prey takes any shots after the first, he's dead. Gorilla takes all 3, and then watch the Lantern play here. Takes the Lantern into double flame. Beautiful stuff from Max in particular, and yeah, straight up outplayed them. Was a true 2v2. Crash came in afterwards, easy to turn on him and kill him, and okay, Fly picks up a kill on the back end because Max is a little bit disrespectful.
Yeah, this one was a little bit bold here. Tries to drag him into the smoke screen to deny him vision, but goes down in the end. So turrets exchanged on both sides, but we did see that the first brick goes over to Longzhu, which keeps them relatively competitive, but still MVP had such a strong start. Ian now going over the wall, finds Crash, lands the charm right off the bat. He's got to be careful because there's isolated damage, and he'll go down. Beyond snipes him out, says thank you for the buff transfer.
Clean stuff there. I think Flash Ignite actually instantly from Ian, so almost picked up the kill himself, but Beyond claimed it after all. Really cool when Max pulls off really big Thresh plays, because a lot of people forget that he was the substitute support for Mad Life and CJ Entus in summer of 2015. he came in on the lineup, and it was actually the only team that beat SKT in summer of that season was CJ Entus with Trick in the jungle and Max at support. And nice to see a world where both of them are doing pretty well for themselves.
Yeah. Not too shabby. Max definitely leveling up his performance, especially with Maha in the bottom lane after last split in summer 2016. And I mean, that's why we see him doing so well with the MVP nominations. Tied up near the top with Prey and Expression.
I mean, Ian doesn't have the Spirit Rush here.
Yeah, lands the charm, gets that movement speed from Orb Deception, so it's enough to keep him alive. Fly could have went in, Flash Exhaust perhaps if he really wanted the kill, but decides to play it a bit safer. Doesn't have any vision on that bottom side of the river. Now Gorilla
Nice
getting
hook.
hooked. The box comes down, and it's just going to be a shooting gallery for Maha. Has to cancel, however, though, as Crash and Expression come in from behind. Crash almost goes down. Beyond and Max trying to escape with their lives. Hook comes through, Flay into the turret. Expression taking a lot of damage. Here comes Ian, but he just gets taken out. ADD jumping in from the sidelines. He's going to have to peel back underneath the turret, so MVP biting off a bit more than they could chew. Now ADD walking into the brush, but that's a leap out for Crash. Keeps himself safe.
Yeah, Sunfire Cape Rengar doesn't have a threat zone like others. The Rengar builds doesn't get much value out of the guaranteed crit either. So in general was ignored in the fight, and Maha ended up getting collapsed upon by both the Renekton and also the Graves. We'll see the replay. I mean, it's another really nice hook from Max. You can't talk about hook accuracy without complimenting him on it. But then Jin just kind of dies in the crossfire to the Renekton. The hooks continue to be nice mechanically, but Ian had already got burst in top lane and didn't seem to respect the fact that Fly was able to follow him and shadow him very quickly.
Oh. We're coming back in. ADD just trying to hit every brush possible to get on top of Gorilla. He will go down. Still about 15 seconds or so away from that flash coming back up. Beyond in the meantime takes out the turret in mid, so that tier 1 falls. Top side of the map opened up here for MVP, but they'll be losing this tier 1 as Expression is just shoving by himself. ADD no TP, cannot answer this, so that should be taken.
They're killing a turret so far for MVP and what will be an eventual trade for a turret, but they're setting up really well around Drake with all this pressure and looking for the dive onto Fly. How many objectives can they pick up in what looks like a power play for MVP?
Charm lands on a Fly straight into the Deadly Flourish. So many members on the backside just waiting for him. Beyond actually takes it away. TP.
Okay.
This is really deep by Expression. Turret's gone. He's going to get spotted by that control ward. Beyond getting jumped on. Wild Growth comes through on a Crash. Pops up the Graves. He's got to flash away. Still dangerously low. Expression can just slice and dice his way through. Dark Passage comes through. Beyond quick draws away. Expression gets on top of him though with a stun and is able to take him out. And now looks like it's just going to be a general disengage from both sides as long as you heal back up the lane.
No way for ADD to get there. Still about 10 seconds on the teleport as that fight was raging on.
It's such a weird TP. They get the kill though.
Yeah, some really deep teleports today. They've been a bit curious. AD really needs to get some threat at some point. We'll start to get Bone Tooth Necklace stacks, so even if in the late game he picks up an AD item, we'll get a lot of extra value. So maybe just waiting. Wants to be unkillable, which, you know, is pretty much on the border of that. Yeah, this is this build I predicted. They're very much the Sunfire into something like a Dead Man's Plate third, maybe. Maybe third time is the time for damage. Maybe Titanic Hydra as a very late damage item, although you would expect an early Tiamat in that case. And Spirit Visage on Rengar makes a lot of sense.
Looks like this will just be a dragon going over Ocean Drake, so not the most consequential for Longzhu to give up. They have that Infernal stacking up steadily for them. Now MVP, do they want to push in? They know the timer on this blue buff. Looks like they will take it. Beyond comes up with the steal.
Yeah, Beyond's been good this series. You know, we noted it was his first MVP for a guy who had a sky-high reputation. Rocks hadn't broken up. You know, we were talking pretty confidently about, hey, if SKT need a new jungler, Beyond is looking great. While he definitely hasn't been at that level of performance this season, has had more than his fair share of struggles and has tried to pigeonhole himself on weird champions like the Shyvana. He still is a very good jungler that clearly needed to get over that second season blues, which At least this series seems to be indicative, and I guess maybe the second round robin will be kinder for him than the first.
Yeah. So looking up right now for MVP, just 20 minutes into this game. 2,500 gold lead. Baron now spawning, but I think we're still a ways away from seeing that taken. So for now, should just be more farming. Maybe wait for another dragon to come up. Unless Max can make more plays happen with these thresh hooks that have overall been quite accurate.
You think back to Modest Thresh in the first game of the day, and he wasn't hitting those hooks, but Max on the whole certainly has been.
Just ignore that. Didn't happen.
Can't hit them all, Achilles. Just like every game can't be the telecom war, as evidenced by the first game of this series.
Yep. And by every other game that's ever been played.
That's true. Except the games that were the telecom war.
That's true.
Look at us. So profound.
We figured it out. We got there eventually. ADD, he's going in for a deep TP of his own, coming in by the blue buff. Roll the hunt popped. Quick call, not going to get too much done. ADD, who's he going to jump in onto? Looks like it's going to be Break. Wild Growth comes out immediately. He goes low, but does not go down. ADD quite tanky in the front line. Still, chunked out to about half HP. Big one hits Ian. He's got to peel back.
All AD really provides is nuisance factor and maybe the empowered bowler. So certainly if the first CC comes through from someone like Ian, maybe it'll be consequential, but there's no Orianna this game. It's not the Rengar Orianna for a bowl carrier. They don't have a lot of follow-up on the Rengar either. He's the only frontliner. So to me, it's more about denying a strong jungler rather than necessarily having a coherent identity with the Rengar pick. That might actually end up costing them later, as you know, he's at his kind of tanky core. It's very, very difficult to kill and lock down, but right now, the threat is close to zero.
Yeah, needs to rely on Ian and Maha to be the big threats. Edge of the night. Yomu's done for the Jhin. Luden's Echo with the Morel and Avacon here for Ian. So, a lot of burst damage for the Ahri, but wait and see for that Void Staff to come through. Maybe even Abyssal Scepter.
It's less powerful. Certainly in the item time is pretty well. About 20 CS behind the Corki in mid lane. Kills have gone the way of Maha, but predictably, the pushing power of the Caitlyn and Lulu has meant that Genesis missed CS rotating around the lanes. Game slows down a little bit. A lot of the easy objectives are now gone for MVP. They invested the teleport for no gain. So now working out how to push their advantage to inner turrets is something that for now is being thwarted because they can't get down enough aggressive vision to make the inner turret pushes safe.
ADD just splitting it down to the bottom side of the map, trying to get some pressure onto that turret, but Expression is at a point where, you know, this lack of damage build from the Rengar is just not going to get through his thick skin. As that Warden's Mail backing him up with the Ninja Tabby, so he'll be quite all right to just stick around with the harass.
He's taking on a budget, but also has the Black Cleaver for...
as well as sustained from his Q.
A lot of armor shred. Remember, if he does hit a... oh, nice hook.
Oh, yeah, that's going to be hooked straight into the charm with the box on top, and Ian comes up with the kill, and that should be Baron going over to MVP, or at least started. Longzhu, can they stop this? TP's coming through from Expression above the pit. They see this coming out. Control wards thrown down by both sides. Can't deny any vision. ADD goes in on top of Prey, trying to root him down. That's going to be the deadly flourish landing. Gorilla goes low, but it gets interrupted. Maha is able to get the kill. Lead by the Deathfire touch in the end. Expression trying to just be a nuisance in the back line. Double kill in his eyes if he can just get on top of Beyond, and Maha dashes forward, finds one of them. Maha makes it out with his life, but two members go down on either side. No Baron for MVP.
Really big play by Expression in the backline. Stopped the curtain call from being channeled. Two easy kills onto Prey and Gorilla looked imminent. But forcing that channel to end was really important for Longzhu if they hope to either cancel the Baron or turn around the fight. So, great Expression, really nicely done there. We'll see it in the replay, but that was all off his hard work. So it looks like things will work because they get Prey very low by hitting the Deadly Flourish, and then look at Expression walk onto three people who were tanking Baron, who took some poke, and it's what an Acton can do in the early mid-game when you still have to respect the AoE damage from Dominus. Basically a super Sunfire cape in its own right. Good target selection, played the team fight perfectly, and keeps Longzhu within touching distance.
Yep, still alive in the game so far. Well, third dragon getting ready to spawn. Cloud Drake could just be picked up by either side at this point. Bot lane priority still technically there for MVP since they have those 2 outer turrets gone, but the vision control very much in the hands of Longzhu at the moment. They feel confident enough to go ahead and start up this dragon.
This is the vision so defensive.
This is going to be a fight, though. Beyond comes into the back of the pit. He'll be able to take it away.
Of course.
Look, lands onto Expression. He's just going to have to slice and dice out of there.
Story of this series has been the Invaders' advantage working every time. Third steal coming through from Beyond. Much less consequential than a Baron, but... And Crash is certainly going to have to go back to solo queue and practice those smite mechanics, or maybe to the practice tool.
Let's go to the practice tool.
Try to 1v1 someone trying to contest his smites.
Definitely might be something to consider at the moment. Bit uncharacteristic from Crash here so far in this series.
I wonder what the most buffs, as in like Drake's or Baron stolen away, in the history of League of Legends is. I don't think I've ever seen 3 Barons stolen. I've seen 2.
Oh, I thought you meant like who had the stat for most things stolen, like which jungler.
No, I'm wondering that for one game. I doubt there's been, well, there probably has been 3 Barons stolen by someone in a single game, right? It sounds silly, but it's probably happened. It's been a lot of games.
It's one of those things where we need our Twitter detectives to get back to us if they happen to know. ADD jumping forward. Gets out of there with help of the W. Keeps himself alive. Doesn't have to commit much other than the thrill of the hunt.
Still trying to find out what this top lane tank Rengar does.
We get a big hit on a Gorilla. Opens up with the curtain call. Second not going to connect, but the third one does. Fourth lands onto Prey. Won't be seeing a kill come out yet. That's the wild growth used by the Lulu. They'll be without that one. Prey gets rooted down yet again. Big burst of damage when the collateral comes through, and they are able to take him out. Ian coming up with the first kill. Second by Beyond as they get rid of Expression. Now no tanky front line here for Longzhu MVP. Looks like they're just going to rotate right back over to Baron. The ping is coming through, and they should be able to take this. Let's Crash and come up with yet again another steal.
I just love the way that Ian is playing these team fights. Super clean. The pick comp is working out. They're going to try and rush down Baron. Crash is alive, like you said. Less than half health, so we'll see.
Redemption comes down. Death
He
Sentence
has
been
vision.
used. Full shot connecting throughout the charm. Crash. Does he just go for the suicide mission? Looks like the answer might be yes. Pops the ultimate. He goes in, doesn't get it. Actually confirmed by Maha of all times that Crash could not steal the Baron. It's when the Jhin comes up with the killing blow.
Well, control wards are now optional when you start Barons. We've learned this series as the Barons keep being contested. That's 4 out of 5 Barons that have now become down to a Smite War. So that's cool.
Well, MVP. Let's see what they can net now, because with all the easy objectives off the board, they're able to get the Baron. Now they can start taking these inner turrets, maybe even some inhibitors off the backside of this Baron buff. 28 minutes on the clock, 14-6 in kills, and well over 6,000 gold in the lead, and they're just going to keep adding to that pile, that giant stack of money, as they knock down these structures.
Yeah, 4 ranged auto attackers and a insanely
Oh,
tanky Rengar.
Crash. Wild Growth can do nothing to remedy that damage coming through from the side of MVP. He gets caught by the charm and the Bola. It's enough CC for him to go down. Another kill picked up.
Considering opening up, still has Curtain Call available, maybe next minion wave. Max coming up as well.
He's escorting it up. ADD going to try to clear out some of these traps so they can get in onto the turret, but the minions might just be able to do enough work for them anyway. Inhibitor line should be broken. Still 12 seconds out on Crash, and even if he was here, I'm not sure if there's a damn thing he could do to stop this.
I agree. Even though he has the spikes, wouldn't be able to stop the wave clear or the pushing. Very disrespectful backs and not being able to be punished. As Crash wonders how he's missmite this many times.
He's got to be so flustered right now.
Well, his score isn't very good either.
0-6-2. Yep.
Bit of a mare for Crash between having his Baron stolen so many times in game 1 and then not being able to steal, and also not doing so well personally in this game.
And it's just weird because, you know, at the start of the split, we weren't sure how Crash was going to do. It seemed like, you know, in summer, when he would come out, he would either have like a star-studded performance or he'd be, you know, really bad. And it was that inconsistency that kind of led to like, okay, maybe Chaser is going to be the starting jungler from now on for Longzhu. Now they come back in, Chaser over on Dignitas, they have Crash. And he started off very, you know, pretty well. The consistency was up, but now wavering and slipping back into that summer 2016 performance.
They have another AD carry on the roster, but not on their official Kesper roster for LCK. That is Cuz, one of the premier solo queue talents, very often in the top 3 of solo queue, has been #1 as well. But from what I understand, he is too young to play. I'm not sure if he's eligible for summer. I'm under the impression it might actually be 2018 before Cuz is able to play, but for now, there's no competition for Crash.
Early investment Crash, so speaking of which, he gets charmed yet again. He goes down beyond, comes up with the killing blow. BDD just zoning the rest of Longzhu back as their turrets fall. And going forward, they're able to take out Prey. And Longzhu, their hopes are just slipping away very rapidly as the second inhibitor will be broken. The Nexus turret's now under assault from the Super Creeps.
Oh my goodness!
Maha gets a nice snipe in onto Gorilla. He goes down. One Nexus turret already at half HP. This looks like this is going to be the game. The TP coming back through from ADT.
These picks are crazy.
The deletion on Fly. And that will be game number 2. That's going to be the set going over to MVP. Much more concise here in game number 2, but they just wiped the floor with Longzhu.
I mean, MVP have 2-0'd KT and Longzhu in, you know, the last few weeks. They looked very, very strong. This game to me was all about Ian, so accurate on his charms, but you could also argue that Max put in a great performance on the Thresh, so I imagine those two will certainly become in contendership for the MVP. But what I'll say is that, okay, game 1 to forget, but game 2 was actually really, really well played from MVP. Now, I don't come away from this being a big believer of the top lane Rengar, but I liked Rengar plus Graves denying what seemed like it was going to be a free top-tier jungler to the Longzhu side. And even though all the Rengar really did was run around and zone, that seemed to be enough because they kept registering the picks, whether it was the charm, whether it was the death sentence, the line skill shots lived up to the reputation. And very nice stuff from MVP.
Yeah. Well done indeed by these guys. So they go ahead and inch out above Longzhu right now. 4th place, I believe, is what they net for themselves.
So they move to 6-4. That will give them a +1 game, so +3 game score, sorry. And then we have Longzhu that now moved to a +2 game score. So if I'm doing my math correctly,
They'll be at a 3, yeah.
1 game behind. So yeah, jumping up to 4th place, a very nice reward for MVP. And MVP certainly hunting for one of those gauntlet spots. BBQ, Afrika, Longzhu, Samsung, and MVP only get 3 playoff spots between the 5. And for now, MVP picking up wins. You know, who knows where Longzhu will be at come the end of the season, but they've played them twice. They're done with playing Longzhu, and that means that their schedule has to be easier than some, given they've already dispatched a potential top 5 team in Longzhu Gaming.
Yeah. See the players here looking a bit distraught in the booth, and for good reason. Taken down by MVP, a team that they just beat a few days ago.
Not the greatest look for their new coach either. Seems a bit flummoxed, but of course, let's give him some time. Has been very, very abbreviated timeline to make this series work. The penalty point also inglorious, let's say, unfortunately for Longzhu, and it'd be heartbreaking if it was just a single penalty point. That is the separator come the end of the season, but this is the season where at times it felt like anyone could beat anyone. We've already seen KT lose to MVP. We've seen Afrika beat SKT. I'm sure we're still going to see some surprises. I don't think it's only going to be KT and SKT beating each other, especially towards the end of the season when people are looking forward to the gauntlet. There's going to be more surprises. And with 5 teams in the contendership for playoffs, those surprises definitely have playoff implications.
Yep. Well, a very good start to round 2 here for MVP. You feel very good about that second game win. Kind of nullified all of the tragedy that occurred in game number 1. But taking a look at damage dealt to champions, the Kazakhs wasn't really present too much here for Crash. Fly did quite a bit on the Corki.
Crash definitely spent a lot of this game with a gray screen.
Yeah.
He was dead a lot. Probably, I would imagine, you know, I'm speculating, but probably pretty frustrated with the smite steals in game 1, and it did seem to affect his emotions in game 2 because you don't often see someone dying as many times in what wasn't a massively long game as Crash did here.
Yeah. But really, even damage distribution from MVP across the board. I mean, even ADD, whose damage seemed to be a bit ignorable, still racks up quite a bit in the long run. But your MVP here from game 2 will be Ian on that Ahri. So 5, 2, and 7, 63% kill contribution. He gets himself his 3rd win.
Isn't it cool to see the Ahri's coming back? Mickey looked great on Ahri earlier this week. Now Ian pulls out the Ahri with Syndra banned away.
See it from Pawn.
Right, Pawn has played it as well, so cool to see a champion interlocked and interweaved with the Korean scene like Ahri, the release champion for the Korean server. Come back into the meta, straddle that line between Assassin and Wave Clear, and do it really well. With aplomb, I would even say, for Ian, as we take our time getting to the replay package. Here we go. Wait for some 6 skill shots. There's a nice predict.
Yep. He had many a good charm here in game number 2. I mean, this one just coming straight over the wall
It
with
feels
Spirit
like all of
Rush.
them on Crash also.
Yeah.
Let's see how many times he charmed Crash to death in the replays.
Crash
We're
died
at 2.
a ton of times in this game.
Oh, Crash isn't there. So he didn't die this time. But he's
He was
there
on the
this
way.
time.
Yep. And hook and charm and box and dead. Just the way that it goes.
Even being able to turn onto Expression had a lot of damage. That was with the Luden's Echo completed. But the fact that he hadn't used the ultimate, the nice cleanup here from Ian. Watch for the charm. Once again onto Expression, this time half health.
And draws it back in.
I believe he's maxing charm second. That seemed to be what Faker was doing as well. That one onto Crash was actually a sniper on the side of Ian. And yeah, Crash walked up to wave clear. That's what happens when you max the spike second, is that you want to go for wave clear, but Crash has caught so many times on wave clear duty. Means it's easy to give the MVP over to MVP. And in this particular case, over to Ian. And speaking of MVP, let's have an MVP interview with MVP players.
I have nothing more to say. Joel, take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. So we will indeed have an MVP interview with the MVP players, and we are here with the winners. Am I saying this right? The MVP winners of the team MVP. We have Beyond and Ian for the interview. How do you feel, guys? You know, I feel like a retaliation was a big deal today. We lost to them last time, and we really wanted to get a win this time around. And Ian, you're very known as a Syndra player, but you're pulling out the Ahri today and doing so well in it. How do you feel about that? I think pulling out the Ahri brings back grim memories of last season when it was picked out in a very important part of our season and failed on us last time. But you know, I'm very cautious of always picking out the Ahri, but glad it worked out today. Beyond, we just cannot pass by the game 1 where you know you made plays left and right, stealing and smiting away enemy barons. And how do you feel? How did you feel about that game? Yeah, it was about 60 health points on the Baron when I got it stolen away at the first time. But at the second one, I feel like, you know, I felt like the steal was evidently going to happen, and I think the opposition left a lot of room for me to enter and smite away much more comfortably.
Oh, they did. So much room.
This is the video highlight of the room that Beyond is talking about. This is the one that he got stolen.
There's many of
The
these.
60-something HP that he's been talking about. And this is where he took it away.
Nicely done.
And Ian, you must have been really happy when that happened. Yeah, I was ecstatic. Because I thought we lost the game, but Beyond really helped us win. And the result wasn't really finalized until the very end. And what kind of shot calling was going on throughout the team? Yeah, we were really targeting the Maokai, where, you know, if we can pick that one off, the other teammate, the other oppositions won't be that hard to cut off. So that was our plan.
랭가가 등장하고 브레이브즈가 나오고 저희 해설진들도 좀 혼란에 빠졌었어요.
Another confusion we had was that Rengar came up and Graves came up other than it. And what happened? What was the one with that? You know, we had a situation where we were actually planning one of those two picks, Rengar and Graves, for our max support player. So that wasn't the end of all the surprises, guys.
Oh, Rengar support.
You know, but I think we
know.
wanted to flex the picks so we can have it flexible and viable for many different options. And I think, you know, we picked both of them and later decided which one's stronger for jungle, and that's how we went about it.
이한 선수, 아리는 어떤 조건에서 좋은 픽인가요?
Ian, in what condition is it Ari a good pick?
르블랑 빼고는 거의 다 괜찮은 것 같아요.
I think other than LeBlanc, it goes well against any mid laners.
자신감과 이제 실력이 있으면
And confidence and skill cap is very important with the Ari champion. But you know, it's all about the chroma pack, and that's the biggest reason I picked it. And you saw that in my plays. Chroma packs makes you better, guys.
Sellout boys on this channel.
Right's like, yes.
연결되는 얘기가 매혹이 기가 막혔거든요. 항상.
And your
파츠가 더 커버렸어요.
and your charms were very spectacular, too, very on point. Yeah, but you have to think that I am Ari, and you have to immerse yourself with that spirit, and that's how you get those charms in.
딱 이제 딱 맞고 나이스.
And nice was all the last thing we said.
이 안에 아리는 이렇게 진심입니다.
And this is Ian's Ari,
진심을 담아서 매혹을 날렸어요.
and this was with all that honesty that he's talking about.
비욘드 선수도 좋아하셨을 것 같아요. 정글 말려.
Sure, Beyond was very happy about some of these picks. Yeah, I was trying to go kill some champions, but they were all dead by then. Ian killed everybody. Glad that Ian did all the cleanups. I didn't have to do anything. Think
아주 인상적인 얘기를 해주신 것 같아요. 이거 진짜 심리력 기가 막혔어요. 이거 노리신 거죠?
Did you intend to do that play?
한 사람만 보면 그 사람은 무조건 도망가서 다른 사람한테 쏘면 이제 무조건 거의
Yeah, of course. You always have to watch out for, you know, if you're targeting one player, they're gonna tend to run away. But you know, while you're facing some one player, target the other, and you'll likely get them.
가르쳤다가 너는 이제 카직스로.
네.
그래서 또 이번 시즌 사실 비욘드 선수가 원래 지난 시즌만 해도 MVP 독점에다가
And beyond, we have to say that, you know, last season you were really collecting those MVP points, but it's not as strong this season.
따라서 이제 그 정도 뭐라고 말을 해야 되지? 관심 받는 거 당연하기 때문에
You know, I think, you know, gathering all the attention does add a lot to your game, but you know that isn't everything about the game. So I'm just trying to do my part.
딱히 이미 막 배가 불러가지고
You know, today, you know, even if I didn't get the MVP, I would have been pretty satisfied with how the game ended.
오늘 이한 선수가 MVP의 승리를 축하하는 겸해서
Ian, would you like to be the representative of the MVP team and say a word to your fans?
비욘드한테 맡길게요.
I want to pass it off to Beyond.
네, 일단은 팬분들
Well, if I have to say it,
감사하고요.
thank you to all the fans,
해외 팬분들
and thank you to all the domestic fans, all the international fans.
Thank you.
Here he is saying in English, thank you.
MVP 팀 게임 and 한국 팬들 다 감사합니다.
And thank you to domestic fans as well. So hopefully you guys heard that.
방송 많이 챙겨보고 있습니다.
감사합니다. 트위치 방송도 저희 다 하는데 많이 봐주세요.
And we started streaming on Twitch, so be sure to watch out for us.
이한 선수의 정말
What's his last words?
승리 소감이 아니었나.
And that's the end of the interview. Back over to you guys.
All right, thank you very much, Joel. So, okay, you know, tried for the English interview, so nicely done. Taking a little bit of a step towards Hooney's approach.
And trying to attract some of those global fans onto his stream as well. Clearly he can answer questions in English in the chat, you'd imagine, given that he was confident enough to speak English in front of the big crowd that stuck around to see MVP versus Longzhu. Probably a little bit sheepish they didn't get to see the first series, but hell, first game wasn't a memorable one, but second game was really well closed out by MVP, so credit to them, and really does impact the ranking, moving up to 4th. Longzhu's going to wonder what hit them between the penalty point and the 2-0 loss. And we're no closer to knowing who 3, 4, and 5 are. But damned if we don't know who 1 and 2 are.
Yeah, that is definitely not in question at the moment, and probably won't be for the rest of this year. You'd have to say SK Telecom KT just looking like they're a cut above everybody else, not just here in Korea, but around the world, as per usual. So really good stuff from that first series. If you guys joined us late and you missed it, go watch it. Stay up late, watch that series. Trust me, it'll keep you up.
Seminal series. I don't like to use adjectives too much, but wonderful, wonderful stuff. And we will be back in a couple of days on Saturday. BBQ Olivers versus Samsung. Another repeat of this particular matchup. There was a high-quality series just yesterday.
Yeah, much closer than we might have expected.
And Rox Tigers continue their soft schedule. They get Jin Air again, looking to pack some wins on. And, well, it's time for Telecom War number 2.
Yeah, this is going to be at the other studio, guys, in Gangnam, not us. So SK Telecom will take the rift yet again against KT Rolster, and then we'll see Freak of Freaks versus Kongdu. So Kongdu had a really rough start coming back after IEM having to play the same day that they landed. Now going to have a game against the Freak of Freaks, which if you look at the standings, you say, okay, you know what, 10th versus 7th, maybe that's winnable. It still looks a bit rough for them.
Absolutely, but let's remember the first series of the day. Unforgettable series between SKT and KT. We got more of it this week, so we're all winners.
Yep, it's going to be great to see who comes out on top that second time around. For now, we'll see you guys in just 2 days on Saturday for those next matches. So we'll see you then. Have a good one.
I know that if you wanna love somebody, it don't matter what you got standing in your way. Maybe we can break through it, break through it. Don't you let 'em break us down, 'cause I just really wanna love somebody. Just to know that I got somebody that's the same. Oh yeah, this is our love, and if it's real love, then nothing's gonna hold us
In a
down.
world so shallow, we got a shot at something by us ain't gotta be explained. Bring the hook in and make it plain. So
I know that if you wanna love somebody, it don't matter what you got standing in your way. Maybe we can break through it, break through it. Don't you let 'em break us down, 'cause I just really wanna love somebody. Just to know that I got somebody that's the same. Oh yeah, this is our love, and if it's real love, then nothing's gonna hold us down. Yeah, this is our love, and if it's real love, then nothing's gonna hold us down.
long as you hold me down, nothing can hold us down. Not even gravity, Bonnie and Clyde factor, mama. I'ma ride for you.